What are we gonna do tonight, OCG?
Well, the same thing we try to do every night, Bertram. Take over YouTube.
Please note, OCG is a fictional character. Any resemblance to persons alive, dead, or undead is purely coincidental.
Shut up, Bertram.
Okay, shutting up.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / fucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our live stream for Insert Game Title Here. So let me just begin by saying that this stream was made for children. I mean, not made for children. So, Mum and Dad, if you decide to show this to your children, maybe mute the audio. Now, let's commence with the profanity-strewn livestream that contains references to sex, mutilation, and torture. Ha ha ha! I'm only kidding. There is no torture. Send a panther to your house. And not a nice panther, but a feral, pissed-off panther. Did you know, Bertram, that my wife volunteered to be a human pincushion once?
Children.
You know, the CGI movie sequel to the original Final Fantasy VII.
Oh, and what about the car thing from Back to the Future?
Oh, I just wanted to reference that movie.
But doesn't Rebirth confirm that there's a kind of multiverse in the world of Final Fantasy VII?
Does it?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, I must have been too busy staring at Tifa's cleavage at that part.
Don't you mean Cloud's crotch?
Ah, yes. That seems more likely. So, let me tell you a story, dear viewers.
Oh, it's not that one about you meeting Lara Croft in a sauna in Egypt, is it? You've already told me that one over 100.
No. This is a story about Final Fantasy VII.
Oh, okay then. Continue.
You know, I don't need your permission, you know, Bertram. Anyway, no mind. Back in 1997, when I strangely was younger than I am now, I asked my father to buy for me Final Fantasy VII, which had just released for the PlayStation Numero Uno.
Question, what does Numero Uno mean?
PlayStation 1. It had just released for the PlayStation 1.
Oh.
So, I excitedly awaited my father's return, passing the time by chasing my brother Edwin around our home, armed with a knife while wearing a Jason Voorhees mask.
Which is a, perfectly normal thing for a young man to do?
Oh, absolutely, Bertram, absolutely. So, my father returns with a PlayStation game under his arm. I grab it from him, as was customary in those days, and... We'll finish this story later, Bertram.
Oh.
Right, back to the story I was telling earlier. You know, the one about how I asked my father to buy me the original Final Fantasy VII.
Yes, and how you used to chase your brother around like the psychopath you are. Yes, I recall.
So, my father presents a PlayStation game to me, and I scream in horror as I beheld not Final Fantasy VII, the game I had dreamed of owning, but Skull Monkeys. Fucking Skull Monkeys.
Skull Monkeys? Is that even a real game?
Oh, it's much, much worse than that, Bertram. Husbands have used the disc for Skull Monkeys to murder their wives. True story.
So, what did you do?
Well, I did what any spoiled child would do. I beat my father over the head with the game until blood came out of his ears. And then I took the offensive article and traded it in at my local gaming boutique for a copy of Final Fantasy VII.
Yes, then?
We'll finish this story later, Bertram.
Oh, son of a bitch.
So, back to the story I was telling earlier. The one about how I asked my father to buy me the original Final Fantasy VII.
And how he bought you a different game so you beat your father up like the psychopath you are. Yes, I recall.
So, I finally had my copy of Final Fantasy VII. I ran home to gently insert it into my PlayStation. 'Twas then that I realized I had also asked my father to purchase for me a PlayStation, and he fucking forgot.
So what did you do?
Well, I did what any spoiled child in my position would have done. I mugged the bastard and went to my local gaming boutique and bought a brand new PlayStation 1 console. So, I was finally able to play Final Fantasy VII, and the rest, as they say, is history.
Oh, what a lovely story. Well, apart from the Jason Voorhees bit, and the bits where you beat up your father and robbed him, but apart from that, good story.
When I first played this game back in 2020, I sat on the main title screen listening to the music and I cried. And we're not talking about a tear running down my cheek. No. I cried what Justin Timberlake once referred to as a river.
Was there snot?
There was, Bertram, there was, well remembered. And I'm not embarrassed to admit that. I waited 23 years for this game.
Oh, that's older than me.
What?
I said that's older than me.
Oh. Bertram, I've been meaning to tell you this, but now be brave. You are not 23 years old.
What?
No. Now hold my hand. Hold my damn hand, Bertram. Bertram, you and I, we are old. We are what most people would call old as fuck.
Oh no!
Oh yes. I don't usually talk about characterization or writing in these videos of mine. Mostly because I don't think you commoners will appreciate that kind of analysis. But the writing and characters in this game? Bravo, Square Enix. Bravo.
Brah? Where?
No, Bertram. Bravo. Being able to see iconic scenes from the original game in glorious 4K next-gen graphics makes me happier than a priest in Toys R Us. Not only that, but there is voice acting, and great voice acting at that. Not that awful voice acting you might find in a tampon advert or pornographic film. Oh, I forgot Scarlett was in this game. What a woman.
Remind me again, who is Scarlet?
Villain, red dress, works for Shinra.
It's not ringing any bells.
She has massive breasts.
Oh, her! I love her.
Not as much as I do, Bertram.
I have a picture of her in my wallet.
I have a poster of her in my study.
I have a mug with her face on it.
I have a dress autographed personally by her.
I've watched every scene she's in.
Well, I've watched every scene she is in and masturbated while thinking about her 2,936 times.
You win.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and this is our review for Remnant 2. So there we are. If you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like the video, all that bullshit. So, Remnant 2. Let me just say, dear viewer, if I sound incredibly bored, it's because I am. What are you bored of, OCG, you beautiful bastard, I hear you asking? Well, Remnant 2 has bored me. Souls games in general have bored me. Make your way through an area, die, get back to a checkpoint, try to make your way through the same area again, die, go back to a checkpoint, try and make your way through that area again. Oh look, there's an enemy you've not encountered before. Why are they removing your underpants and screw... Oh. Die, go back to the checkpoint, try and make your way through the area again. Oh look, what's that big mother humper doing over there with that large knife? Oh, he's putting it up my... Die, go back to the checkpoint. Oh look, I got to the boss. Fight! Dead within 2 seconds. Go back to the checkpoint. Finally, I have progressed through the boss fight and beaten it. Oh no, the bastard's got a second phase. Die, go back to the checkpoint. I think you get my drift, dear viewers. I'm completely sick and tired of these types of bloody games. Are they hard? Yes. Do some people get satisfaction from taking on a difficult game and conquering it? Yes. Do I get that kind of level of satisfaction? No. Why? Because I'm mostly left frustrated, hungry, and in need of a good poop by the end of the game. Now, I did complete Remnant 2 after about, I don't know, 25, 30 hours, something like that. But to be honest, I had to do a lot of the game in co-op. And even doing the game in co-op, you realize, it doesn't continue your campaign progress. But on the bright side, my character was nicely leveled up. I had managed to upgrade my weapons. I was a good power level, so I was able to continue on from the beginning of the game to the end of the game with random people dropping in and dropping out and dropping in and dropping out. Until eventually, finally, not 10 minutes ago, I finished the damn thing. And what did I think? It's a Souls game with guns. So, did you expect me to say more than that? It's a Souls game with guns. So, yeah. It's a sequel to a game that was a Souls game with guns. Yeah. So I don't... will I ever play this game again? No, probably not. Do I want to play another bloody Souls-like game again in my entire life? Probably not. Will I? Yes, I probably will. Why? Just so I can make another amusing review like this one. But if we put all that aside, put my boredom aside, put my frustration aside, what did I actually think of Remnant 2? It was okay. So, oh, did you expect me to say more than that? It was okay. More? You want more? Okay, it was fine. It never crashed. It looked okay. The gunplay was fine. But it was still frustrating as the F-bomb. So therefore, I'm going to declare that Remnant 2 was okay. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. My very in-depth review for Remnant 2, which took me a substantial amount of time to sit down and research and script and put together. So if you enjoyed, of course it didn't. So if you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. And of course, depending on when you watch this little review, this might or might not be the day after Christmas, so I hope you had a lovely Christmas. What? Did you expect me to say more than that? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and this is my movie review for Resident Evil. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, Resident Evil was released in 2002, a year I remember fondly as the year I
saw the movie Resident Evil for the first time?
Yes, how did you know, Bertram?
Call it a lucky guess.
Anyway, all of you commoners out there are probably wondering. I'm so glad you asked, Barry Burton, you beautiful bearded bastard.
Oh, wonderful alliteration.
Haha, thank you, Bertram. Resident Evil was the first in what would be 6 live-action movies based on, or should I say inspired by, the Resident Evil series of video games. The film starred eye candy such as Mila Jovovich and Michelle Rodriguez, and was directed by the luckiest bastard in the world, Paul W.S. Anderson, who just so happens to be married to Miss Jovovich.
Oh, lucky bastard indeed.
Yes. Now you might recognize the name Paul W.S. Anderson from a few other films, some of which are quite good, like Event Horizon, which is one of my favorite sci-fi horror movies, and Alien vs. Predator, which is an alien movie that has predators in it. Or it's a Predator movie that has aliens in it. That's up to you to decide, dear viewers. So, story. The film follows our heroine Alice, who just so happens to be suffering from a bad case of amnesia, as she teams up with a band of Umbrella Corporation commandos as they attempt to contain and then escape from a secret underground facility where there has been an outbreak of the dreaded T-virus. Now, those of you expecting the plot to follow the events of the first Resident Evil game are going to be sorely disappointed. There is no Jill Valentine, no Chris Redfield, and no beautiful bearded Barry Burton. The Spencer Mansion is here, albeit for about 3 minutes. The majority of this film takes place in The Hive, which is basically Umbrella's secret underground laboratory.
Wasn't this film supposed to be a prequel to the video games?
It was indeed, Bertram. Well remembered. In fact, this movie was originally titled Resident Evil Ground Zero, which obviously had to be changed.
Because of the events of 9/11?
No, because that title would have been stupid. So, this film has next to nothing in common with the first Resident Evil game. But does it feature any nods to the games? Well, haha, I'm so glad you asked, dear viewers.
I didn't hear anything.
Shut up, Bertram. Well, like I said, the mansion is in this game, albeit briefly. There are zombies, Umbrella Special Forces, the laser room from Resident Evil 4 is in this movie, and a liquor even turns up. You know, that creepy enemy from the second game that is quite the hit with the ladies, in no small part due to its massive tongue.
Why would it be a hit? Oh, never mind.
Now, the liquor sort of, acts as the final boss of this movie, and it looks mostly terrible due to the early 2000s CGI, but it's still fun to see a liquor here. And the bloody thing even transforms, which reminded me a lot of William Birkin.
Who?
You know, the villain from Resident Evil 2.
Oh!
Yes. So, what do I think of the film? Well, I was disappointed back in 2002, but this film isn't really an adaptation of the first game. But over the years, I've learned to appreciate this film and its sequels for what they are. Fun, horror, action movie things, starring the most beautiful woman in the world, written and directed by the luckiest bastard in the world. Now, this film was followed by 5 sequels. That's right. 5 sequels, not 6 sequels, 5 sequels. And if you're lucky, dear viewers, I might review all 5 of those sequels for your viewing pleasure. Therefore, I declare that Resident Evil 2002 is very good. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, my movie review for Resident Evil. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and this is my review for Reveal. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, Reveal released on the 6th of March, and this game is described as a narrative-focused, psychological thriller, horror game thing. Have you played games like PT or Layers of Fear, dear viewers? You have? Well, then you don't need to play this game. Thank you and good night. Fine, I'll give you a little bit more than that. So basically, story, reveal. You wake up, your wife is missing, your daughter is missing. You all work in the circus or some such nonsense. You walk around your apartment. Suddenly the apartment turns into the circus itself. You explore the circus. Scary shit starts to happen. There's jump scares galore. You have to solve puzzles. 1 minute you're in a forest, the next you're riding on a ghost train. Then you're back in your bloody apartment exploring the same shit you've already explored, solving the same puzzles you've already solved. Then it's on to more spooky shit, more jump scares, more puzzles, more walking around. If you played a first-person horror game in the last, 10 to 15 years, then I'm sure I don't have to tell you what this game is all about. And outside of the story itself, which is quite intriguing at times, and a particularly inventive twist that's introduced in the final 10 to 20 minutes of the game, this is your bog standard, run-of-the-mill, first-person horror game bollocks. Now, if you're a fan of bollocks, I mean first-person horror game bollocks, as quite a lot of you probably are, and I myself was a big fan of bollocks, I mean first-person horror bollocks at one point, then I'm sure you'll get some enjoyment out of this game. It's on the PlayStation Store, it's probably available on the bloody Nintendo Switch and the bloody Xbox One or whatever the hell it's called, and the PPC. So if you're intrigued by this game, you like horror games, then fine, go and buy this one. It'll take you about 2 hours, 2.5 hours to finish, and then you can get on with the rest of your life. So therefore, I declare that Reveal is pretty standard first-person horror bollocks. I don't really know how else to describe it. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, my totally not improvised review for Reveal. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and I have an incredibly painful throat. Not only that, but this is my review for Rise of the Ronin. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, Rise of the Ronin released on the 22nd of March. And this game comes to us from the talented bastards at Team Ninja. Now I say talented bastards, though to be completely honest, I haven't enjoyed any of their games in the last 10 or so years, apart from Ninja Gaiden 3, Yaiba Ninja Gaiden, and of course, Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origins. But did I like Rise of the Ronin? No. No, I did not. And I'm about to tell you why. So, story. The story in this game is some complete and utter nonsense about finding your twin or taking down some American bastard or some other nonsense that I can't even be bothered to look up so I can put it into words better than I'm doing right now. But most of you don't come to these games for the story, you come here for the gameplay. So how is the gameplay? Well, just imagine something as frustrating as Neo or another Souls-like, and you'll pretty much get the idea here. You'll be expected to master not only several combat stances, but also parrying and stealth and all that other boring crap. I personally, gameplay-wise, wanted something like Ninja Gaiden 4, but instead I got served Neo 3. And I don't think I like Neo 3. I think I want to send Neo 3 back to the kitchen and then have a word with the head chef and insult him for serving me Neo 3 when I wanted Ninja Gaiden 4. So what other insulting things can I say about this game? Oh yes, this might be advertised as a PlayStation 5 exclusive, but it looks like a bloody PlayStation 4 game. Which isn't, the end of the world. There are a lot of amazing looking PlayStation 4 games. Hello, The Last of Us Part 2. Hello, Marvel Spider-Man. Hello, Final Fantasy VII Remake. What else? The lead character is a complete bore. Whether you choose to play as the male or the female, they barely say 2 words throughout the whole game. And that's something I personally get quite annoyed by. The fact that this game was open world, I could care absolute less. If you don't have a good story to grip me, then I don't give a damn if your game is open world or not. And to be quite frank, I just found the game to be an absolute frustrating mess of a game. I'm not a fan of these Souls-like games where you're supposed to die about 150 bloody times before you get past one single solitary enemy at the first 5 minutes of the game. And then having to repeat that with every single bloody boss. It just takes it out of me. In fact, I can explain that my throat is so painful, probably because I was screaming at this game for the entirety of my time playing it. And I played the bloody thing for over 30 hours. So in conclusion, do I recommend Rise of the Ronin? No, I absolutely do not. Do I think it's Game of the Year? No, I absolutely do not. I think it's actually the worst video game that's released this year so far. Take that, you Neo fanboys. So in conclusion, I declare that Rise of the Ronin is dog shit. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. My totally not improvised review for Rise of the Ronin. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I tell you, dear viewer, and that is to send me a corpse suite. No, that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Right, so let's talk about some other video games in the RoboCop franchise.
There's other video games?
Oh yes, Bertram. Back in the day, whenever a new film released, you could pretty much bet that there would be a tie-in video game to go alongside it. How I miss those days. I hadn't hit puberty yet. I had a drawn-on mustache. John Candy was still alive. Good times. What was I talking about again? Oh yes, video games based on RoboCop. The first of which was, unsurprisingly, RoboCop in 1988, based on the original film of the same name. Now this was a beat-em-up slash rail. Let's try that again, but less shit this time. Now this was a beat-em-up slash run-and-gun game, which was quite popular back in the late 80s. It released for such elderly consoles as the Amstrad, the Spectrum, the Commodore 64, the Atari ST, the Amiga, the NES, and eventually the Game Boy. Now, if you've ever played this game, you'll probably have noticed that it's very similar gameplay-wise to another game, Bad Dudes vs. Dragon Ninja. which I just so happen to have reviewed on the channel, so go and watch it. That too is also a beat 'em up with run and gun elements. Now, I haven't played this game for quite some time, but I remember it being actually quite a good one. Next up, we had RoboCop 2 in 1990, which, unsurprisingly, was based off the movie RoboCop 2. And this was made by the same chaps who made the first RoboCop game and released for such geriatric consoles as the Amiga, the Amstrad, the Commodore 64, the NES, the Spectrum, blah 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 blah. And this was very similar to the original RoboCop game, except this time there were first-person shooting gallery type stages. And, if I'm remembering this correctly, there was an absolutely dreadful puzzle game in which you had to help RoboCop remember his memories by arranging electronic chips or some such bollocks. Overall, though, not bad. Next, we had RoboCop 3 in 1993. Absolutely dog shit movie, absolutely dog shit video. No, actually, this one is actually not bad. I played this particular RoboCop title on the Super Nintendo, and it was harder than I was during the reveal trailer for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But luckily, another terrific thing we had back in those days, which isn't quite as prevalent now, is a little thing called a Game Genie system. And what this little thing allowed you to do was to cheat in your video games. So I was able to finish RoboCop 3 with absolutely no difficulty whatsoever.
Did you ever legitimately play the game?
Legitimately play the game? Don't talk absolute nonsense, Bertram. No one is crazy enough to do that. Ha ha ha! Next up we have what was probably my favorite RoboCop game prior to the release of this game, RoboCop Rogue City. That game being RoboCop vs. the Terminator, which released in 1993, 1994, depending on what version you played. And like the title suggests, this is a game in which you play as RoboCop facing off against the Terminator. Yes, unlike 1992's Terminator 2, the Terminator in this game is once again a bad guy. A very bad guy. And this is a very fun video game. And violent too, which is a very good thing in my bag.
Don't you mean in your book?
No, I mean in my bag. I often carry violent things in my bag, you know, violent pornography, kung fu movies that are particularly violent, decapitated heads, katanas stained with blood of mine enemies. Yes. Now, I originally played RoboCop vs. the Terminator on the Sega Mega Drive, but there's also versions on the Sega Master System, the Super Nintendo, the Game Boy. Bloody great game. What is not so great was 2003's video game, simply titled RoboCop. And this was released for the PC, PlayStation 2, and Xbox. And if I recall correctly, this is a first-person RoboCop game in which you're trying to uncover a sinister plot involving OCP and gangsters and a deadly new synthetic drug and a powerful cyborg. Now, as RoboCop, you could capture, kill, or arrest hostile characters. Sounds fun, but from what I remember of the game, it really wasn't. It really wasn't. Nope, not at all. Now, other RoboCop games you may or may not have heard of is the cancelled 2001 title. That was going to be released for the Game Boy Color and the Game Boy Advance.
Why was it cancelled?
Well, how the hell should I know? Probably because it was absolute dog shit. No, sorry, edit that bit, Bertram, so when you say,
why was it cancelled?
just cut to me saying, because it was absolute dog shit. Got it, Bertram?
I've got it.
And if I listen to this back and you've not edited this particular section exactly the way I want, I'm going to pull your underpants over your head.
Okay.
Yes, and that's pretty much it for all the mainline RoboCop video games, unless of course we're counting RoboCop the official game, which released in 2014 alongside the remake of RoboCop, but that was a mobile phone game, and I don't really regard mobile phone games as real video games, so I guess we're not counting that one. Ha ha! And there was another mobile phone game that had released in 2004, but as I said, we're not going to talk about that because it's a mobile phone game, and mobile phone games suck.
I beg to...
You beg to do nothing, Bertram. If I say they suck, then they suck. Well, I hope you've enjoyed listening to this little deep dive into the history of RoboCop video games. Now let's get back to the present, in which we are playing RoboCop Rogue City. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / factotum Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is a little history lesson on the many, actually not so many, video games based on the RoboCop franchise. So come with me down this little trip down memory lane and let's go and see what the big metal half-human, half-robot bastard has been up to in the world of video games, shall we? But before we do that, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like this video. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A pretty brief trip through the history of the character of RoboCop in the world of video games. If you enjoyed this little video of ours, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / factotum Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our review for RoboCop Rogue City. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. RoboCop Rogue City was released in November of last year, and this...
why has it taken you so damn long to review this game?
It certainly had nothing to do with me thinking I reviewed this game. and only noticing last night that I had, in fact, not reviewed this game.
Oh, only an idiot would do that.
Oh, yes, quite. Anyway, all of you commoners out there are probably wondering. I'm so glad you asked, Barry Burton, you beautiful bearded bastard.
Oh, wonderful alliteration.
Why, thank you, Bertram. RoboCop Rogue City is a video game starring, you guessed it, RoboCop in all of his half-man, half-machine glory hole. I mean, glory. Now, this game takes place after the events of RoboCop 2 and before the events of RoboCop 3. So it's not so much a sequel as an, interquel? Is that a thing?
I've no bloody idea.
Well, whatever. So, story. There's a new criminal mastermind in Delta City, and it's up to RoboCop and his metal core, trusty firearm, to bring this criminal mastermind to justice. Or shoot him until he's nothing but a bloody pulp on the floor, whatever is preferable. There's also a subplot about the old man and some dickhead who wants to replace the police force with Cybermen out of Doctor Who or some such bollocks. Regardless, this story leads nicely into RoboCop 3.
Don't you hate RoboCop 3?
Hate is such a strong word, Bertram. I'd say I fucking despise it. But that's a story for another time. So, gameplay. As RoboCop, you'll explore the streets of Delta City, helping citizens during side quests 1 minute, and shooting the shit out of criminal reprobates the next. And speaking of shooting reprobates, the gunplay in this game is bloody fantastic. It's hard to describe, but it feels so good to pump an enemy full of more holes than you would find at a Roman orgy. You'll also face off against bosses that are admittedly pure fan service, but I'm not complaining.
Which is rare for you.
Shut up, Bertram. What else can I tell you about the game? Oh yes, you can actually issue tickets to citizens who are breaking the law, and upgrade RoboCop himself, as well as his trusty 9mm core, 9mm firearm. This game is also packed with little Easter eggs.
Oh!
Not literal Easter eggs.
Oh.
And callbacks to the movies. This game, from its visuals to the sound effects, to the fact that they managed to convince Peter Weller himself to voice RoboCop, is a true RoboCop experience. And this is, by a country mile, the best RoboCop video game ever made. Which is rather amazing considering the developer of this game previously made what I consider to be the best Terminator video game of all time. So now, if they could maybe put those two franchises together and give me a remake of my second favorite RoboCop video game, RoboCop versus the Terminator, well, I would probably jizz in my pants if they announced that, so, don't imagine that. Therefore, I declare that RoboCop Rogue City is splendid. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our very in-depth review for RoboCop Rogue City. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then, feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Well, now that that's over, bitches, come.
Bitches, leave.
No, bitches, come back.
No. Bitches, leave.
Oh, don't listen to him. Bitches, come back. Sometimes I ad-lib the most random shit at the end of these reviews. You know what? I'm leaving that in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and this is my review for Ruby Arrowfell. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, Ruby Arrowfell. Or is it RWBY Arrowfell? No idea. Originally released in 2022. A year I remember fondly as the year I got my hands superglued to a Nintendo Switch. Don't ask. Just don't ask. So, what the hell is Ruby Arrowfell? I'm so glad you asked, dear viewer. This is the second video game to release based on the RWBI or Ruby anime, and this particular title takes place in Volume 7 of said anime. Now, having never watched that particular anime, I like my anime with a little bit more tentacles and passionate lovemaking. I can't attest to how close this follows the anime, or how in canon it is, or how not in canon it is, or if it resembles a cannonball, or I'm just talking nonsense now. But what I can say is this is a particularly mediocre video game, and let's discuss why. So, story. We play as Ruby, as they are trying to bring down an organization called Arrowfell, who's trying to use orbs to do evil things. As you can probably tell, the story for this game didn't exactly stir me emotionally. But how about the gameplay? Well, this is advertised as an action platformer, but I would say it has more in common with a Metroidvania. As in, the more annoying parts of a Metroidvania, where you're constantly having to go back to places you've been before so you can use some new power-up to get somewhere else and open some new chest and get some new thing you have to give to some new person or whatever. Now, as someone who is literally and figuratively burned out on Metroidvania video games these days, I can honestly say I didn't enjoy a lot of this particular video game. Yes, unlike most Metroidvanias, this game is divided into levels. but they essentially all act as areas of a bigger map where some halfwit will send you to look for orbs or equipment or girls on a rival team or something else. If I had to summarize the gameplay for this game in a nutshell, it's probably about 20% platforming, 80% fetch quest, because that's essentially what you're going to be doing for the majority of this game. Go to a location, talk to someone who says, we need X amount of whatever, then go into places you've already been to looking for one of these items in a chest, then go back to the original person, give them the crap that they've been looking for, and then move on to the next chapter. And of course there is combat in this game, very, 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 very simplistic hack and slash gameplay. Yes, there is boss fights, which are very nice. Yes, there is anime cutscenes. I think I counted maybe 4 of the damn things, and they do have voice acting from the original voice actors of the anime, so that's pretty good. But not being a fan of that particular anime, not being a fan of Metroidvania video games, finding most of my time in this game to be exceedingly dull, I cannot in good conscience recommend this game. And I played the bloody thing twice. I played the PS5 version, then I played the PlayStation 4 version, just to make sure I wasn't being too harsh on the game the first time. I wasn't. Therefore, I declare that Ruby, or RWBY Arrowfell, is mediocre. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, my very in-depth review for Ruby Arrowfell. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then, feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. And before someone comes at me and says I'm a hater, this game was made by WayForward, who have made some absolutely fantastic video games, including DuckTales Remastered, which, in my personal opinion, is one of the best remasters of all time. Come to think of it, I haven't done a review for that game, I don't think, on this channel. There's something I have to consider. Once I've been to the toilet, and then had something to eat, and then gone back to the toilet, then maybe I'll have a light snack after that. Then we'll see how I'm feeling.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. My name is Joey, and I'm obsessed with video games, and today we're going to review Scars Above. So chaps, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like the video, all that fun stuff. So, Scars Above released last year, and this comes to us from Madhead Games. Don't worry, I'd never heard of them either. So what is this game? Well, so glad you asked. This has been described in the reviews I could find anyway, as a Souls-like game. You know, something like Dark Souls, hence Souls-like. A genre that anyone who knows me knows I don't get on awfully well with. But would I describe this as a Souls-like? And more importantly, did I enjoy this game? Well, let's find out. So, story. What can I tell you about the story? So basically, we're part of a space crew. Something goes wrong. Our ship crash lands on an alien planet. We wake up dazed, confused, and not only do we have to find the rest of our crew, who have somehow got scattered, and one or two of which have become the proverbial shit in the van, but we have to contend with some AI, intelligence, androids, Ultron, bad guy thing, who wants to harvest human lives or some nonsense. I mean, obviously that's a really pathetic attempt at recapping the story, but that's, you know, that's the gist of it. Obviously there is more to it than that, but there's no point in me telling you. I mean, why would you come? I mean, why come to a review if I'm going to spoil the whole game for you? I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. Unless, of course, you're doing a spoiler review. In that case, then it's acceptable to spoil the game, but not here. Not in just a normal review. Anyway, I'm going to stop rambling now. If you hadn't guessed, this isn't scripted again. I'm becoming so lazy. So, gameplay. Like I said, this has been described as a Souls-like. I wouldn't call it that. I mean, there is a system where when you save your game at these checkpoint things, the enemies respawn. But apart from that, I wouldn't describe this as a Souls-like for a start. This has actual difficulty modes, which, for any of you who know me, have maybe seen some of my other videos, know I'm a big fan of difficulty modes. So, of course, I played this on easy, so maybe it's a very, very, very difficult game if you play it on normal or hard, but I didn't. So, I can only talk about my experience with the game. And my experience with the game was I breezed through it, and that, to me, was heaven. That might be a bit of an exaggeration, but it's as close to heaven as I'm going to get in the world of video games. Give me an easy mode, and I'm yours all night. No, that's not what I meant to say there. Never mind. So basically, the game is split up into 6 chapters, and in each chapter, you'll more often than not be exploring a new location on this alien planet. So, for example, there's a location that's gross and looks like the inside of a heroin addict's mouth. There's another location, not that I've ever seen the inside of a heroin addict's mouth, may I add. I won't even look inside my own mouth, for God's sake. There's another location that's covered in snow. There's another location that has lots of poison stuff in it. I think you get the point. And as you're exploring these locations, you'll of course be killing enemies, killing bosses, finding upgrades for your weapon. More often than not, though, it'll be adding elemental damage to your weapon. So, for example, you'll get a fire upgrade, you'll get a poison upgrade, you'll get an electricity upgrade. You know, pretty standard stuff. And each of these upgrades are good against a particular set of enemies in the game. So far, so straightforward. So if I wouldn't call this a Souls-like, what would I call it? Well, this is your pretty standard third-person shooter, which isn't a bad thing. I mean, you might think I was then going to say, oh, that's a bad thing. No, that's not I like third-person shooters. And, spoilers, this is a pretty good one. I actually really enjoyed my time with this game. Like I said, I was able to breeze through it, so that always adds to my enjoyment level. There's nothing worse than getting stuck at a boss or an enemy and wanting to hurtle your controller at the nearest elderly person you come across. Not that I recommend hurtling your controller at elderly people. Don't do that. That's a very bad thing. You'll go to prison if you do that, right? Just take it from me, right? Don't do that. I did that once and it didn't end well. I'm of course joking. Like I would throw my expensive PlayStation 5 controller at an elderly person. Are you insane? So what else can I tell you about the game? It's not half bad looking. Actually, I should have mentioned this earlier. This game is very much like Returnal on the PlayStation 5, except whereas I despised that game, it was a very good looking game. Whereas I really like this game, and it's not the best looking game. It doesn't look as good as Returnal does, obviously. Returnal was a PlayStation 5 exclusive. This is made by a game studio I had never heard of, and will probably forget the name of the second I stop recording this review. In fact, I think I've already forgotten what it's called already. Something head, cheese head, no, demon head, no. Oh, I'm sure it'll come back to me. So, pretty standard third-person shooter. Not difficult, at least on easy modes. Hence why it's called easy mode. Pretty good story. Some nice twists and turns along the way. Some nice boss fights. Reminded me a lot of Dead Space. Obviously, this is nowhere near as good as Dead Space, but it does have that horror edge to it. And yeah, it's like, if I could sum it up in one sentence, it's basically like an easier, uglier version of Returnal. Yeah, I'm happy with that. It's an easier, uglier version of Returnal. And that's not a bad thing. So, if I had to give it a score, I'm going to give it a 7. I actually really enjoyed my time with this, and I know that might be controversial. Any review I've looked up for this game, people hated it. I didn't hate it. I actually thought it was pretty good. I enjoyed my time with it. And I'll play it again at some point. So, yeah, thumbs up from me. So there you have it. My very rambling review for... What's this game called again? Scars Above. My God, I'm not with it today. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, thumbs down. And remember to always stay obsessed with gaming. Now, if you excuse me, I'm going to go teach myself how to speak the English language. Coherently and eloquently, yeah. Adios, Bella Lugosi.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and this is my review for Silent Hill, The Short Letter. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like the video, all that fun stuff. So, Silent Hill, The Short Letter, released this week onto the PlayStation Store, completely free of charge. And that's where the positives for this game are going to end, dear viewer. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions. 1. Have you ever played a horror game on the PlayStation? You have. Have you ever played a horror game on the PlayStation that's in the first-person perspective? You have. Have you ever played a horror game on the PlayStation that's in the first-person perspective in which you wander around having to pick up items? You have. Have you played a horror game on the PlayStation that's in the first-person perspective in which you walk around and you pick up items and there is jump scares? You have. Have you played a horror game on the PlayStation played in the first-person perspective in which you walk around, pick up items, suffer jump scares, and you find yourself back at the beginning in a kind of loop thing, and you have to go through the same area you just played, but do it again, and a couple of things are different? You have. And have you done all of the above and been chased by a monster that you cannot fight back against? Instead, you have to find your way through several corridors until you eventually escape said monster? You have? Well then, you've already played this bloody game, and you have absolutely no need to play it whatsoever. But for those of you who are even a little bit morbidly curious, the story is okay. It deals with a lot of teenage anxiety and that kind of thing. The cutscenes are not bad. There's a couple of live-action cutscenes. There is a very, very, very tenuous link to Silent Hill itself. And for all intents and purposes, this is just another bloody walking simulator horror game that happens to have the Silent Hill name on it. And it'll take you about 90 minutes to finish. But frankly, I wouldn't bother. There's a full playthrough of the game on our channel. Go and watch that instead. It's much more entertaining. Therefore, I declare that Silent Hill, The Short Letter, is garbage. Don't touch it. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our very in-depth review for Silent Hill, The Short Letter. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Really, Konami? 12, 13 years since your last Silent Hill game, and this is the best you could come up with? I'm disappointed. And I'm also sitting on the toilet, but that's neither here nor there. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and this is my review for Sherlock Holmes: The Hunt for Moriarty. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, Sherlock Holmes: The Hunt for Moriarty, released today. And what the hell is this game, I might hear you ask, dear viewers, and I'm so glad you asked. This is a platformer that seems to take inspiration from the likes of Super Mario Brothers and Sonic the Hedgehog. But is this anywhere near as good as even the worst of those two franchises? No, it is not. It is absolutely not, dear viewers. And why, you might ask? Well, I'm going to tell you why. For a start, the platforming is garbage. Secondly, the game is far too difficult. Thirdly, Sherlock Holmes is about the size of Peter Dinklage, so he's not so much Sherlock Holmes as Sherlock Gnome. There's no appearance of Watson. Now, of course, I wasn't expecting this to follow Sherlock Holmes beat for beat, you know, have him as a recreational drug user, maybe have a hint towards his sexuality, because as we all know, Sherlock Holmes is either asexual or probably, more than likely, homosexual. In fact, there's a very fantastic film by Billy Wilder called The Private Life of Sherlock Holmes, which I recommend that you go and watch. And if you can't find it online for free, then go and buy it. Trust me, it would be a better investment than paying for this garbage, which costs £16. You heard that right, dear viewers. £16 on the PlayStation Store. I haven't wasted this much money since that time I paid a priest to tell me the meaning of life, and the bastard instead just referred me to some fictional novel called the Bible. Now, I managed to suffer through 16 levels of this garbage. That's right, 16 levels. £1 per level. I was charged to play this game, and I must say, if I could, I would be most definitely asking for my money back. Now, while this takes inspiration from Sonic and from Mario, it, to me, seems much more inspired by something like Rosemary's Baby or The Exorcist, because this game is absolutely hell. Hell with a capital H. And I'm not even entirely sure who it's aimed at. It's not aimed at Sherlock Holmes fans because there's no bloody detective elements or deep mystery or, you know. It's not aimed at children because the game is far too bloody difficult and clumsy for that. So the only people I can think this game is aimed at are either people who've not heard of Sherlock Holmes, or people who think that Sherlock Holmes is some midget who runs around looking like a bloody leprechaun. I mean, look at this. His outfit is green. I've never seen Sherlock Holmes wear green. And don't even get me started on the bloody music. The music just repeats and 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 repeats. And it's the same bloody melody constantly. Ugh. I've had enough talking about this bloody game. So, there's apparently 5 worlds in this game, a total of 60 levels, and I, myself, am not suffering through it, and neither should you, dear viewer, because Sherlock Holmes: The Hunt for Moriarty is dog shit. So, There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. My very in-depth review for Sherlock Holmes, The Hunt for Moriarty. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming.
Robin Hood, riding down the glen. Robin Hood, with his merry men, steals from the rich, gives to the poor. Robin Hood, Robin Hood, riding through the glen. Robin Hood, with his band of men. This game is good, puts me in the mood to shag Robin Hood. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / factotum Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is my review for Gangs of Sherwood. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like this video, and make sure you watch the video to the end. So, Gangs of Sherwood released on the 27th of November 2023.
Oh, that was your birthday, OCG.
Very good, Bertram. Too bad you didn't remember to actually get me anything for my birthday, but never mind. So I know exactly what you're thinking, dear viewer. However were you born with such a magnificent voice, OCG? And to that question I just have to say, I really don't know. Maybe I've been blessed by the devil. I mean, God. Blessed by God. Also, I bet you're wondering, what the hell is Gangs of Sherwood? Well, you've come to the right place for the answer to that question, dear viewer. This is one of those cooperative action game thingies. But rest assured, you don't have to play the game in co-op. You can go through the game completely solo, like I did.
I did say I would have played the game with you, OCG.
Yes, and I did say I would rather cut off my left genital, sew it back on, cut it off again, sew it back on, cut it off again, choke on the bloody thing, regurgitate the bloody thing, sew it back on, and then punch myself in the cheek. Than let you play a video game with me, Bertram. But have no fear, your interest has been noted, and the next time I play a co-op game, I'll probably still want to cut my left bollock off and sew it back on and all that jazz, but I've written that down. Next time play a co-op game, Bertram will offer to play. Anyway, so, story. Sheriff of Nottingham, bad. Robin Hood and his merry men, good. Kick Sheriff of Nottingham in the backside. That's basically the crux of the story. But you'll notice, dear viewer, if you're looking at the gameplay here, this isn't Robin Hood as you might remember it. With Errol Flynn wearing a sexy pair of green tights, or Robin Hood Men in Tights by Mel Brooks. No. This version of Robin Hood is set in a kind of dystopian steampunk-esque future. So there's robots and giant mech machines, and it's all pretty exciting, I must admit. So when you start the game up, if you're going to play the game solo, you'll be given the option to choose from 4 characters, those being Robin Hood, Maid Marian, Friar Tuck, and Little John. Now, this being a Robin Hood game, I of course chose to play as Robin Hood, a chap who often puts me in the mood.
Yes, I know. We all heard the song at the beginning of the review.
Shut up, Bertram. I was reminding everyone. It's called a running gag. A running gag, so at certain points throughout the review I'll mention the fact that Robin Hood puts me in the mood to shag him, or whatever I sang at the beginning of the review. Anyway, so I chose to play as Robin Hood. So, playing as Robin Hood, you use your trusty bow and arrow to shoot enemies, essentially. So you'll make your way through 9 main story missions with a couple of side missions and unlock at the end of the game. Doing some light platforming, using a grappling hook, killing enemies of course, and then eventually fighting bosses. And some of these bosses, like I've already hinted, come inside mech machines. What? No, sorry, let me rephrase that. I don't mean the boss itself literally comes inside the mech machine. I mean, when they appear, they are riding a mech. No, that doesn't sound very much better. 1 or 2 of them are inside mech suits when they fight you. Yes, that sounds much better. Not that I'm saying there's anything wrong with someone who wants to come inside a mech suit, but
maybe get off this chain of thought, OCG.
Quite right, Bertram. Yes. So, some of the bosses are quite futuristic looking. There is 1, 2, 3 bosses in all. Couple of mini bosses. So you go up against Guy of Gisborne, some woman whose name I can't remember in the second act, and finally the Sheriff of Nottingham himself. And the game does leave off on a kind of note where there's either going to be DLC or there's going to be a sequel. But I don't think this game has performed very well, so I'm not holding my breath that there'll be a sequel. What else can I tell you about the game? Well, there's a hub area where you can buy new outfits, buy new skills, unlock powers and all that bollocks. Now, obviously, I only played as Robin Hood, so I can't attest to what skills and weapons, etc. you can get from Maid Marian and the other 2 characters, but in terms of Robin Hood himself, you can get new skills that he can shoot from his bow and arrow, more health, usual RPG bollocks. But that's neither here nor there. What did I think of the game? Well, for the 3 to 4 hours it took me to go through the game, I enjoyed it. I mean, it wasn't bad. It was, I wouldn't say it was amazing, but, you know, I had fun with it, and I think if you play the game in co-op, you'll have even more fun. So my recommendation would be, if you like this kind of thing, that being co-op action games, or Robin Hood, or steampunk games, or dystopian futuresque games, or games based on books, or whatever, maybe wait for the game to go on sale, like I did. Then play it. Get a couple of friends together, order a pizza, or a Chinese, or whatever you like to eat, have a couple of drinks, get together, and play through the damn thing. But probably this will be a video game in 1 or 2 weeks or 3 weeks' time I'll have probably completely forgotten all about. Therefore, I say that Gangs of Sherwood is pretty good. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, my totally not improvised review for Gangs of Sherwood. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram. You know, OCG, I really can't believe you were actually talking about someone coming inside a mech.
What can I say, Bertram? It just came out. This is the problem with not scripting my reviews, you know? Just sometimes things just come out. Like come.
We're still recording.
No, we're not. Oh, shit. Ladies and gentlemen,
Boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / Bucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our review for Shinorubi. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. So, Shinorubi, was released this month for the Wii, the Nintendo Switcheroo, the Xbox, and of course, for my beloved PlayStation 4 and 5. The most attractive twins since Pamela Anderson's Perfect Breasts.
Oh, you're so strange.
Shut up, Bertram. Anyway, all of you commoners out there are probably wondering. I'm so glad you asked, Barry Burton, you beautiful bearded bastard.
Oh, wonderful alliteration.
I don't know what that means. Anyway, Shinorubi is one of those bullet hell shmup games.
Oh, you like those games?
Haha, I do like those games, Bertram. But how does Shinorubi compare to some of my favorites of the genre, like Raiden or Ass Will Bleed? Ass to Breed. Well, let's find out, shall we? So, story. I have no bloody idea. So, gameplay. 5 stages of shooting enemies, dodging projectiles, and much pooping of the pants.
Oh, yuck.
Shut up, Bertram. Now, every stage culminates in a boss fight, and these bosses, like Pamela Anderson's Perfect Breasts, look the bloody same. Honestly, I couldn't tell the difference between one or the other.
Actually, I think Miss Anderson has a tattoo on one of her.
Shut up, Bertram. So, what else can I tell you about the game? Well, you can play as one of several pilots, all with their own attacks and some such bollocks. But I can't comment on most of them because I played as the same pilot throughout my time with Shinorubi. This is a shmup game. Nothing more, nothing less. There is a boss rush mode, a mode where instead of collecting stars, you collect pigs. I'm serious. And various difficulties, but you'll essentially be playing the same 5 stages over and over. And an average playthrough will take you no more than about, 25 minutes to complete. Again, I'm serious. There's no voice acting, no real cutscenes, no explicit violence or nudity.
Oh, you hate it when a game doesn't have that.
I do, Bertram. I really do. Shinorubi is an unremarkable shmup game, and I've already forgotten about it. Therefore, I declare that Shinorubi
shouldn't you be on the toilet?
Shut up, Bertram. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, my very in-depth review for Shinorubi. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then, feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with
gaming.
Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram. Did you watch Baywatch as a child, OCG?
Ha! As a child? I still watch it now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming.
I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer,
And this is my review for Scottful Shrouded in Sanity. So dear viewer, if you don't mind, don't forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. Scottful Shrouded in Sanity, or as I like to call it, Scottful Shrouded in Shit, originally released in 2016. A year I remember fondly as the year I did not play Scottful Shrouded in Shit. And why, you might be asking, dear viewers? Well, we'll get to that. Let's get all the nitty-gritty stuff out of the way first. What in the ever-living name of hell is this game? Well, it's advertised as a survival horror game in the vein of Resident Evil 1, but I can assure you, dear viewers, this is top-down Dark Souls. And if you know this channel, and or know me personally, and I use the word personally as in you have seen me remove my clothing, maybe even on camera, then you will know that I absolutely despise Dark Souls. Another thing I also despise is modern games that look like bloody Nintendo games from the 1980s. And sadly, Scottful fulfills both of those hates of mine. One, it's hard. Dark Souls level hard. And two, it looks like a game from the 1980s. It looks like the kind of video game people would go to the cinema and see the bloody Goonies, and then go home, turn on their NES or their Atari ST or whatever the hell they had, and play this bloody game. Not good, in my opinion. So I owe it to the game to at least try to give you a basic rundown of what the game's all about. Basically, you play as a chap who's in a house, and he has to kill bosses, and there's 4 of them, and an optional boss, and a final boss. And I did all of this because I'm absolutely insane, and I use cheats. I'm not even ashamed of it. I use cheats just to make my way through the game. I finished the game in 48 minutes. That's right, dear viewers, 48 minutes. I love cheats. And I can safely say I will not be playing this game again. Nor will I be recommending this game, because I found it to be excruciatingly dull. No voice acting, no gratuitous violence or nudity. Thumbs down in my book. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, my totally not in-depth review for Scottful. If you would, oh, and by the way, there's other games in this series, which I will not be playing. I just wanted to mention it because it was the right thing to do. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. My name is Joey, and I'm obsessed with video games. And today we're going to review the Skull and Bones beta. But before we do that, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like the video, all that fun stuff. So, the Skull and Bones beta went live in the very early hours of this morning here in the United Kingdom. And this is a game that's been a long time coming. In fact, I think it was announced just after Assassin's Creed 4 released. and it's been in development since then. And frankly, having played the beta, I have absolutely no idea why it took so long, because essentially what this is the ship sequences from Assassin's Creed 4 without most of the characterization, without most of the dialogue. There wasn't really a story I could get a grasp of, other than you're a captain of a ship, your ship crashes, you're essentially sent back to square one, and then you have to build up your reputation again and become the biggest, most badass pirate in the Seven Seas. Apart from that, there was no story to speak of. So yes, it's the sailing sequences from Assassin's Creed 4. So you basically commandeer a ship, loot items, go to quest givers, who will tell you to go loot more items. You go and loot more items, you can upgrade your ship, and that's it. Now, while Assassin's Creed 4 had combat, and even in the ship sequences, when you dealt enough damage to a ship, you could board the ship, which would mean, you know, you would pull up alongside the ship, you'd swing onto the ship, you would massacre everyone on the crew, and then you would take over the ship and loot it and whatever. In this game, you don't do that. You just give the ship damage, go up alongside it, press the triangle button, and you loot everything automatically. So there's no hand-to-hand combat, no swords, fights, that I saw anyway, and I played a couple of hours of this beta, doing nothing but quest missions. All it was sailing, getting items, going back to the port, giving the items over, going back out, getting more items, maybe sinking a ship or two, and wash, rinse, repeat. And I found it to be incredibly dull. Seriously, incredibly dull. And I was willing to give this game a chance. You know, I said, I'll play the beta. Depending on what I think of the beta will determine whether I buy the game. I am not buying the game, because all it is, from what I have seen in the few hours I've played, is sailing, getting items, looting items, going back. You know, you haven't explored shipwrecks, like explored as in on foot, as opposed to just going up next to one and looting it. There may be diving, there may be creatures you have to fight against. I don't really see how that's going to be possible. This seems to be a very realistic game. I mean, I did notice sharks in the game, but graphically it looks no better than a PlayStation 3 game, and a bad PlayStation 3 game at that. This doesn't look any better than Assassin's Creed 4 did at launch, which was on the PlayStation 3, which coincidentally is when this game went into development. So it looks like they made the game back then, somehow have sat on it for this length of time, and now decided to release the bloody thing. The character animations are terrible. The voice acting was pretty mediocre. There really wasn't anything I enjoyed about this, and I was willing to give it a chance. So do I recommend you buy this? No, absolutely not. But if sailing around and looting ships and doing mediocre fetch quests for NPCs is your kind of thing, maybe you'll enjoy it. Oh, and you get an outfit, you can dress your pirate up, and you can get other shit. I mean, I'm so bored even just talking about it. I've literally just played the beta, just put it off. It crashed 5 times on me, I think, which is to be expected, but it's really frustrating. So I will not be picking this game up. If you really want to know what it's like, play the beta for yourself, and you can make up your own mind. But my mind is already made, and I will not be getting this. So if you enjoyed this little rambling review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. And remember, always stay obsessed with gaming. Bye, chaps.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and this is my review for Slave Zero X. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to the channel
and like this video. Deep breaths, OCG. Deep breaths. You can get through this. It's just a review. No, you've not scripted this review because you're probably going to start shouting at some point during this, but it's okay. Deep breaths. So, Slave Zero X released this very day. Well, the early access version did if you pre-ordered the game, which foolishly I myself did, because foolishly I thought this game looked amazing. But what the hell is this game? I'm so glad you asked, dear viewer. This, as it turns out, is an actual prequel to a game that released in 1999, simply titled Slave Zero, without the X. That's how we know this is a prequel, because it's called Slave Zero X, and the other one's called Slave Zero. Well, I suppose it could have been a sequel, but alas. So, story. No bloody idea. We play as a chap who somehow ended up inside a mech suit, I think it is, or some kind of Power Ranger outfit, or Megazord. I've no bloody idea. Anyway, there's some evil bastard organization, and we have to take it down. Now let me start off by saying that I pre-ordered this game based only on the screenshots and the description, because I thought the screenshots looked fantastic. And this morning when the game released at midnight, that's correct, midnight, not 11 o'clock, midnight, I downloaded the game. And I started off by playing it. And I must say, for the first half an hour to an hour, I bloody loved this game. It was fast, it was violent. The art style is just absolutely fantastic. These pre-rendered backgrounds like something you would see in a Resident Evil or a Silent Hill game. The character models, absolutely fantastic. Like an anime come to life, like something like bloody Berserk, or a comparison I made is RoboCop versus The Terminator, a game from the 1990s that I bloody love. But sadly, unlike RoboCop versus The Terminator, which, was a pretty tricky game back in its day, this game does not feature difficulty options. There's problem number one. You're forced to play on the difficulty the game was made in. Okay, no problem. People are probably going to bitch at me and say, "Oh, you're supposed to play it the way the developers intended." I don't care how the developers intended. I want to enjoy their game. But okay, no difficulty options. Maybe the game is tough but fair. No. Because my experience with the first half an hour to an hour of this game, when I was having an absolute blast, and in fact there's a video on this channel from that weird Scottish fellow saying that he loved the game in the first half an hour, that quickly fell apart when you realize that, one, the game hasn't told you anything about the mechanics. There's a little screen in the beginning which tells you about quick attacks, heavy attacks, X attacks. And speaking of the fricking X attacks, how the fuck do you even pull them off? At one screen says, execute a quick attack followed by a heavy attack in quick succession to do an X attack. And another fucking screen says, press the square and the triangle buttons at the same fucking time. How am I supposed to understand that? And no matter what I did in trying to practice these X moves, which I might add are supposed to be more powerful than your standard moves, I couldn't pull the bloody things off. In fact, they randomly happened with me just hitting fucking random buttons. Another problem is there's no fucking healing in this game. Other than, if your meter, one of the bloody meters, spills and it turns yellow, you can activate that, and apparently by attacking enemies and executing these bloody X attacks, you somehow drain life from them.
But frankly, I was drawing life slower than a fucking snail with a fucking back problem. Apparently there's a parry in the game. Again, I randomly managed to pull it off. And now, yes, I'm going to address the elephant in the room. A lot of you are probably going to come back and say, well, isn't that your problem? If you can't pull off the parry, isn't that your problem? If there's no health and you don't really understand how to do the X attacks, isn't that your problem? And yes, it very well might be, but I'm blaming the fucking developers for this garbage. If you would just put difficulty options in the game, if you would maybe put less enemies on the screen, if you would maybe done a standard video game tutorial, like a lot of these games have at the beginning, you know, the ones that say press X to jump, you know, press left to fucking move, press F to flush the fucking toilet. If you'd put one of them in the game and explained how you pull off the X attacks and the parry, then maybe I would have had a chance in the game. And frankly, I spent 8 hours on this game last night. 8 fucking hours. Got to chapter 3, I think. And then hit a difficulty spike so huge. The difficulty spike was actually puncturing my fucking body. Now you might think I'm being overdramatic, and maybe I am, so have a look at this and see for yourself what I'm talking about. You see that? Absolutely bombarding you with enemies. They get you into a corner, there's about 100 of the fuckers, and there's absolutely nothing you can do. Now I really wanted to love this game. I was looking forward to this game. Hack and slash is my bag. Bayonetta, Devil May Cry, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, and what do they have that this game does not have? Difficulty options and a fucking tutorial. Yes, there's a training mode, but going into the training mode, you can't even pause it and check what your moves are. It doesn't tell you what your moves are in the training mode, so you're essentially just guessing. This is like, this takes me back to the 1990s when I was trying to play fucking Street Fighter 2, and I'm terrible at Street Fighter 2. This game expects you to be really good at beat-em-up games, not really good at hack and slash games, and I think that's the problem. So, do I recommend this game? Abso-fucking-lutely not. If they add, maybe this is an early access problem, maybe there's stuff still to be added to the game, maybe I'll replay this game in the future, and maybe I'll enjoy it. That happened with Cyberpunk 2077, which I thought was a piece of shit at launch. That happened with Returnal, which I thought was an absolute piece of garbage at launch. So maybe it will happen with this. But as I stand right now, this game is complete and utter dog shit. And yes, I'm allowed to call it dog shit, even though I loved it for the first half an hour to an hour, because after that, the bloody thing fell apart. And I wanted to love this game. I wanted this to be one of my top 10 games of the year, and it's not. Maybe it will be. Who knows? I guess we'll have to wait and see. Early days yet. But, yeah. There's my review / rant / rant. This was mostly a rant, not really a review. For Slave Zero X. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, in quotation marks, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, which I imagine quite a lot of you might not have, feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. God damn it, game developers of this game. I wanted to give this a 10 out of 10. God damn you. Now I'm depressed. What am I gonna do now? Play Tomb Raider Remastered? No. Fuck that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once
again by my faithful manservant slash fucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our review for Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. So, dear viewers, if you don't mind, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like this video. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League was released officially today for my beautiful, beautiful PlayStation 5.
Oh, get a room, you two.
Shut up, Bertram. Yes, my beautiful PlayStation 5, Bertram is indeed an irritant. And I too often question how I put up with him.
Oh, you're weird.
Anyway, all of you commoners out there are probably wondering. I'm so glad you asked, Barry Burton, you beautiful bearded bastard.
Oh, wonderful alliteration.
I don't know what that means. Anyway, Suicide Squad is the latest game from those talented bastards at Rocksteady Games, a company who previously made the magnificent glorious Batman Arkham video games. But how does Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League compare to those games? Well, let's find out, shall we?
A lot of people online seem to be very unhappy with this game, OCG.
Well, a lot of people online also like to listen to awful music and make love to the family pet. Doesn't mean that they're right in what they say or do. So, let's get this out of the way while we're talking about it. I could care less what so-called gaming critics or gamers think about this game. The only opinion I care about is mine. And maybe Ryan Reynolds. He's a funny chap. But mostly, I only care about my opinion. And if you don't like said opinion, then please feel free to leave me an abusive message in the comments section. And I'll be sure to respond to it in the most hilarious way I know how. Ha ha. Anyway, now that that's out of the way, let's get on with the bloody review. So, story. We play as the aforementioned Suicide Squad, who are recruited by a tough-as-nails bitch, also known as Amanda Waller, to, well, kill the Justice League, obviously, and stop an intergalactic invasion. Now, to do this, you have to explore the city of Metropolis, carrying out missions and killing enemies. Lots of enemies. There's also boss fights, and that's where you go up against the heroic Justice League, including the Flash, Green Lantern, Batman, and Superman. But these are not the nice goody two-shoes versions of the Justice League. No. No. They are evil little shits under the influence of Brainiac, this game's intergalactic bad guy.
Oh, you must like that word, intergalactic. You've used it twice now.
Yes, it's probably my second favorite word of all time.
Oh, and what's your favorite?
Well, bastard, of course.
Oh, of course.
I love it. You can use it in practically any sentence, like, what's that
bastard doing over there with that cat? Who's the bastard that ate my cheese and onion sandwich? The name is Bastard. Sam Bastard. Oh, look, Mother. There's a bastard up that tree. And probably my favorite. I love you, darling. And I love you too. You beautiful bastard. Anyway, gameplay. Now, like I already said, you'll spend the majority of your time exploring a colourful, alien-infested version of Metropolis, doing missions, side quests, and of course, slaughtering enemies. Suicide Squad lets you play as any and all members of the Suicide Squad. And they each have their own individual way of getting around the city. For example, Harley Quinn can use a grappling hook, a la Batman. King Shark has a super jump thingy. And Deadshot can use a jetpack. Each member of the Suicide Squad also specializes in certain weapons. So, for example, Harley uses baseball bats and hammers. Captain Boomerang uses...
Boomerangs?
Yes, how did you know?
Lucky guess?
Now, this being one of those looter-shooter online game thingies, you'll find lots of loot and weapons and stuff throughout the 10 or so hours it'll take you to finish the main story of the game. And the fun doesn't end there. Rocksteady are going to be adding new story missions, side quests, and all that jazz on a fairly consistent basis going forward. So, what did I think of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League? Well, I have absolutely no idea what some people online have been smoking, but I personally love this game. It's fun, it's hilarious, it's well written, it's well voice acted, you get to fight Batman in an amazing boss fight. In fact, all of the scenes featuring Batman are amazing. I mean, is some of the mission objectives a bit bland and samey? Well, yes, but that doesn't mean that the game isn't an absolute blast to play. And it is. It really is. And it fits nicely into the Arkham series of games. What's not to like?
How about the fact that Harley Quinn murders?
No spoilers, Bertram. Yes, some people are going to be pissed off with the fate of certain characters. But remember this, dear viewers. There's alternate realities. That means there's more than one version of a given character. I mean, for God's sake, there's 2 versions of Lex Luthor in this game. So stop your bloody whining and just enjoy the ride. I mean, the game. So, if it's not obvious already, I love this game. And in fact, I'm replaying it from the start right as I record this. And I'll definitely be playing any and all future updates to the game. And I'm quite happy to put this game alongside others like the Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy and Gotham Knights for being video games based on comic books that I really enjoy. Therefore, I declare that Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is splendid. Yes, that's right, it's splendid. Not dog shit like some people are proclaiming online. You know, the same people who make love to the family pet. No, splendid. Anyway, if you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Now, my beautiful PlayStation 5, let's give you your monthly rub-down, shall we?
Oh, get a room, you two.
We do have a room. This room. We're in it. Right now. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / factotum Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our review for Super Mario Odyssey. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, Super Mario Odyssey originally released in 2017. A year I remember fondly as the year I accidentally rubbed my Colonel Mustard against Princess Peach's peach.
How did you do that?
Well, you see, Bertram, I thought it was the stable boy Brian, and I thought he'd put a dress on and a wig to, impress me, entice me to follow him into the barn. So I naturally went up behind him, or who I thought was him, rubbed my Colonel Mustard against his peach, and lo and behold, they turned round and it was actually Princess Peach herself in the flesh.
And what happened next?
Oh, I won't bore you with the details, Bertram. Princess Peach slapped me, threatened to tell my wife. Then there was a lawsuit from Nintendo for abusing one of their characters and all that garbage. Anyway, we're not here to discuss that. We're here to discuss Super Mario Odyssey. So, what is Super Mario Odyssey? Haha, I'm so glad you asked, dear viewer. This is probably the 1000th Super Mario game ever released. And what separates this one from other Mario games is one, it's in 3D. Now yes, I know there are other 3D Mario games, but not only is it in 3D, but it introduces a mechanic where you can use your hat to possess other characters, like enemies and stuff. Then you can walk around as the enemy and attack other enemies, or smash blocks, or get to places Mario can't get to, all of that fun stuff. Now, I will just say here and now, dear viewers, that I'm not the biggest Super Mario fan in the world. Though this month I have played 2 Super Mario games, and they have both been bloody fantastic, so maybe I'm going to change my opinion on the Super Mario series very quickly. Now, prior to this month, I had, of course, played, the original Super Mario World, Yoshi's Island, Super Mario 64, which I don't care for. I think I played Super Mario Sunshine, can't remember it. I think I played Super Mario Galaxy, can't remember it. But I do know that I played Super Mario Bros. On the Nintendo Wii, and Super Mario 3D World on the 3DS, and on the Nintendo Wii U. And I quite enjoyed Super Mario 3D World on the Wii U.
That sounds like a kung fu move.
What does?
Wii U.
Oh, yes. Now that you brought that up, Bertram, it does rather. Wii U. Ha. Wii U. Ha. Wii U. Ha. Get away from me, Princess Peach. Ha. Wii U. Ah, yes, Bertram. I shall remember that for the next time someone tries to steal my wallet. I will turn round and give them a bit of the wee-oo action. Anyway, so story. Princess Peach gets abducted by Bowser. Shock horror. He wants to marry her. Shock horror. I wonder what the hell their children would look like.
That would be a shock horror.
Oh, indeed, Bertram, indeed. I've seen some ugly children in my time, but I think Princess Peach and Bowser would have probably the most ugly children in the entire universe. So basically, as Mario, you have to travel through several worlds, take on bosses, do lots of platforming, and eventually you'll get to Bowser's castle, and then eventually the bloody moon itself, and you'll have a big final confrontation with Bowser, save Princess Peach, and you get a fantastic ending sequence. And speaking of the ending sequence, it was very, very, very good. In fact, it might be my favorite ending in a Mario game ever. Not only that, but the game had one of my favorite openings in a Mario game ever. Come to think of it, this gameplay might be my favorite gameplay in a Mario game ever. And I can probably say I had the most fun I've ever had playing a Mario game with this very Mario game. So that can only mean one thing, dear viewers. Not only am I recommending this bloody game, though most of you have probably already played it already, but I can now say that this is probably my favorite Super Mario video game of all time. So what else can I tell you about the game before I get the hell out of here? Now you have to collect moons to progress through the game, and you do that by either finding them in the environment, possessing a rabbit, which might give you a moon, going into a shop and buying the moon. This is one of those 3D platformers where progression is tied to item collection. So you have to get X amount of moons before you can move on to the next world, blah, blah, blah. This is all very standard 3D platformer fare. And while that's a mechanic I don't love, I am used to it with 3D platformers, so it didn't really hinder my enjoyment of this game. What else can I tell you? The boss fights are very good, though you do have to repeat several boss fights at least twice, so there isn't maybe as many unique boss fights as you like. There is a particularly fantastic one against a dragon, though, and the final boss fight against Bowser is very good, though it's kind of the same as an earlier boss fight, so I would have maybe liked a bit more to it than that, but like I said, the ending's fantastic, so that more than made up for it. Anyway, you probably already all played this game anyway, so no point in me recommending it, but damn right I do recommend this game, so if you've not played it already, go and play it right now. Provided you have a Nintendo Switch. Or an emulator thing that can play Nintendo Switch games. So yes, this is my favorite Mario game. Therefore, I declare that Super Mario Odyssey is splendid. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. My totally not improvised review for Super Mario Odyssey. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram. You'll have to tell me more about this Princess Peach story.
Ha! Yes. Well, okay. So, basically, I'm following Brian, the stable boy, into the barn. Then,
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / Pucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our review for Telling Lies.
So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like this video. Telling Lies was originally released in 2019. A year I remember fondly as the year I scaled Mount Everest for the 3rd time.
Really?
No, that was a lie. You know, because telling lies. Get it?
Oh, you're so weird.
You have no idea. Anyway, all of you commoners out there are probably wondering. I am so glad you asked, Barry Burton, you beautiful bearded bastard.
Oh, wonderful alliteration.
I don't know what that means. Anyway, telling lies is one of those bloody movie/FMV game things like The Complex, 5 Dates, 10 Dates, Night Shift, etc., etc. Now, what makes this game different is how the narrative is presented.
Oh, do tell.
Well, I shall tell. So, basically, you search for video clips using words like love, gun, Halloween.
Bertram?
No. That word isn't one of them, idiots. Anyway, watching the video clips will give you hints as to what you should search for next.
Oh, sounds confusing.
It's really not. And if you get stuck, just use a bloody walkthrough.
But that's cheating.
Oh, cheating, schmeating.
Schmeating isn't a real word.
Shut up, Bertram. Now, I don't want to give anything away about the story, so I'll just tell you that it concerns 4 people, and that's all I'm saying. But rest assured, dear viewers, it's a great story. After all, this game was made by the same bastard who made Her Story and Silent Hill Shattered Memories.
Does this bastard have a name?
Of course he does, Bertram. Everyone has a name. So, gameplay. What gameplay? Like I said, you spend the majority of the game searching for and then watching video clips. Now, if that sounds like your cup of tea, then great. Play it. And if it doesn't, then...
Don't play it?
Yes, how did you know I was going to say that?
Oh, call it a lucky guess.
This is an interesting and unique FMV game with some great acting and eye candy for all you horny gamers out there. And the story isn't half bad. Therefore, I declare that Telling Lies is very good. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, my very in-depth review for Telling Lies. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Well, good news, Bertram. I think we'll have McDonald's for dinner.
Oh, yeah. Wait, you're not lying, are you?
Of course not. Yes. Yes, I am.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / Bucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our hilarious playthrough for Verdict Guilty. So, dear viewers, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like this video, and send me a cough sweet. Oh my. Is it getting old a joy? So, here we go.
What's the plot of this game, OCG?
Where apparently some made-up location called Neo Seoul has been hit with a wave of terrorist and crime attacks. Only a few good officers remain willing to battle this new evil.
Officers?
You know, like police officers.
Oh.
And basically, we're supposed to discover the dark secrets of Neo Seoul as we fight our way to uncover the truth. Choose your side as a cop or a criminal as you battle your way to unmask the evil syndicate crime lord himself. Sounds rather exciting, doesn't it, Bertram?
Yes.
Too bad the game isn't exciting. No, 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 no. This game is as dull as they come.
Dull?
That's what I said. Dull.
So, dull.
Yes, dull.
D-U-L-L.
Yes, D-U-L-L. Now this is basically one of those beat-em-up games inspired heavily by 1990s beat-em-ups like Street Fighter 2, which you might remember, Bertram, was on the Sega Mega Drive, or the Sega Genesis for you American chaps out there. It was also on the Super Nintendo, or the Super Famicom for all you Japanese chaps out there. Wait, is it called the Super Famicom in Japan?
I think so.
I better check just to be sure. Oh, apparently my internet's not working at the moment. Something to do with gremlins or some such bollocks. But yes, I think the Super Nintendo was called the Super Famicom in Japan. So yes, this is a complete and utter blatant ripoff of Street Fighter 2. Except in this game, we don't get to see the sexy curves of characters like Chun-Li or... what was that other female called in Street Fighter, Bertram? You know, the one played by Kylie Minogue in the movie. God damn it. I hate it when these things go clean out of your head. What was it again? Danny? No, that's Kylie Minogue's sister. Pete Waterman? No, he at one point was Kylie Minogue's manager, I believe. Simon Cowell? No, he's that weird chap you see on all those reality singing programs. What the hell is she called? She always wore a green outfit and blonde hair. Vicky, no. Jessie, no. Amanda, no. Barbara, no. Becky, no. Cassandra, no. Belle, no. Was it Anna? Nope, that's Tekken I'm thinking of. What the hell was her name? You know, the sexy chick Street Fighter. Where's Green? Kylie Minogue in the movie. I know I've already said that, but god damn it, it's annoying me now.
Cammy?
Yes, Bertram, that's it. Cammy. I knew you were good for something. Yes, I can't even remember what I was trying to remember her name. Oh yes, this game doesn't feature Totty like Chun-Li or Cammy. No, instead we're stuck with these ugly-looking motherfoes.
Motherfoes?
Well, you know, because I can't say the actual
Mother further?
No.
Mother feuder?
No.
Mother funhouse?
No.
Mother...
Just stop guessing, Bertram. Otherwise, you're gonna piss people off and they're gonna click off this video if they haven't already clicked off the video already. So what else can I tell you about this garbage video game? Apparently it's easy to pick up and play, designed for non-fighting fans and beginners also.
Are you alright, OCG?
Oh, yes, Bertram. I'm just laughing at that. Designed for non-fighting fans and beginners also. Then why is the final fight in this story mode garbage here frustrating as all hell? Just like the fight against M. Bison and bloody Street Fighter 2. There we are, mentioning bloody Street Fighter again. Why not? This game is a complete and utter rip-off of Street Fighter 2, except we don't get to beat a card up in this game. And that makes me more angry than you can possibly imagine, Bertram.
Oh, I can imagine.
No, like I said, you can't imagine how angry that makes me. Let's see here. There's 8 unique fighters to choose from. Unique? They'll punch and bloody kick. Nothing unique about that. You get to choose to fight on the police side or as a criminal. Well, yes, I suppose, but whether you're police or criminal, you still punch and kick things. There's a story mode unique for each character. So yes, in this playthrough, we are playing through one character's story mode. Except you will notice when we get to the final fight that our character changes appearance. And you might think to yourself, why the hell has this character transformed into a different character? And, it's a mystery. It's a complete and utter mystery.
Basically, OCG had to use footage from a different...
Shut up, Bertram. It sounds better if you just say it's a mystery. Because then people are intrigued. They're on the edge of their seats. They begin to remove their trousers. Maybe not that last one, but I think you get my point. What else have we got here? Apparently it's 60 frames per second, lightning fast gameplay. I'll take their word for it. I don't even know what that means, 60 frames per second.
You're a gamer and you run a YouTube channel and you don't know what 60 frames per second means?
Why? Do you know what it means?
No, but I'm neither a gamer nor is this my channel.
Yes, you got a point there, Bertram. You've got an absolute point there. Let's see. Unique gun combat. Employ machine guns, pistols, and grenades. Oh yes, they can shoot things. Who gives a shit? Fully animated and detailed backgrounds. Again, Street Fighter 2 had that bollocks. Nothing to brag about here. Awesome music by Boss Fight and Truong Son.
Sorry, didn't catch that last one.
Oh, didn't you? That's because I said Truong Son.
Does that mean you can't say the person's name?
Yes, Bertram, that's exactly what that means. 1610 and 16:9 widescreen support. That sounds like alien language to me. I don't speak alien language, so we're gonna leave that. Dual controller support. Oh yes, I want to play the bloody game with a control. What? How is that a feature? That's to be expected at this point. Small download. Small down. That really? You want to quote that as I suppose? It's not 100 gig. It's not 50 gig. I don't even know what gig means. I thought a gig was something that bands did and musicians and those kind of losers. You know, I had a band once, Bertram.
Really?
No, not really. Oh, isn't this done yet? I'm so bored of this game. So bored. Speaking of bored, if you wish to be not bored, you can check out our review for this game, which is on the channel now. And I might put a little card up here in the corner, right there, to show you where the review is.
I can't see it.
That's because we're recording the voiceover, Bertram. We don't put the card until we finish recording.
Oh.
Yes.
Is it like a Christmas card?
No.
Is it like a birthday card?
No.
Is it like a
It's like no card you could possibly mention, Bertram. It's just a little piece of writing up in the corner of the screen that says, "Go here, motherfuckers."
Motherfuckers?
You know, because I can't. We're not having this conversation again, Bertram. Right, I'm just gonna let the rest of this garbage play out. If you need me, I'll be in the toilet.
OCG. OCG. Oh, he said he was going to the toilet. That's why he's not here. Silly me.
Ah, much better. Oh, are we still recording?
Yes.
Oh, shit. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A hilarious full playthrough for a piece of shit Street Fighter 2 rip-off video game. If you enjoyed this little video of ours, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
That's better. Oh, are we still recording? Yes. Oh, shit. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, a hilarious full playthrough for Verdict Guilty, an absolute piece of shit Street Fighter 2 rip-off video game. If you enjoyed this little video of ours, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram. Goodbye, Bertram.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and this is my review for Verdict Guilty. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like this video. Now, this review is completely unscripted, which means I'm probably going to say some things that don't make a whole lot of sense. I'm going to ramble and or basically waste a lot of your time. So, Verdict Guilty released at some point in the distant past, and this is one of those 90s inspired beat-em-up games. So basically, you'll pick a character, go through a quote-unquote story mode, or quote-unquote arcade mode, or quote-unquote training mode, in which you'll beat up other characters. Then when you finish the whole damn thing, you can start over again with a different character and play the quote-unquote story mode, quote-unquote arcade mode, or quote-unquote training mode. I suppose you would only play the quote-unquote training mode once, so... Now, if you've ever played something like Street Fighter 2 on the Sega Mega Drive, that's the Sega Genesis to you American chaps, or Street Fighter 2 on the Super Nintendo, that's Super Famicom to you Japanese chaps. Or was it called the Super Famicom in America? I don't know. Let me know in the comments down below. Or if you played Street Fighter 2 in the arcades. And that's the arcade to you. Oh no, actually, it's called arcade no matter where you are. Haha. And just like Street Fighter 2, this game is a complete and utter pain in the ass to get through. The first couple of fights in the story mode are fine. You know, you'll have certain criteria like only beat up this person using punches and kicks, or arrest this person before the round ends, or make sure you sit on this person's face at the 12-second mark in the round. Maybe not that last one. But then, lo and behold, you get to the final fight of the story mode, and the bastard is more unfair than trying to play chess with the bloody computer. Do people still play chess with the computer? I don't know. Let me know in the comments down below. And this is the point where this game goes from to But of course, I experienced the same bloody thing trying to play Street Fighter 2 back in the 1990s. You get to M. Bison and suddenly you just want to throw the controller out of the bloody window, followed by the console, followed by yourself. So if you like Street Fighter 2, then you might enjoy this. If you don't, like I don't, then you're probably going to think this is a complete and utter pain in your rectum. And of course, the game expects you to complete the story mode with all 8 of the characters, and I only managed to do it with 2 of them before I decided that I would rather stick my head in the toilet and flush it repeatedly than attempt to finish this game with the other 6 characters. So in conclusion, this game is complete and utter dog shit. 2 out of 10. No, 1 out of 10. No, 0 out of 10. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, my incredibly in-depth thoughts on Verdict Guilty. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / Bucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is my review for The Walking Dead Destinies. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, The Walking Dead Destinies released some point in the last week or two, and this is an adaptation of the first 4 series of the Walking Dead television show.
The only good seasons of The Walking Dead TV show?
That's debatable, Bertram, but yes, okay, fine, we'll go with that, but we're not here to discuss the bloody television show. No. We are here to discuss this video game, The Walking Dead Destinies. So, how is it? Well, I can happily confirm, dear viewers, that this is most definitely my game of the year 2023.
You're shitting me.
No, Bertram, I am not shitting on you.
No, I said you're shitting me.
Yes, and I said I am not shitting on you. At least, not that I've noticed, anyway.
Oh, never mind. Continue.
Thank you, Bertram. So, like I said, this is most definitely my game of the year. And like I said, this is most definitely based on the first 4 seasons of the television show. And this most definitely has graphics that in no way look like inbreeding performed between a PlayStation 2 game and another PlayStation 2 game. And I can confirm that the voice acting is most definitely not complete and utter crap. And I can also confirm that this game in no way is glitchier than an epileptic in the middle of a fit while playing Cyberpunk 2077 at launch. And I can confirm that the cutscenes in no way resemble still images that just have voices very awkwardly put over them.
You're lying, aren't you?
Yes, Bertram, you found me out. So, unfortunately, I have to come clean. This is not Game of the Year 2023. It probably wouldn't even rank in the first 1,237 games of 2023. On the contrary, this is one of the worst experiences I have had since taking Michael J. Fox for his latest eye exam. Fucker wouldn't sit still. So, the voice acting is indeed absolutely diabolical. The graphics are indeed an absolute abomination. The glitches are absolutely apparent, and not only that, but this bloody game crashed 5 times. That's right, 5 times while I was trying to play the bloody thing. And yes, before anyone asks, I did indeed finish the game, and to prove that, there is a full walkthrough on the channel. So I indeed did put myself through probably the worst 5 hours of my life. Since that time, I had to babysit my nephew whilst he was wearing a gorilla costume and awkwardly attempting to masturbate in the corner of the room. So, do I recommend Walking Dead Destinies? Not unless you're a complete and utter psychopath, just like me, because I must be to have actually paid hard-earned money for this game.
Hard-earned.
Hard-earned, borrowed, stolen, potato. So, no, I do not recommend The Walking Dead Destinies, unless you are a and when I say die, I mean really die-hard fan of the television series. And even then, if you maybe don't buy the game, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. So why don't you save your pocket money for something else, like, 500 packets of used condoms. What? They sell them on eBay, don't they? So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, my totally not improvised review for The Walking Dead Destinies. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram. Please note, OCG is a fictional character. Any resemblance to persons alive, dead, or undead is purely coincidental.
So, my psychiatrist has told me I need to engage more with you commoners. So, please tell me down below, what do you think of this game? Like it? Love it? Want to crawl into bed and make passionate love to it? So, ladies and gentlemen's toilets, thank you for watching my stream. 'Tis fabulous, isn't it? And aren't I the most handsome man you've ever seen? I mean, I know you can't see me in this stream, but bollocks. And aren't I the funniest YouTuber you have ever come across? I beg your pardon. What? Speak up. Well, that's just rude. Are you hearing this, Bertram? Bertram! Wake up, Bertram! Good help is so hard to find these days. You know, I think Bertram was a village idiot in a past life. Anyway, thank you for watching this stream. Please feel free to continue to watch my stream and laugh at my jokes. All of my jokes. They're very amusing. Did you know, Bertram, that I met Mega Man myself recently? Yes. I mean, the chap's in his 40s now. You know, has a glass eye, walks with a bit of a limp. So I decided to follow him, see where he went. Luckily for me, he visited the local gentleman's toilets. And when he was urinating in that hole-in-the-wall thing, I thought I would just have a little peek, see what Mega Man is packing. But as it turns out, Bertram, he's not so much a Mega Man. Okay. For the last time, Bertram, you are not a monkey. Therefore, you are not allowed to throw poo at me. Okay? And another...
OCG, I think the toilet's blocked again.
Be quiet, Bertram. Can't you see I'm trying to watch the news here?
Oh, is it interesting? I've never seen the news.
Oh yes, very interesting, Bertram. It usually features some of my favorite things, including stories of violence and of sexual misconduct. In fact, instead of me telling you about it, why don't we sit down and watch the news together?
Must we? I was going to go watch an episode of Peppa Pig.
Yes, Bertram, we must. And who knows? We might grow as friends through, watching the news together.
Oh, okay. Good evening. This is the news. I am News, the newsman. Tonight's top story. A man has been arrested in Dorset, suspected of being a Scooby-Doo villain. Brian Marston had apparently been trying to scare the residents of a local nursing home while dressed up as a giant penis. Mr. Masterson was only unmasked when one of the residents' grandchildren caught him, in their words, going pee-pee. When asked to comment on his arrest, Mr. Masterson turned and said, in a very proud voice, that he would have gotten away with it. if it wasn't for those meddling kids. In other news, a woman has been arrested under suspicion of breastfeeding her husband in the middle of a McDonald's restaurant. When asked to comment on why she was breastfeeding her husband, the woman, who shall be called Anonymous, simply
How unprofessional, Bertram. I've never seen a newsman laugh at one of his own stories.
Yes, indeed. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. It might have sounded like I was laughing at the news story of the woman breastfeeding her husband, but it was, in fact, technical difficulties. So, when the woman was asked to comment on why she was breastfeeding her husband, she simply stated that McDonald's did not have any milk, and her husband is partial to a glass of milk. Now, let's hear about today's weather from the weatherman. Go ahead, weatherman.
Right, we can turn this off now, Bertram.
Don't you want to hear about the weather?
Oh, no, Bertram. Let's just do what we're supposed to be doing and concentrating on this game.
Isn't it amazing that somehow the game has been playing itself while we did this whole comedic skit bit?
Yes, Bertram, remarkable. In fact, I suppose now's as good a time as any, but I've actually employed some help who is actually going to play the video games just whilst we go off on these kind of tangents where we do comical skits and the like.
Oh, you haven't introduced us?
Well, that's because, well, you see, the thing is, Bertram, in order for me to employ this individual, I had to somehow convince them that I was living completely alone.
So you didn't tell them about me?
No, Bertram, sadly not. So, when this new employee of mine, comes over to play the video games, while we go off on our comedic skits, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, I would like for you to go into the closet and close the door, and not make a peep.
What the hell is going on? There's bloody zombies everywhere. There is a curse on this mansion. What is that monster over there? The Spencer Mansion's a hazard. The traps here are medieval. There's lots of monsters gathered. I'm in Resident Evil. Christ, where the hell is Bravo team? I hope this isn't Chris's blood. This is beyond my dark.
Or buy a new car, or go and see a prostitute, or take their mistresses on holiday, or buy 1,527 Krispy Kreme donuts, while you, the average person, the commoners, are out working, slaving away in probably some piece of shit office somewhere, or working as a bin man or in McDonald's or working in a bank or working as a teacher in a school, while you're out there slaving away, giving your blood, sweat and tears, I am here playing video games. I know, you want to feel sorry for me, but I tell you, don't, dear viewer. Do not give me your sympathy. I don't deserve it. You are out there doing awful work, like working in McDonald's, working in a bank, etc., etc. And I'm here playing video games all day long. And I'm here to tell you that it's an absolute unmitigated nightmare. If you think your job is bad, then I want you to just think of what I do all day long. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I am playing bloody video games.
Are you being sarcastic, OCG?
No, Bertram, I am not being sarcastic. I'm telling you right here, right now, that I have the worst job in the world. Even people that clean toilets don't have as bad a job as I do. Even nurses who work in nursing homes and clean up after old geriatric people that shit themselves while watching daytime television. I'm telling you that even as bad as that job is, mine is 1,000 times worse. I have the worst job in the world. I sit here all day long playing video games while you're out there earning money for your bloody children and your bloody relatives and saving up to buy a new bloody car or whatever you're doing. I'm here playing video games, sitting on my fat backside in front of my rather large television. Or monitor, if you're a PC gamer. So I'm sitting here in front of my large television. Monitor, if you're a PC gamer, doing absolutely nothing but playing video games, drinking gin, eating as much as I'm content to do so from the relative safety of my home. And you're out there working. And I just want to tell you, dear viewer, that I have the worst... I'm sorry. I couldn't keep it going, Bertram. I couldn't hold it in.
I knew you were joking.
Of course I'm joking, Bertram. Worst job in the world. I have the best job in the world. And all you stupid people out there, you all have the worst jobs in the world. You all want to be me. You all want to be in my shoes and do nothing but play video games all day. But you can't. Because you all have fucking children and fucking families and mistresses and holidays and all that bollocks. I get to sit here and think only of myself.
Andy.
Yes, and you. I occasionally think about you. Mostly how I'm going to throw you out of the window, or how I'm going to poison your dinner, or how I'm going to make your sleeping arrangements even more uncomfortable than they are. But yes, you do occasionally enter my mind, Bertram.
So what have we learned today, OCG?
That you all suck, and I'm the best.
If you say so. Wait a minute. This game doesn't look like Crash Bandicoot.
Well done, Bertram. Have a gold star and a complimentary pat on the head. This is indeed not Crash Bandicoot.
But you promised we could play Crash Bandicoot.
I did no such thing.
Yes you did. Right before you got abducted by aliens, and then sued them for prodding your backside in a very inappropriate way.
Abducted? Aliens? Very? Bertram, could you have been dreaming?
Oh yeah, I was dreaming.
Well, that explains it.
Do you remember when you got cursed by that gypsy woman and your pee-pee fell off? What was her name again? You know, the ugly bitch that cursed you.
Wasn't it your mother?
Oh yeah, it was. So, are we gonna play Crash Bandicoot now?
In the name of Isaac Newton and his shriveled genitals. We discussed this already. I never said we would play Crash Bandicoot.
Yes you did. Right before you were...
Abducted by aliens. Yes, you dreamt that, Bertram. Remember?
Oh yeah. Is this game scary?
Well, I would say it's more silly than scary.
Oh, well, at least that begins with an S too.
Good job seeing the positive side, Bertram.
In a way, I'm glad it's not scary. I don't really feel up to washing any more of your soiled boxer shorts.
I resent that. I actually wear Y-fronts. Damn it. What the hell am I supposed to be doing in this game?
I went to hell once.
No, you didn't.
Yes I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes I did. No, actually, I didn't.
I thought so.
If you were to make a video game, what would you call it, OCG?
I would call my video game Jesus Christ in Nail Me to the Cross Again and see what you get, motherfucker.
Oh, haha!
Yes, I am bloody hilarious.
Offensive too.
Very. I once gave Gordon the Goofy Gorilla an enormous wedgie and drew a penis on his head while he was sleeping.
Oh, whatever happened to Gordon the Goofy Gorilla?
Well, I believe he was shot by the hunter out of Jumanji.
Oh no!
Don't be too sad, Bertram. He was turned into a wonderful rug.
Oh, that's not any better. Now people can walk all over him.
People were always walking over Gordon, especially that wife of his, Petra, the professional prostitute.
Speaking of professional prostitutes, can we watch Star Wars later?
What the hell does professional prostitutes have to do with Star Wars?
Because, some professional prostitutes like Star Wars?
You know, I've never been much of a Star Wars fan, but Star Horse, well, that's much more my thing.
Well, that's because you're a pervert.
How have you known that I am the latest in a long line of perverts, Bertram? My father was a pervert. My grandfather was a pervert. My great-great-grandfather was a pervert. My great-great-great-grandfather...
was a pervert?
No. Surprisingly, he was an artist.
Oh!
Yes, apparently he was quite shit. Did you know, Bertram, that I have a black belt in karate? I am a master of ninjutsu. I have studied taekwondo. I have a degree in bitch slapping. But for some bizarre reason, I still punch like this. Oh. Ho. I'm like a geriatric with constipation. Look again, Bertram. Oh. Ooh. E. You see what I'm saying? And don't even get me started. Bertram, did you know that somewhere in the world, at this exact moment, there is a woman touching herself and thinking about him? And also, in another corner of the world, Bertram, did you know that there is a man currently touching himself and thinking about him?
OCG, didn't you have an affair with a Smurf once?
No. You're getting confused about that time I had an illicit encounter with one of the Care Bears.
Oh!
I do enjoy those old children's shows. Oh, speaking of children, please remember, dear viewer, that this playthrough is most definitely not for children. So, don't let me catch any of you children out there watching this.
What if you can't tell they're a child?
Do you mean if a child is wearing a false mustache?
Yes.
I don't know. Where did the child acquire the false mustache?
They bought it from a man selling false mustaches on the streets.
Ah, well, then provided the child is wearing a false mustache, they can watch this playthrough.
What if they're wearing a false beard?
I'll get back to you on that one. I must say, Bertram, this game is pretty as a picture.
What picture?
Most likely a picture of Ava Green.
With clothes on or off?
Oh, definitely off.
Oh yeah, that is a pretty picture. You don't have a copy of that picture by any chance, do you?
I have 1,246 pictures of Ava Green, and you can't have any of them.
Oh, what would a video game based on us be called?
Robin Crowley and Bertram Butler. Ass to mouth. No, actually, scratch that.
How about Reuben Crowley and Bertram Butler, guilty as charged?
Oh no. Oh no. That's bollocks, Bertram.
Well, it's better than ass to mouth.
Nothing is better than ass to mouth. Actually, scratch that.
Oh, I forgot to ask, but how many subscribers do we have now on here?
Not bloody enough.
I told you before, OCG. We need to expand our repertoire. Make videos on more niche subjects.
For the last time, Bertram, I am not making videos of myself showering.
Oh, but it would be hilarious. You have a very, odd body shape.
I'm going to forget you just said that, Bertram. You know, Bertram, I procured this game for free. And I definitely did not shoplift it from my local game. Nope, absolutely not. You know, I haven't seen value for money like that since I got 75% off at my local massage establishment.
Isn't that a brothel?
Yes, Bertram, it is. Why don't you say it a little louder? I don't think my wife quite heard you.
Isn't that a brothel?
I was being sarcastic, you crumbly biscuit.
Oh. So tell me, how did you get 75% off?
Well, my lady of choice had recently been in an unfortunate helicopter accident and was now simply a head on a stick.
Oh.
She had a mouth on her, I can tell you. Ha ha ha.
And, not much else it would seem. Doesn't your wife disagree with this little hobby of yours?
Well, she doesn't know. My first wife found out, so I did the natural thing and plotted to murder her.
And did you succeed? In killing her, I mean?
Sadly, not. The stupid woman managed to flush herself down the toilet before I got the chance to put my plan into action.
How? How does one flush themselves down the toilet?
Well, it's more common than you might think, Bertram, though usually just with small people. I heard Peter Dinklage had a close call while taking a toilet break on the set of Game of Thrones. Why aren't you laughing, Bertram? What are you doing?
I thought I saw a raisin on the ground, so I ate it.
And?
It was actually one of Bertie's poo-poos.
Remind me again. Who is Bertie?
My mouse.
I hope that's not a euphemism.
I don't know what that is.
Well, it's a... You know what? Never mind. Oh, yes, Bertie, that thing you keep in your pockets.
That thing is called Bertie. It's like Bertram, but it's not.
Thank you for educating me on that, Bertram. Could you and your mouse please pay attention? How are you supposed to laugh at my jokes if you keep getting distracted with raisins?
It was a poo-poo. At least I think it was.
You leave the thinking to me, Bertram. I'm the brains in this operation. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm just off to stick my fingers in a wall socket. I've run out of coffee, and I need a little boost. Ow! That hurts. Ow! That hurts. Ow! That hurts.
You heard him, dear viewer. He's the brains of the operation.
Shut up, Bertram, and telephone me an ambulance. I appear to have electrocuted myself.
What about the stream?
Oh yes. Well, let's finish the stream first.
Is this a horror game?
This is as much a horror game as I am a relatively normal human being, who most certainly does not keep his wife in a cage in the basement. Now, Most horror games these days have you running away from a wanker in a Halloween costume.
I had to play hide and seek with a wanker last Halloween.
But you played that with me.
Oh.
Wanker indeed. Ha!
Well, at least you're a well-dressed wanker.
Yes, 'tis true. 'Tis true. So, to answer your question, Bertram, this is not a horror game. There is a distinct lack of blood.
Oh, that's a shame. You do love blood.
Yes, quite. Ever since that chap with the pointy teeth gave me that unattractive love bite on my neck, I've had such a craving for the stuff.
Oh no! You're turning into an umpire!
I think you mean a vampire.
Oh!
And never mention anything related to sports in my presence again. The only thing I hate more than games that don't let you customize your genitals is sports.
Noted.
Oh, before we carry on with the playthrough, here's a message from our sponsor.
We have a sponsor?
We do. I promised Edwin I'd let him say a few words.
Edwin? As in your perverted brother, Edwin? The man who holds the Guinness World Record for the longest sustained erection?
36 years and counting. Yes. So, without much further ado, may I present my brother, Edwin Wagster. Oh, thank you, brother. I'll thank you later. So, dear viewer, I'm going to tell you my foolproof strategy to conquering any beat 'em up game. Are we ready? That's what she said. Ho, ho, ho. Now, to conquer any beat 'em up game, all you have to do is treat your controller like a beautiful woman. Yes. Hit random buttons and magic will happen. Oh. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mustache, I've got a date with a juggler, and I hear he has a lovely set of balls. Ho, 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 oh my, oh no, oh my. Ha ha, my brother Edwin, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, he scares me.
Oh, don't worry, Bertram. Just, never turn your back on him and your rear will be safe.
What?
Oh, nothing. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Bertram. Edwin will be coming to stay with us for a while.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. Something about him being on the run or hiding or some other nonsense. I said he could sleep in your bed, Bertram.
Oh no!
Oh, yes.
Oh no!
Oh, yes.
Oh no!
Oh, that's quite enough of that.
Why does your brother have a different surname than you?
Well, you see, because Edwin took his wife's surname.
What? He's married? Who the hell would marry him?
Well, he's not married in the conventional sense. You see, Edwin was the first man in history to marry his own scrotum.
His scrotum has a name?
Oh, yes. Wilhelmina Wagster. Willie for short.
Oh, I'm sorry I asked now. Oh, I meant to tell you, OCG, but you offended me earlier when you said, something offensive about me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bertram. I'll tell you a joke to make you feel better.
No, there's really no need.
I insist. So, what do you call a Terminator prostitute?
I don't know, OCG. What do you call a Terminator prostitute?
I'll bareback. Ha ha ha!
I don't get it.
You know, instead of I'll be back, it's I'll bareback. You know, because prostitutes often offer bareback, which means you don't need protection.
Protection? Like a gun?
No, you moron, like a cord. You know what? Never mind. 'Twas a very funny joke.
I was watching a documentary this morning, OCG, and apparently the world is ruled over by lizard people. Is that true, OCG?
That's correct, Bertram. That is correct. But, let's just keep the fact that I just said that between us. I can't bear to get locked up in that asylum again.
Oh, yes. You told me horror stories about that place.
Oh, yes, yes. The food was nightmarish.
Didn't you also say you were forced to perform fellatio?
Good Lord, no, no. I befriended a guard called Horatio.
Oh, oops, sorry.
And I wasn't forced to perform fellatio. I did it willingly, in exchange for a bottle of gin.
Oh, you dirty swine.
No, not wine. Gin. Gin. G-I-N. Gin. Not wine. Gin. Nothing like wine. Not red wine. Not white wine. Just gin. Gin. Are you understanding me, Bertram? I am talking about gin. Bertram, you've fallen asleep again, haven't you? Bastard.
Do you like retro-inspired platformer games, OCG? You know, games like Shovel Knight and, Curse of the Moon?
No. And let me tell you why, Bertram. So, here is OCG's guide to why all retro 8-bit platformers are absolute arse. Or bollocks. Whichever you prefer. Number 1. Knockback. Enemies can knock you back and cause your character to fall into an instant death pit or spikes. Knockback can go to hell. Number 2. Bosses with seemingly infinite life bars. You have to beat on these bastards harder than an obsessive-compulsive masturbator. The boss fights can go to hell. Number 3. Opposite to the problem with the boss fights, often our playable character dies in only a few hits, and is often as soft as I am watching the 50 Shades of Grey trilogy.
Oh, that's an erection joke.
You're absolutely right, Bertram. Well done, you. So, playable characters that die in a few hits can go to hell. Number 4. Sequences when you ride a hover bike. Does anyone remember Battletoads? Need I say more? Hoverbike sequences can go to hell. Number 5. My wife. Now this has nothing to do with video games. I really hate my wife. My wife can go to hell. Number 6. The stupid 80s Pac-Man level sound effects when you find health or a power pickup.
What sound effects?
You know. Ping. Boing. Pika.
Oh, I understand.
Good. So the bing sound effects can go to hell. Number 7. I don't have a number 7. Number 8. The same as number 7. Number 9. Enemies that fire projectiles at you constantly.
Oh yeah, they annoy me. There was this one time, I was playing Ninja Gaiden, and...
Shut up, Bertram. So, enemies that fire projectiles can go to hell. And finally, number 10. To throw a grenade, you have to press 2 bloody buttons. Usually up on the D-pad and another button. Not only is this annoying, but what if you only had one finger on your hand? You would be fucked. And that's why I hate retro-inspired platformer game things. Does that answer your question, Bertram?
Yes?
Did you know, Bertram, that I first played this game when I was no taller than Peter Dinklage?
Oh, wow! And how tall are you now?
Can't you tell? You're looking at me, you idiot.
Oh, yeah! This is embarrassing. Beam me up, Scotty.
Beam me up. Have you been watching Star Trek again?
No.
Bertram!
But I love it!
I told you what happened to me when I attended that Star Trek convention in 1993, didn't I?
Yes?
I can't even look at a Klingon without having traumatic flashbacks.
Remind me what he did again.
Well, it was 1993. I was in attendance at a Star Trek convention in the great city of London. I brought a guest with me. 'Twas my favourite teddy bear.
What was he called?
He was called It Rubs the Lotion on Its Skin.
And did he have a surname?
Yes, it was, or else it gets the hose again. But I just called him Bill for short. Anyway, long story short, I accidentally dropped Bill, and as I reached down to retrieve him, a bloody Klingon appeared from nowhere, trampled Bill, and then just walked away.
Oh, bastards!
Bill was in tatters, clinging to life. I attempted to administer CPR, but the damage was done. Bill died in my arms.
And that's why you hate Star Trek?
Yes, I have never recovered from Bill's death.
I'm surprised your mother didn't buy you a new teddy bear.
She did. That same day, in fact.
Then what's the problem?
Well, I've never thought of it like that before. You're right, Bertram.
Does that mean I can watch Star Trek now?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it would appear that a vampire has just crawled into my room and bitten me, somewhere out of sight. Now, while I attend to that, Bertram here will take over the stream and entertain you the only way he knows how. By talking bollocks.
Okay, play the game. OCG, am I supposed to commentate? OCG, oh, he's in the toilet. So, nice weather we've been having. No, not really actually. So, I'm Bertram, but you already knew that. I like singing, gaming obviously, but I'm also fond of a long walk. Well, I used to be before well, you know. Do you think being set on fire would be painful? I mean, I've been electrocuted, beaten, fallen down the stairs, broken every bone in my body, being run over, being bitten by a badger, drowned, suffocated, being asphyxiated, which is the same as suffocated, it just sounds fancier. I've been thrown, mutilated, stabbed, shot, winded, assaulted, cut in half, cut into quarters, glued back together, tied up, hoisted, hung, hanged, strangled, mocked, blessed. But I've never been set on fire. So, do you think it's painful? Oh, look, OCG is back.
What are you talking about, you miserable pile of bones and bad fashion?
Oh, thank God you're back. Here, take the bloody controller and play your game.
You know, Bertram, I'm so glad modern RPGs are slowly starting to become more action-focused. Goodbye, turn-based battles. I'll miss you as much as I miss my Uncle Fredrickson.
Oh, did he die?
Oh, don't worry, Bertram. We won't be attending his funeral. He was a prick. Oh, I wish it was 2004. I was so much younger then. It was also the year I remember fondly as the year I lost my virginity for the second time to a sadomasochist in a gorilla costume. 'Twas a Halloween party.
Oh, what did you dress up as that year?
Your mother, which meant I had a blonde wig, wrote the word whore on my forehead, and wore the smallest pair of fake breasts known to man.
Oh, you're cruel.
Haha, it took you this long to figure that out, Bertram. So I said to him, "Look here, Governor, I in absolutely no way wish to have sex with your wife. For two reasons, actually. Number one, she's not incredibly attractive. Number two, the woman is a bloody zombie. Now, personally, sir, I don't know about you, but I prefer my women to have a little more meat on their bones." And do you know what he said to me then, Bertram? Just wait till you get a bloody load of this. He said...
Bertram, what are you doing with that copy of Resident Evil 2?
I was going to play it.
Oh. I was going to play. I'll make the jokes around here, Bertram. Put that disc down before you cut your own throat with it or something.
Oh, that only happened once.
Now, forgive me if I sound distracted, dear viewer. I am currently spying on my wife as she takes a walk in the garden with a man that I believe to be her lover.
I think they're kissing.
Be quiet, Bertram. If they hear you, the game is up.
Sorry.
What are you doing now?
Eating a sandwich?
Fine. Do it quietly. I can't see bloody anything.
Where are your glasses?
You stood on them, remember?
Oh, that's right. I don't know why I'm happy about that.
Because you take pleasure in my pain, apparently. Wait, what's my wife doing now?
I think she's urinating.
That woman has absolutely no pride. Keep your eyes peeled, Bertram. Bertram, are you now urinating?
I forgot to go before we left.
What's wrong with you people? We are gentlemen. Gentlemen do not urinate outdoors. Damn it! Now I need to go. Forgive me, dear viewer.
Wait. I think they're kissing now.
Let me see. Let me see, you idiot. They're not kissing. Can't you see that machete? The chap has obviously stabbed her.
Should we help her?
No. Let's not do that. You know, Bertram, I was abducted by aliens once. Yes, quite a few years ago now. And let me just say that the anal probing that everyone seems to have a problem with, it really wasn't that bad. And I'll tell you another thing. Oh, bugger me with a monument.
OCG?
Yes, Bertram?
Why are you dressed like that?
Well, Bertram, I thought that since we're going to be talking about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles today, I thought that I would dress myself like a teenager. Why? Do you not approve of my attire?
You look like someone's very uncool uncle.
Shut up, Bertram! Anyway, did I tell you about the story of the turtle and the hare, Bertram?
I don't think so.
Well, you see, the turtle, my dear manservant, turned out to be a serial killer. So he cut up the hare, put parts of his body in the microwave, and cooked him. Isn't that a lovely story, Bertram?
Not really. What are you doing?
Well, isn't it obvious, Bertram? Can't you see that I have clearly died, and I'm waiting for the Grim Reaper to come and take my soul to heaven?
Really?
No, not really, Bertram. We're still waiting for this bloody lighting technician to get here. When did you say he should arrive? He was supposed to be here 6 hours ago.
Lighting technician?
Yes, you know the one you were supposed to call today.
Today?
You did call the lighting technician, didn't you, Bertram?
Of course. Just give me 1 minute.
Bertram? Bertram! Where are you going? Get back. I bet he didn't call the lighting technician. I bet that's exactly what's going on here. Why am I talking to myself?
So, Bertram, you previously asked me in our last session, how does one spot a zombie? So, I've done a little bit of research, just for your benefit, Bertram, and I have here 3 ways that you can conclusively identify if someone is a zombie or not. Number 1, they will have a bad use of the English language. Now please, Bertram, do not confuse a zombie with a drunk Scottish person. I mean, I can see how it could be confusing, but they will often speak, how can I demonstrate? They'll make lots of, noises. Now, would you like me to repeat that, Bertram? They'll make lots of, noises, often combined with this gesture, or perhaps this gesture, or this gesture, maybe even this gesture. But the thing that will give away that it's a zombie will be the, Okay, number 2, they will have awful personal hygiene. Yes, no doubt they will smell similar to something like the armpits of a fat Xbox fanboy. Or like that little bit of skin between your genitals and your anus. Yes. Number 3, they will have a penchant for brains. And what that means, Bertram, is they like to eat brains. So you'll be perfectly safe should a zombie apocalypse ever befall us. So, they will make noises like, they will have bad hygiene, and they like eating brains. So, I hope you took that all in, Bertram, because there'll be a test next, You know, Bertram, I consider myself to be something of a psychic.
A psycho?
No, Bertram, not a psycho, a psychic. It means that I can read people's thoughts, predict the future, that kind of thing. So, for example, I know that in exactly 3 seconds, I am going to urinate in my underwear. Let's see. 3, 2, 1. And there we are. Psychic, just like I said. And another thing. Oh, shit. Do you remember Rayman, Bertram?
Oh, I don't like Rayman.
Why?
He stole my last chocolate bar.
Bertram, have you been drinking the bleach again? You know as well as I do that Rayman is not real. Therefore, he could not have stolen your last chocolate bar.
But I saw him. It was the middle of the night, so I couldn't get a good look at him, but he was standing by the fridge, and he was completely naked.
That was me, Bertram.
It was?
Yes?
Why were you naked?
Well, you see, I often like to take raw meat from the fridge and rub it against my body.
I see. Have you been drinking the bleach again?
Shut up, Bertram. The point is, Rayman is not real. He is a video game character. Ooh, that reminds me. Lara Croft is coming round later to clean the conservatory.
Please note, OCG is a fictional character. Any resemblance to persons alive, dead, or undead is purely coincidental.
So, my psychiatrist has told me I need to engage more with you commoners. So, please tell me down below. What do you think of this game? Like it? Love it? Want to crawl into bed and make passionate love to it? Ladies and gentlemen,
There will now be a 3-minute intermission during which I may or may not be using the toilet. Now have no fear, in my absence my manservant Bertram will take over the stream and entertain you. May God have mercy on your souls. Take it away, Bertram.
Maybe I'll tell you that poem. Yes! There once was a chap called Bertram. His friends, they did desert him. But then he met Sir OCG. He's been very bad to me. He hit me once with his car. He strangled me, it was bizarre. Despite that, though, I still survived. That's not how Bertram finally died. Late one night I heard a ghost. I ignored it and craved some toast. Went down the stairs to make a snack, when suddenly, panic attack. I fell, it must be 20 flights. My body crashed with all its might into a fuse box. What a jolt! Got fried on 50,000 volts. There once was a chap called Bertram. A witch doctor did revive him. And now I work for OCG, lie on this couch eternally. I watch him make his little streams. He just makes fun of everything. All the while I plot his end. I swear one day I'll have revenge.
Right, Bertram, I'm back. That's quite enough of that bollocks. You didn't tell the viewers that terrible poem you wrote, did you?
No.
Good. Absolutely appalling.
Hello, St. Benedict's.
Ah, yes, hello. My wife is in labour at the moment and we're expecting our son on the 6th of June this year. I'm just basically calling to inquire if my son is born on that date. Is that some kind of omen or bad sign?
Sorry, could you repeat that? Sorry, I didn't catch you there.
Yes, my wife, she's in labour, i.e., yes, she is pregnant.
And she's expecting...
She's expecting on the 6th of June this year, and I am wondering whether that is a bad sign, i.e., I've seen all the films, you know, Rosemary's Baby and The Omen. If my son or daughter is born on that date, will they be the Antichrist?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not in the slightest, no.
I mean, I'm actually quite worried about it. I'm having loads of sort of like visions of this, you know, this child in a rocking chair. And, I'm actually quite scared, to be honest.
No, listen, there is no fear at all. There's nothing for you to worry about. Not in the slightest.
Not in the slightest?
Not in the slightest.
So I should not be worried, no?
No.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Not at all, no.
But of course I shouldn't call him Damien or anything like that.
Doesn't matter what you call the child, you know. But it doesn't matter, you know, what name you give to the child. But
if
he's born on the 6th of June, there'll be no problem. There's nothing significant about that.
Well, when he's born, would there be any sort of signs, you know, bad signs, you know, to look out for?
None whatsoever.
So, you know, I wouldn't have to exorcise the baby or anything, no.
No,
not at all?
No.
Oh, well. I thank you for your help then, Father.
Okay, then.
Okay, thank you very much.
Don't worry now.
No, I will not. No.
Right.
No.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Right, bye-bye.
Goodbye. Hi, this is Davey. How you doing?
I'm fine, thanks.
Yeah, hi. I'm just calling up to see about your tax evasion fines that you might do. Right. Well, personally, I'm declared self-employed. Right.
Yep.
Right. I'm a hitman. Right. I get rid of people. Right. So I'm wondering if I'll have to pay tax from now on because I've not been paying tax on that particular job.
If you're self-employed, then you
Yeah,
might need to
self-employed. I'm a hitman. Name's Davey. I get rid of people. Right, so will I have to pay tax on that? Or is that, you know, am I alright not to pay tax on that?
If you have an income over a certain level, then you'll be due to pay tax.
Alright, what sort of level are we talking here? I mean, my prices are 1,000 a bullet, so, you know, if I get rid of 5 people a week, I can make about £1,000 a week, you know, so... What will I have to be earning to pay tax?
For this particular year that we're in at the moment, it's £4,895. Anything over that for the full year, you'll be due to pay tax.
Oh, I'd be due to pay tax, so I'll have to pay tax, so how would I go about that?
Have you registered yourself as being self-employed?
Of course not, I'm a hitman. Don't want the police after me or anything like that, you know? I'm just calling up, you know, because I want to do this the right way. If I'm going to be a hitman for the rest of my life and be taking people out, you know, then I may have to pay tax, you know what I'm saying, hon?
The first thing you need to do is register yourself.
I need to register myself, darling, right? Then what do I do?
The telephone number, the line you need to call.
Oh no, I think I'll have all of that. But you know, will I have to pay tax per body?
Pardon?
Will I have to pay tax per body that I get rid of?
No, you need to pay tax on the income, not
Oh, on the income?
of what you do.
Well, what if some wee bobag does they pay me?
Pardon?
What if some wee, you know, juggernaut does they pay me? Let me hold it.
Welcome to the Gun Dumpers Stop Line. Your call is in a queue and may be recorded for quality, legal and training purposes.
Good evening, Stopline. Anthony speaking. How may I help you?
Ah, yes, hello. Is that the Dumper Hotline?
Yes, it is, sir.
Ah, yes, hello. I'm looking to inquire as such about the sort of maximum fines on dumping.
Yes.
Now, I'm speaking hypothetically here. What would be the maximum fine? And I'm just using an example. Say if someone wished to dump hypothetically, if someone wished to dump something like
Well, I'd be able to stop you, sir.
Sorry.
Basically, there is only one maximum fine. Obviously, severity of the incident is down to the local authorities because they're the people that would prosecute.
Right.
They
So
go up to a maximum fine. I believe it's £40,000.
sorry?
It's £40,000.
£40,000. So hypothetically, if someone dumped a human body,
yes,
it would only be £40,000.
Yes, and quite possibly, depending on the circumstances, a life imprisonment.
Well, I'm only speaking hypothetically. Now, if you were only to dump a limb, let's say, would the fine be less?
Again, it doesn't make any difference in what the size of the item is. As long as it's been dumped, then it could be a maximum fine, yes.
Right. Well, the only reason I was calling is because I've sort of heard about this sort of thing in the past. I mean, I personally have been dumping bodies for years. Probably, you know, before my children were born.
Sounds quite like the person that would do that sort of thing, yeah.
Oh, well, yes. I mean, I've been doing it for years. I was just wanting to know the sort of, you know, sort of fines on it because, you know, the next time...
Good afternoon, thank you for calling Stopline. My name is Pat. You wish to report some dumping?
Ah, yes, hello. I'm looking to make a few inquiries about the sort of fines that surround dumping. If that's okay.
We wouldn't have that information.
Well, I did try to call the other day, and the man on the phone was quite unhelpful. Really, all it is that I'm looking, you know, to see the average fine for dumping a large object. Particularly, for example, if someone wished to dump a human body. What would the sort of fine be?
I also can tell you that. It would be better to speak to the chap that deals with he's the scientific forum officer for Scotland. He would be able to tell you that.
Alright. Well, what if you just dumped, you know, like a limb, like an arm? Would the fine be less?
I would be able to tell you that.
Aww.
He's the chap that we need to get in contact with.
Right.
I can give you a phone number for him.
I mean, I've been dumping bodies now for quite a few years. I'm just, just wanting to know what sort of things I may be facing. If I ever got caught, if someone was driving by in a car and never seen me.
Well, as I say, I could give you the chap in that number, and he would be able to tell you about the fines you would be incurred. I mean, I suppose if you caught you could get done by the police, but
right,
I could give you David's number, and then...
Has this chap got black hair? Has he got black hair? All my victims have black hair.
I don't know.
Is he quite meaty?
No.
Is he a good 12 stoner?
Oh, hello.
Good evening, thanks for calling Hotel Glasgow. How may I help you?
Good evening. My name is Professor Douglas Kennedy. I'm calling from the Glasgow Medical Research Centre. Basically, the reason for my call is that I'm calling round several of the top-class businesses in Glasgow, looking for volunteers to participate in some scientific experiments that I'm conducting tomorrow evening. Now, I will give you some details about the experiments that we're doing. Have you ever heard of genetic rendering before?
No.
You've never heard of that? Well, basically what we're going to be doing is using some samples of toxic waste to change a mouse into a cat. Now, I don't know how many employees are working at the Millennium Hotel at the moment. Can you give me a rough idea?
Oh, God. Lots.
Lots?
Lots. Yeah, I'm not too sure. It's about...
I mean... How many? Would it be possible for me to possibly come in this evening and demonstrate maybe some of... Hello?
I would say about 70.
There's about 70 people working there. Well, basically, I'm looking for volunteers. I mean, would you be willing to participate in some scientific experiments of some sort?
Oh, no.
It's just genetic rendering. I mean, it won't scar you permanently. We're also going to be doing some experiments using garden life, plant life, perhaps to sustain the human blood cells once they have expired. I mean, I'm going round all the businesses in Glasgow and just basically inviting everyone down. I mean, you yourself, you sound like someone who'd be up for a bit of experimentation.
No, not me.
No?
I'm a scaredy cat.
Oh, you're a scaredy cat?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just some toxic waste. It's harmless enough.
Do you want me to take your name and number and I can get some people to give you a call?
Is it possible to speak to your manager, actually? That would actually be quite good.
She's not until tomorrow.
Oh, she's not until tomorrow. Well, what I'll do is I will call back tomorrow then.
All right, no problem then.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Goodbye.
Passengers, Glasgow, lunatic again. How may I help you?
Ah, yes, hello. I'm looking to get a room either this evening or for tomorrow night. Do you have any vacancies?
Wait a moment, please, I just find. Armani, Versace, Hugo.
Reservations, Mark speaking. How may I help you?
Yes, hello. I'm looking to get a room either tonight or tomorrow night. I'm wondering if you have any vacancies.
Just one moment, I'll check that for you, sir. Which night would you be coming?
It's either tonight or tomorrow night. Doesn't matter which. Just whenever you've got the nearest vacancy.
Tonight would be a price of £99 bed and breakfast for 2 people.
All right, excellent, because I'm actually having someone with me. But I'm wondering if I can actually have the room for only about an hour.
Today?
I only need the room for an hour.
Basically, it's up to yourself. It would still be the same price.
All right, well, basically...
I would charge you for an overnight stay, but if you choose not to
right.
for that long.
All right, yes, it would only be an hour, only an hour. Me and a friend, of course. Don't worry, nothing tacky. I know how high class your hotel is. Just someone from an escort line. So all we do is we just need the room for an hour, and that'll be fine. Maybe 2 hours, if I'm not really feeling up to it. But
Did you just say it's someone from an escort agency?
Oh, of course, yes. I know how your hotels sort of allow that kind of thing. I know how it's.
We wouldn't allow that, I'm afraid.
Oh,
You told me this
why not?
I can take the booking.
Why not?
I'm afraid.
Why would that not be allowed?
Because we just don't do that.
Well, don't worry. I mean, she's nothing tacky. Not like a street one or anything like that. I mean, I certainly would not think that low myself.
Say that again?
Sorry?
Say that again?
I said, don't worry, she's nothing tacky. It's not your usual street one. I myself would not sink that low, of course.
It honestly doesn't matter. I really couldn't take the booking for tonight.
I mean, surely you have businessmen and doctors and lawyers staying all the time who do that kind of thing.
If somebody stays and organises that themselves and we don't know about it, obviously there's
Yes.
nothing to do.
Well,
But
just
it's not something we would organise for, I guess. It's not something that we...
Well, just ignore that I told you. Just blank it from your mind. I'm actually a part-time hypnotist, so just blank that from your mind. All I do is I went in the room for an hour. No harm to yourselves. I'll leave a very good tip, and I'll have a jolly good time. Come on, I'm sure you could take a booking that way.
I'm afraid not.
Oh, come on. You telling me you've never used an escort yourself?
I'm telling you that, yes.
All right, you're happily married then?
Not married, no.
All right. Oh well, I am married. Oh, come on. Surely you could take the booking.
Definitely not. If you want to try a different hotel, you're more than welcome, but we won't take the booking.
What if I call back and put on like an accent or something? Would you take the booking then?
No.
No. I can see that I'm not going to get through to you, sir.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's perfectly fine. I'll just go and defecate some other hotel. That's fine.
Okay.
Right, thank you very much, sir. Goodbye.
In their fair share of taxes. Your conversation will not be recorded. This call is free unless you are calling from a mobile phone and your network operator has told you that you will be charged. Please hold and you'll be connected to the next available advisor.
Good afternoon, Tax Evasion Hotline. How can I help?
Yes, hello. I'm just before I say anything, I'm just wanting to make sure that this call is private and that it will not be shared with anyone. Because what I'm about to say is quite embarrassing. Well, basically, it goes down to this. Recently, I went in for some plastic surgery on a certain area of my body that is important in the line of work that I do. I actually work in the adult movie industry, and my employer has told me that because I got this surgery done, I will be subject to paying more tax, and I'm wanting to know if that would be correct or not.
Right, I think you've come through the wrong line, because this is the line where...
I'm just wanting to, just to make sure that that's not correct. I will not be paying more tax because I have enlarged a certain area of my body.
Wait.
Would that be incorrect?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, I'm one of the managers of the helpline. How can I help you?
Yes, hello. This conversation will be confidential, yes?
Of course.
Well, yes, recently I had some surgery done on an area of my body that is slightly important in the line of work that I do.
Right.
And my employer has told me that because I got the surgery done to enlarge a certain area of my body, that I will be subject to paying more tax. Would that be correct or incorrect?
That's incorrect.
That would be incorrect.
Yes.
Okay, that's excellent. Glad I cleared that up. And the next point of the conversation is just to let you know that I'm considered self-employed. And I've not...
that you're self-employed?
I'm considered self-employed, yes, because I actually work in the adult video industry.
Right.
And for the past 6 years on and off, I've not really been quite honest with my tax.
Right.
Right, what you'll need to do is you'll need to register self-employed.
Right.
Right, do you want to give me the telephone number and you can speak to the helpline?
I'm sorry?
If I give you the telephone number, there's a helpline for registration of the self-employed.
Okay, oh no, I have all the forms and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, you do?
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
all
Well,
you need to
basically,
do is
because of the amount of movies that I've made, does that mean that if I now register myself self-employed, I will now have to pay 10 times the amount of tax that I would have to pay before?
I'm sorry, are you on a mobile?
Yes, I believe I am.
I can't hear you because the line keeps breaking up.
Right, I'm just basically wanting to know if your motto over there is that the more that I come in a movie, the more tax I will have to pay.
No.
No? I was just wanting to clear that up. No, I suppose not. But I do
Thank you
suggest.
for your call.
Okay, no, thank you.
Hello, Morton Nursing Home, can I help you?
Hello, I'm wanting rid of my mother, and I want to know how I can get her into your place.
Sorry, I can say that again, Pets, what you saying, sorry?
I'm looking to get rid of my mother, and I want to know how I can get her into your place.
Oh, you're looking to get rid of your mother?
Yeah, I'm looking to get rid of my mother, yes, as soon as possible, please. She's incontinent. Doubly incontinent, do you know what that means?
You have to go through the social work department.
No, but surely I could just pop her in the car and drop her at your door.
No, I'm sorry, you can't do that.
Why not?
You can't do that with anyone, you must go through the social work department.
I mean, you don't know what it's like living with her. I've lived with my mother for about 20 years now, and...
You need to go through the social work department, you need to phone the emergency social workers.
I mean, I have friends over, and, you know, she thinks it's the good old days, and she's in some ballroom or something. I mean, she hits on my friends as well. I mean, how would you like it if, you know, one of your relatives was walking around the house stinking of, well, you know.
I understand where you're coming from, but you just can't bring your mother and dump her at the front door. You can't do
Look,
that.
I'm going to put her in the car. She'll be there in 10 minutes.
But you can't do that. We can't take
Her name's Mavis Davis.
Pardon?
Her name is Mavis Davis. I'm going to stick her in the car. She'll be there in 10 minutes. Then she'll be someone else's problem, and I won't have to deal with her anymore.
You can't do that.
Why not?
It's up to you if you can do it, but you can't dump your mother like that. You need to phone the social work department just now when you come off the phone.
Look.
Phone the emergency social worker or take her to hospital. You just can't
Look.
dump her.
What I'm going to do is, I'm going to bludgeon her to death, and I'm going to take her out to East Redfordshire. I'm going to put her in a bin, and then she'll be someone else's problem, and then I'll be free of her for all good.
But that won't be my fault if you do that. It's not my fault.
But surely you could take her. Have you not got a Z bed?
Pardon?
Have you got a Z bed?
No, we can't do that. This is a nursing home. It's not just somewhere you can just dump them.
I mean, come on. I mean, you must have a free bed. Surely they pop off all the time, in there.
But the thing is, if you feel so strongly, you need to take her to hospital. You can't just dump her. You can't just dump her anyway. You feel, I know it's hard. I understand where you're coming from. But you can't just bring your mother and jump her at the door.
Well, euthanasia could be an option, couldn't it, actually?
Pardon?
Euthanasia could be an option, actually. I should just maybe just put her out of her misery.
You have to contact some social work to help you with this. I can't help you. You need
Look.
to go through the social work department.
Look, she'll be there in 10 minutes. You can put her in the garbage for all I care. Yes, hello. Is that Environmental Services Pest Control?
It is environmental services, yes.
Ah, yes, hello. I have a rather large pest that needs controlling. Basically, I woke up this morning and I found something in my garden. At the moment, I really don't know what it is. I have managed to restrain it, but the only thing I can basically describe it as would be a Sasquatch of some kind. So basically what I need is I need someone to come out and remove it.
Whereabouts are you?
Sorry?
Whereabouts are you?
I'm in Glasgow.
You're in Glasgow?
Yeah. It's in the garden, it's all strapped up. I need someone to come out and remove this thing. Because I don't have a clue what it is. The only thing I can describe it as is a Sasquatch or a Bigfoot of some kind. But the neighbours have been really frightened to come out of their houses, and I really need someone to come out and get rid of it.
Well, if it is that, to be honest, it's not something that we could remove. You really need to speak in the first instance, would you believe, to the police.
No. The police. I've already been on the phone to the police, and they came out and they ran a mile. They basically said this is not our department.
Right.
I mean, when I got up this morning, I thought it was a man of some sort who had been raiding my bins or something. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if a gorilla's escaped from the local zoo or something. But all I know is that I've got something in the garden. It's not going anywhere at the moment, but I really need someone to come out and get rid of it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's just not the kind of thing that we do. We deal more with rats, mice, that type of thing. Squirrels are the biggest we'll deal with.
I mean, it could be a rat, But the chances of it being a rat is really only if there was a nuclear power plant behind the house that some rat crawled into. I mean, it's quite big and, you know, quite foreboding. But I mean, if no one is, you know, able to come out and sort it out, I mean, I would
have nothing I could use against that.
Well, I don't have any weapons of any sort. I mean, I do have an old samurai sword that I've got from my sort of part-time acting days that I could maybe use on it to, you know, sort of keep it at bay. But
is it caught in something just now?
No, I've restrained it.
How did you manage that? What did you restrain it with?
I restrained it with ropes. I have a big fence that used to be electrified, but I've basically tied it round it. I live out in the country, out near Eaglesham in Glasgow somewhere, and I've basically just tied it to a fence. It's still there, it's not in any pain, but it's quite large. Yeah, it's quite big. It's not exactly your common household pest. The only thing I can describe it as is a Sasquatch or a Bigfoot or something. That's the only thing I can come up with.
Right. Well, it's not something we could do because number one, I'm not convinced we'd be allowed to shoot it anyway. Normally, the police would deal with that in the first instance, and thereafter, I can remember instances in the past of strange things in it.
Oh yes, yes, it is very strange.
Either with the RSPCA or one of the zoos, depending on what the heck it is.
Yeah.
But the cops in the first instance should have actually dealt with that.
Oh.
At least should have put you in touch with the appropriate agency. I mean,
right.
we're a private pest control company.
Yeah. Well, it is a pest. It's a pest. It's definitely a pest. It needs controlling. Yeah. Well, basically, what I'll just do is I'll probably go out, take my baseball bat, bludgeon it to death, put it in some sort of van of some sort, drive it out to the sea, dump it, and hopefully that'll be us rid of it. So, that's what I'm going to do. Thank you. Yes, hello. I've got reason to believe that my sister is possessed, and I'm wanting to have an exorcism done.
Right. Well,
I'm wanting to know how I would go about that. That's all.
I really wouldn't know. I think you'd be well to phone our diocesan offices once they're open. That would be tomorrow.
Right. Do you have any advice, you know, to keep the demon at bay at the moment? I mean, I do have a lot of books and this kind of stuff. I mean, I was going to try it myself, but I don't think it would work with me somehow.
Well, I don't really have any experience whatsoever, I'm afraid, about that. So
Right. So who would I contact then?
I'm sorry?
Who would I contact then?
Well,
could I come into the church and, you know, fill up a bottle with some holy water or something? I can take it home and put it to some good use.
I wouldn't personally advise that.
Why not?
Sorry, I don't think that also a conversation of this seriousness, I don't think I want to continue over the phone either.
No, it is quite serious. That's why I'm looking to have something done about it.
But because of the seriousness of it, it's not a sort of conversation that one would have over the phone.
Right. Well, I am fearing for my life at the moment.
You're sorry?
I'm fearing for my life at the moment. Because I'm quite a weak individual, you know. I've got this feeling that, you know, when he's done doing what he's going to do with my sister, that he'll probably jump into me. And, you know, I really wouldn't know what to do in that case.
Well, I honestly would not be able to advise you on that one whatsoever.
So I couldn't come in and get some holy water or anything? What about crucifixes? Would that work?
Excuse me, I don't have any expertise in that area.
Garlic, maybe?
So you probably would have as good an idea as I would have, and I'm not really wanting
to
comment further over the phone.
Right.
If you want to, I think that if you want to speak with your local priest, then that might be...
No, this is my local parish.
So which is your local parish?
Oh, yes.
Christ the King?
Yes.
Well, you're welcome to come down and have a chat with us.
Oh, I would really like to do that, yes.
What's your name?
Sorry?
What is your name? This is Father Gallagher here.
Oh, Father Gallagher? Yes.
What's your own name?
Duncan Ferguson.
Duncan Ferguson?
Yes. I'm there every Sunday. I was there this morning. Didn't take my sister, obviously.
Sorry?
I did not bring my sister this morning, obviously. I have her strapped up in the house at the moment.
Listen, Duncan, as I say, what you are talking about is a matter that's very, very serious, and it's really not the best idea for us to just continue this on the phone. And I'm not, as I said to you, I'm really not any expert or any. I don't really have any particular.
Right, yeah.
Whatsoever in that area.
So using holy water will be no good then?
Sorry?
So using the holy water will be no good then?
Holy water for us is a reminder of our baptism.
Ah, yes.
That's what the water is, it's not...
Well, my sister wasn't baptised, that's why I'm beginning to think, you know, that maybe this has happened to her. I mean, she's cursing and swearing, and I've got relatives over. It's my birthday today, so I've got relatives over, and she's frankly embarrassing at the moment. She's been sick all over the place.
Okay, well...
But if you can't help me, I'll find someone who can.
Right, Duncan, I hope you manage to get that problem sorted out.
Thank you very much, Father.
Okay, thanks, Duncan. Take care.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Hello?
Hello.
Ah, yes, hello. I ordered a meal last night, actually. I'm actually calling to complain.
Sorry, what was that?
I had a meal from yourselves last night, sir, and I'm actually calling to complain.
What happened, sir?
Well, I actually found something in my meal.
What did you find, sir?
An eyeball.
Sorry?
An eyeball.
Eyeball?
Do you know what an eyeball is?
No, no.
I also found some toes.
Found what?
I found some toes. I'm not quite sure if they were animal or not, but they were there in my meal. Now, I want to know what you're going to do about it.
Who's this, sir?
Are you not taking me seriously?
Who I'm talking to? Can you give me your name and address?
It does not matter what my name is. I had a meal from yourselves last night, and I found parts of what could only be called the human anatomy in my meal. Have you ever chewed down on an eyeball, sir?
Eyeball? Is that what you found in it?
Are you laughing at me?
What's your name and address, sir?
Are you laughing at me, sir?
No, I'm not laughing. I'm finding funny. You know, eyeball in your meal.
I almost choked on it.
Oh, what can I do for you? I'm really busy, sir. What can I do for you?
Well, perhaps you would like to reimburse me, perhaps with a meal that does not have eyeballs in it.
Okay, you come in the shop, I'll make you something. Okay, sir?
Is that a promise?
Just pop in, I'll talk to you. Who's this anyway? What's your name?
It doesn't matter what my name is. There was also some eyelashes in there as well.
Alright, when you come up, I'll talk
Toenails.
to you. And we'll talk about it.
I would be more than willing to do that, sir.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Afternoon, Trevor speaking.
Let me speak to someone in authority.
He's off for his break at the moment.
Oh, no.
Back in about...
Let me speak to someone in authority.
He's off on his break.
No.
Can you ring back?
You're not getting me. I need to speak to someone in authority straight away. Now.
But he's not around.
Who are you? Are you in authority?
No.
Well, what are you? What do you do there? Are you the fucking cleaner or something?
Pardon?
Are you the cleaner or something?
No.
Are you in
I work in the bar.
Are you in any authority? Oh, you work in the bar, so you serve the drinks, so you're in authority then? I need to speak to someone in authority.
Just hold on a second.
Yes, I will. Hold on. Thanks.
Hello here.
Hello, who is this?
Hello? What can I help?
I need to speak to someone in authority. Are you in authority? I need to speak to someone in authority right now.
But my manager, he's not here now.
Your manager's not there? Who the hell are you?
Sorry?
Who the hell is this? Are you in authority? I need to speak to someone in authority.
I'm in the bar. I'm staff here. Staff off here. So what can I help?
So you have no authority there? Do you not call the shots there or anything? You don't call the shots there or anything? I need to speak to someone in authority now. Get someone in authority. I need to speak to someone.
You could try call back later. After 4:30.
Alright, I'll call back later then. Right, bye.
Good afternoon. Can I help you?
Yes, hello, I've just had some of your bailiffs round at my house. The bastards have completely taken absolutely everything. I need to speak to someone in authority there to get this completely sorted out.
Who's calling?
I've just had a couple of your guys run at my house. They've completely ran off with my stuff I need for my work, my pornography collection and my smut and all that kind of stuff, and they've completely taken it. I mean, the bastards said they weren't going to take it, they've just taken it.
Right, is this just a wind-up then?
No, this isn't a fucking wind-up. They've just come round to my house and taken my stuff.
You don't have bailiffs in Scotland for a start.
Well, whatever the hell they're called then, debt fricking collectors or whatever you want to call themselves. Bunch of hard men completely clearing my house dry. I needed all that stuff for my work, the line of business that I'm in, and they've completely taken it.
I can just stop you, get on, can I ask your name?
How the hell am I supposed to pay any debt back if they've taken all the stuff that I need for my work?
I'm not interested in listening to pornography.
Fuck you. Hi, this is Davey here. I've just called to let you know that a contract's been taken out in your life and I'm going to come in and take care of you tonight. I like to call up my victims beforehand and just let them know. Did you know anything about this contract?
Yeah.
Apparently it was your wife that did it. Said you've been playing around a little bit in that restaurant of yours. So she's taken a contract out in your life, so I'm going to come in tonight. What would your choice of weapon be, if I was going to use an air rifle on you or something, or a machine gun? What would you like done?
Yeah.
I have my victims' needs at heart, I'm a hitman, but I'm not all stony-hearted. I do have some love in me somewhere.
Right. You got a phone number I can get back to you?
Have I got a phone number you can get back to me? Oh, no, I certainly do not.
Okay then. I'll leave it at that then.
Well, I'll be in about 7:30 then, is that alright?
Yeah, that's fine.
That's great, I'll see you then.
Thanks, bye-bye.
You'll recognise me.
Pestmaster?
Hello, is that the pestmaster?
Pardon?
Is that the pestmaster?
Who's this?
Yes, hello. I seem to have something. You have to excuse me. I'm very sick. I seem to have something in my back garden that I have to have removed.
What would that be?
I just got up this morning and it was out there. I mean, I'm not really sure what it is. I tried calling the emergency call out, and they gave me your number to call. I don't know if it's something might have escaped from the local zoo or something, but it's quite large and it's in my garden, and I need someone to come out and please remove it.
Where do you stay?
I live in Eaglesham. Eaglesham, yeah, and I have my own terraced house, and it's in the garden. I mean, I'm not sure if it's like a rat or a gorilla or something, but I need to have it removed. It could be anything. I mean, I really don't know what it is.
What's your phone number there?
Sorry, I don't actually have a phone number. I'm calling from a phone box.
You're calling from a phone box?
I'm calling from a phone box, yes. I mean,
what's your address?
I don't know what it is. I mean, it could be like a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch or something, but
Could be a Sasquatch, right enough. I've seen quite a few of them myself.
Are they quite common around here?
Oh, they are, yeah.
Are they? Oh dear. I think it's smoking through my bed cell bed! You bastard! You think you could come over to my house and shag my wife and I wouldn't find out about it? You scumball! Who the hell do you think you are?
Hello?
Who the hell do you think you are? You think you can just come over to my house and bang my wife and I wouldn't find out about it? I'm gonna kill you!
I think so.
What do you have to say for yourself, man? I tell you, see if my wife gets pregnant and the baby comes out with a fucking brown forehead, I'll be right over there and kill you.
Alteration company?
Yes. I came into your alteration company yesterday to have a pair of trousers fitted.
Right.
And one of your damn tailors, well, to put it mildly, he took advantage of me.
I beg your pardon?
One of your tailors, to put it mildly.
Advantage of you?
Sorry?
What's that? Did you say took advantage of you?
One of your tailors, to put it mildly, madam, took advantage of me while fitting my trousers. He was measuring my inseam. He ran his hand up the inside of my leg.
We don't have any geese in this shop.
And there
We're
was...
in the wrong shop.
Sorry? I beg your pardon?
We don't have any gentlemen fitters here.
Did I say there was any gentleman fitters? I just said one of your tailors ran the hand up the inside of my leg, and there was definite, you know, cupping, grasping, pulling, call it what you like. Needless to say, I was taken advantage of. And I want to know what you're going to do about it. Hello?
Hello?
I want to know what you're going to do about this.
You're calling the wrong shop, sir.
I have not called the wrong shop, madam. No, no, no. My information is correct. I know I felt yesterday and it was right. You can imagine. Are you laughing?
No.
Are you laughing at me?
No.
I spent 10 years in the CIA and I could break your neck in a heartbeat, so please do not laugh, madam.
12 years in the CIA.
Did you?
I can assure you.
Where did you serve? I served in Vietnam.
Never mind where I served.
I know where you'll be serving. You'll be serving time when I'm through with you.
Time as well, Berlini.
Berlini, I have already served time in there, thank you, madam. Well, regarding this fondling business, what are you going to do about it? I beg your pardon?
What about it?
I want to know what you're going to do about it.
Not a thing, because it's the wrong shop.
This is not the wrong shop, madam. I know where I have called.
I'm sorry, you'll have to speak to the owner. Bye.
I'll have to speak to the owner. Where is the owner? Let me speak to the owner right now. Yes, hello. I've got reason to believe that my sister is possessed, and I'm wanting to have an exorcism done.
Right. Well,
I'm wanting to know how I would go about that, that's all.
I really wouldn't know. I think you'd as well to phone our diocesan offices once they're open. That would be tomorrow.
Right, right. Do you have any advice, you know, to keep the demon at bay at the moment? I mean, I do have a lot of books and this kind of stuff. I mean, I was going to try it myself, but I don't think it would work with me somehow.
Well, I don't really have any experience whatsoever, I'm afraid, about that. So
Right, right.
I wouldn't be able to...
So who would I contact then?
I'm sorry?
Who would I contact then?
Well,
Would it be could I actually not? Could I come into the church and, you know, fill up a bottle with some holy water or something? I can take it home and put it to some good use.
I wouldn't personally advise that.
Why not?
Sorry, I don't think that also a conversation of this seriousness, I don't think I want to continue over the phone either.
No, no, it is quite serious. That's why I'm looking to have something done about it.
But because of the seriousness of it, it's not a sort of conversation that one would have over the phone.
Right, right. Well, I am fearing for my life at the moment.
You're sorry?
I'm fearing for my life at the moment. Because I'm quite a weak individual, you know. I've got this feeling that, you know, when he's done doing what he's going to do with my sister, that he'll probably jump into me. And, you know, I really wouldn't know what to do in that case.
Well, I honestly would not be able to advise you on that one whatsoever.
So I couldn't come in and get some holy water or anything? What about crucifixes? Would that work?
Excuse me, I don't have any expertise in that area.
Garlic,
whatsoever.
maybe?
So you probably would have as good an idea as I would have, and I'm not really wanting
Right,
to
right.
comment further over the phone.
Right.
If you want to, I think that if you want to speak with your local parish, with your local priest, then that might be...
No, this is my local parish. This is my local parish.
Which is your local parish?
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Christ the King?
Yes, yes.
Well, you're welcome to come down and have a chat with us, but...
Oh, I would really like to do that. Yes, yes.
What's your name?
Sorry?
What is your name? This is Father Gallagher here.
Oh, Father Gallagher. Ah, yes, yes.
What's your own name?
Duncan Ferguson.
Duncan Ferguson.
Yes. I'm there every Sunday. I was there this morning. Didn't take my sister, obviously.
Sorry?
I did not bring my sister this morning, obviously. I have her strapped up in the house at the moment.
Listen, Duncan, as I say, what you are talking about is a matter that's very, very serious, and it's really not the best idea for us to just continue any particular
Right, yeah.
whatsoever in that area.
So using holy water will be no good then?
Sorry?
So using the holy water will be no good then?
Holy water for us is a reminder of our baptism.
Ah, yes.
That's what the water is. It's not.
Well, my sister wasn't baptised. That's why I'm beginning to think, you know, that maybe this has happened to her. I mean, she's cursing and swearing, and I've got relatives over. It's my birthday today, so I've got relatives over, and she's frankly embarrassing at the moment. She's been sick all over the place.
Okay, well.
But if you can't help me, I'll find someone who can.
Right, Duncan. I hope you manage to get that problem sorted out.
Thank you very much, Father.
Okay, thanks, Duncan. Take care.
Goodbye.
Bye. Hello?
Good morning.
Hello, who is it?
How are you?
I am fine. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Adam Gibson. I want to ask you a bunch of questions. And I want to have them answered immediately.
Go on.
First, I would like to just get to know you.
Uh-huh. Of course.
Ask you know me.
What did you say, Jumanji?
Hey, I want you to do me a favor.
Yes.
Where's my family?
I had them in for dinner last night. We had some...
There's someone in my house eating my birthday cake with my family.
I didn't have birthday cake, I swear. I just had the candles. We lit them up. We danced around them. We had some cannabis. It was great.
I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Adam Gibson. I would like to talk to you about Thomas Aquinas.
No, I'm trying to talk here. Let me talk and then you can talk. We can have a dignified conversation here. How about that? Eh? What do you say?
Come on. Good.
Well, when all's said and done at the end of the day, I think we all feel like you do. Alan Gibson.
I'm Adam Gibson. You want a gift on my birthday?
I agree. So, you come here often?
Yes. Oh, you must be very proud of yourself. Where's my family? Where's my family?
They're still having dinner.
There's someone in my house eating my birthday cake with my family.
Well, see, I lit up the birthday candles, but they're...
And stop shouting! I'm not deaf! Don't bullshit me.
The deodorant says hello.
Don't bullshit me.
Diwashine, I don't speak African.
You can see that I'm talking quiet.
Why? Well, it's a foreign language for a start, and I'm not foreign.
Excuse me, I have a few more questions if you don't mind.
Questions if I don't mind?
What I want to know is, why would a priest try to kill someone?
Enough of this Asian nonsense. I don't have bird flu. I don't have to put up with this sort of glass.
I'm a cop. That's all I know how to be. I'm Adam Gibson. Just doing my job. Trust me.
I do trust you. I trust you
Thank
more
you.
than I trust Disney World, and that's saying a lot because I am Disney World.
What's the matter?
What's the matter? What's the matter, you? That's what I want to know.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions. And I want to have them answered immediately. Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Who is my daddy and what does he do? My daddy is an oil refinery in the north.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And he eats birthday cake for a living.
Oh, you must be very proud of yourself.
He must be in college for fun.
I agree with you.
He go to college for that. He was sort of born that way. He was born in an oil refinery.
No, I know what I heard.
What did you say?
No, I know what I heard. I believe you. Excuse me.
For Will Young or something? Is that why you're so wild and unpredictable?
Give me your address. Give me your address.
She's my favourite character in Winnie the Pooh as well.
I'm not a pervert!
You're not a progress.
I'm not a pervert!
Different.
Come and get me.
I will come and get you when I have the revolver now. Just be patient.
Thank you.
That's okay. Nice speaking to you.
Bye. Goodbye!
Passengers Glasgow, lunatic again. How may I help you?
Ah yes, hello. I'm looking to get a room either this evening or for tomorrow night. Do you have any vacancies?
Wait a moment, please. I just saw you. Armani, Versace, Hugo.
Reservations, Mark speaking. How may I help you?
Yes, hello. I'm looking to get a room either tonight or tomorrow night. I'm wondering if you have any vacancies.
Just one moment, I'll check that for you, sir. Which night would you be coming?
It's either tonight or tomorrow night. Doesn't matter which. Just whenever you've got the nearest vacancy.
Tonight would be a price of £99 bed and breakfast for 2 people.
All right, excellent. Because I'm actually having someone with me. But I'm wondering if I can actually have the room for only about an hour.
Today.
I only need the room for an hour.
Basically, it's up to yourself. It would still be the same price.
All right, well, basically.
I would charge you for an overnight stay, but if you choose not to
Right.
live for that long.
All right, well, yes, it would only be an hour, and only an hour. Me and a friend, of course. Don't worry, nothing tacky. I know how high class your hotel is. Just someone from an escort line. So all we do is we just need the room for an hour, and that'll be fine. Maybe 2 hours, if I'm not really feeling up to it. But
Did you just say it's someone from an escort agency?
oh, of course, yes. I know how your hotels sort of allow that kind of thing. I know how it's.
We wouldn't allow that, I'm afraid.
Oh.
You told me this
Why not?
I can take the booking.
Why not?
I'm afraid.
Why would that not be allowed?
Because we just don't do that.
Well, don't worry. I mean, she's nothing tacky. Nothing tacky. Not like a street one or anything like that. I mean, I certainly would not sink that low myself.
Say that again?
Sorry.
Say that again?
I said, don't worry. She's nothing tacky. It's not your usual street one. I myself would not sink that low, of course.
It honestly doesn't matter. I really couldn't take the booking for tonight.
I mean, surely you have businessmen and doctors and lawyers staying all the time who do that kind of thing.
If somebody stays and organises that themselves and we don't know about it, obviously there's
yes.
nothing we can do.
Well,
But
just
it's not something we would organise for a guest, and it's not something that we...
Well, just ignore that I told you. Just blank it from your mind. I'm actually a part-time hypnotist, so just blank that from your mind. All I do is I want the room for an hour. No harm to yourselves. I'll leave a very good tip, and I'll have a jolly good time. Come on, I'm sure you can take a booking that way.
I'm afraid not.
Oh, come on. You telling me you've never used an escort yourself?
I'm telling you that, yes.
All right, you're happily married then?
Not married, no.
All right. Oh well, I am married. Oh come on, surely you could take the booking.
Definitely not. If you want to try a different hotel, you're more than welcome, but we won't take the booking.
What if I call back and put on like an accent or something? Would you take the booking then?
No.
No. I can see that I'm not going to get through to you, sir.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's perfectly fine. I'll just go and defecate some other hotel. That's fine.
Okay.
Right, thank you very much, sir. Goodbye. Yes, hello. Is that Environmental Services Pest Control?
It is environmental services, yes.
Ah, yes, hello. I have a rather large pest that needs controlling. Basically, I woke up this morning and I found something in my garden. At the moment, I really don't know what it is. I have managed to restrain it, but the only thing I can basically describe it as would be a Sasquatch of some kind. So basically what I need is I need someone to come out and remove it.
Whereabouts are you?
Sorry?
Whereabouts are you?
I'm in Glasgow.
You're in Glasgow?
Yeah. It's in the garden, it's all strapped up. I need someone to come out and remove this thing. Because I don't have a clue what it is. The only thing I can describe it as is a Sasquatch or a Bigfoot of some kind. But the neighbours have been really, really frightened to come out of their houses, and I really need someone to come out and get rid of it.
Well, if it is that, to be honest, it's not something that we could remove. You really need to speak in the first instance, what you believe, to the police.
No. The police. I've already been on the phone to the police, and they came out and they ran a mile. They basically said this is not our department.
Right.
I mean, when I got up this morning, I thought it was a man of some sort who had been raiding my bins or something, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know if a gorilla's escaped from the local zoo or something, but all I know is that I've got something in the garden. I mean, it's not going anywhere at the moment, but I really, really, really need someone to come out and get rid of it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's just not the kind of thing that we do. I mean, we deal more with rats, mice, that type of thing. Squirrels are the biggest we'll deal with.
I mean, it could be a rat, but the chances of it being a rat is really only if there was a nuclear power plant behind the house that some rat crawled into. I mean, it's quite big and, you know, quite foreboding. But I mean, if no one is, you know, able to come out and sort it out, I mean, I may.
I would have nothing I could use against that.
Well, I mean, I don't have any weapons of any sort. I mean, I do have an old samurai sword that I've got from my sort of part-time acting days that I could maybe use on it to, you know, sort of keep it at bay. But
is it caught in something just now?
No, I've restrained it.
How did you manage that? What did you restrain it with?
I restrained it with ropes. I mean, I have a big fence that used to be electrified, but I've basically tied it round it. I live out in the country, out near Eaglesham in Glasgow somewhere, and I've basically just tied it to a fence. It's still there, and it's not in any pain, but it's quite large. Yeah, it's quite big. It's not exactly your common household pest. The only thing I can describe it as is a Sasquatch or a Bigfoot or something. That's the only thing I can come up with.
Right. Well, it's not something we could do because number one, I'm not convinced we'd be allowed to shoot it anyway. Normally, the police would deal with that in the first instance, and thereafter, I can remember instances in the past of strange things in it.
Oh yes, yes. It is very strange.
Either with the RSPCA or one of the zoos, depending on what the heck it is.
Yeah.
But the cops in the first instance should have actually dealt with that.
Oh.
They at least should have put you in touch with the appropriate agency. I mean,
right.
We're a private pest control company.
Yeah. Well, it is a pest. It is a pest. It's definitely a pest. It needs controlling. Yeah. Well, basically, what I'll just do is I'll probably go out, take my baseball bat, bludgeon it to death, put it in some sort of van of some sort, drive it out to the sea, dump it, and hopefully that'll be us rid of it. So, that's what I'm going to do. Thank you.
Their fair share of taxes. Your conversation will not be recorded. This call is free unless you are calling from a mobile phone and your network operator has told you that you will be charged. Please hold and you'll be connected to the next available advisor. Good afternoon, Tax Evasion Hotline. How can I help?
Yes, hello. I'm just before I say anything, I'm just wanting to make sure that this call is private and that it will not be shared with anyone. Because what I'm about to say is quite embarrassing. Well, basically, it goes down to this. Recently, I went in for some plastic surgery on a certain area of my body that is important in the line of work that I do. I actually work in the adult movie industry, and my employer has told me that because I got this surgery done, I will be subject to paying more tax, and I'm wanting to know if that would be correct or not.
Right, I think you've come through the wrong line, because this is the line where...
I'm just wanting to, you know, just to make sure that that's not correct. I will not be paying more tax because I have enlarged a certain area of my body.
Right.
Would that be incorrect? Hello?
Hello, I'm one of the managers of the helpline. How can I help you?
Yes, hello. This conversation will be confidential, yes?
Of course.
Well, yes, well, recently I had some surgery done on an area of my body that is slightly important in the line of work that I do. And my employer has told me that because I got the surgery done to enlarge a certain area of my body, that I will be subject to paying more tax. Would that be correct or incorrect?
That's incorrect.
That would be incorrect.
Yes.
Okay, that's excellent. Glad I cleared that up. And the next point of the conversation is just to let you know that I am considered self-employed. And I've
That
not...
you are, sorry, that you're self-employed?
I'm considered self-employed, yes, because I actually work in the adult video industry.
Right.
And for the past 6 years on and off, I've not really been quite honest with my tax.
Right. Right, what you'll need to do is you'll need to register self-employed.
Right.
Right, do you want to give me the telephone number, Paul, and you can speak to the helpline?
I'm sorry?
If I give you the telephone number, there's a helpline for registration of the self-employed.
Okay, oh no, I have all the forms and all that kind of
Oh,
stuff.
you do?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
all
Well,
you need to do
basically,
is
because of the amount of movies that I've made, does that mean that if I now register myself self-employed, I will now have to pay 10 times the amount of tax that I would have to pay before?
I'm sorry, are you on a mobile?
Yes, I believe I am. Yes.
I can't hear you because the line keeps breaking up.
Right, I'm just basically wanting to know if your motto over there is that the more that I come in a movie, the more tax I will have to pay. No. I was just wanting to clear that up.
No, can I help you with anything else?
No, I suppose not. But I do
thank you for your call.
Okay, no, thank you.
Good evening, thanks for calling. I'm Phil Glasgow. How may I help you?
Good evening. My name is Professor Douglas Kennedy. I'm calling from the Glasgow Medical Research Centre. Basically, the reason for my call is that I'm calling round several of the top-class businesses in Glasgow, looking for volunteers to participate in some scientific experiments that I'm conducting tomorrow evening. Now, I will give you some details about the experiments that we're doing. Have you ever heard of genetic rendering before?
No.
You've never heard of that? Well, basically what we're going to be doing is using some samples of toxic waste to change a mouse into a cat. Now, I don't know how many employees are working at the Millennium Hotel at the moment. Can you give me a rough idea?
Oh, God. Lots.
Lots?
Lots. Yeah, I'm not too sure. It's about...
I mean... How many? Would it be possible for me to possibly come in this evening and demonstrate maybe some of... Hello?
I would say about 70.
There's about 70 people working there. Well, basically, I'm looking for volunteers. I mean, would you be willing to participate in some scientific experiments of some sort?
Oh, no.
It's just genetic rendering. I mean, it won't scar you permanently. We're also going to be doing some experiments using garden life, plant life, perhaps to sustain the human blood cells once they have expired. I mean, I'm going round all the businesses in Glasgow and just basically inviting everyone down. I mean, you yourself, you sound like someone who'd be up for a bit of experimentation.
No, not me.
No?
I'm a scaredy cat.
Oh, you're a scaredy cat?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just some toxic waste. It's harmless enough.
Do you want me to take your name and number and I can get some people to give you a call?
Is it possible to speak to your manager, actually? That would actually be quite good.
She's not until tomorrow.
Oh, she's not until tomorrow. Well, what I'll do is I will call back tomorrow then.
All right, no problem then.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Goodbye.
Everything can help.
Yes, hello, this is Private Eye Black speaking.
Sorry?
This is Private Eye Black speaking. I'm investigating some queries from some of your customers who have come to see me privately regarding finding strange objects in the food that is served in your particular restaurant.
Okay,
Now, I don't know if you know anything...
I'm just part-time.
You're just part-time? Well, are you aware that people have been actually finding body parts in the food in there?
I've not heard anything, it's just because I'm just sometimes just one day, so I've maybe not heard anything, I'm not sure about that.
Can you pass me on to someone else who might know more about it then, please?
It's actually not here at the moment, have you got a number and I can get them to call you back? They're on their break just now.
No, I'll call you back.
Let me just find out when they'll be back, okay, hold on. be here until about 5 o'clock. I can give you the number of the other restaurant. There might be a manager there just now.
It's okay, I have...
There's 2 China Busy Kings.
Oh, it's okay, I have the number for that.
Right, you know what? Is it Sucky Hall Street that you're wanting to speak to, or it's West Nile Street? No.
It's Sucky Hall Street, yes.
It's Sucky Hall Street.
I'll call back later on.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Afternoon, China with West Nile Street.
Yes, hello, this is Private Eye Black speaking. I'm calling in regard...
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from my own detective agency in Glasgow somewhere. I'm calling in regard that some of your customers have actually come to me with complaints, quite suspicious actually, to do with what you're serving in your food in that particular restaurant.
Yeah.
Well, people have been, my certain clients who have come to me have actually said they've been finding body parts in the food there. No, this is not funny.
Yeah.
No.
Body parts of what?
Of a human being, obviously.
No, I think you got the wrong place.
No, I don't have the wrong place. They've come to me privately and asked me to investigate this matter quite thoroughly. Now, I don't know if you're particularly aware that in our country it is illegal to put human body parts into food.
Well, I think, no, it's not at this place. I think you just got the wrong number, okay? It's
No,
somewhere else.
I do not have the wrong number, sir.
Yeah.
I want you to understand that this is a very serious matter and I'm going to
What's your
invest...
name? Can I have your name and phone number? Which company are you from?
I can't tell you what company I'm from. I'm a private investigator.
You know what, I need authorization. I need a company name. I need personnel. Contact number.
Private Investigator Black. That's the only name you'll need to know.
Well, basically I can't do anything if it's just someone's phoning up and saying they find body parts.
No, they have come to me privately and said that they've been finding body parts such as eyeballs and, you know, maybe fingernails, and I at first was quite sceptical myself because I believed that it would probably be animal parts. But they said that they were quite confident that it was human body parts. I mean, I've been investigating this sort of thing for 15 years. I have been trailing a so-called...
What is it? If you give me your name, what's your name, sorry?
My name is Private Black, Detective Black. Now, I have been trailing the so-called mad chef for 15 years now, and I do believe that he could be in your employ, dissecting people and putting them into food and such. Now, as I said before, it is illegal to do that in this country.
No one's doing it in this country.
Do you have a criminal record, sir?
Well, I'll tell you what, why don't you call the environmental health?
I have already called the environmental health.
And then we'll sort something out there. If you want to leave a name and complaint, you phone the environmental health, you leave your name and number, and they will investigate us because they come to us several times.
No, I will investigate this thoroughly.
Okay?
I will investigate this thoroughly.
No problem.
And as I said,
investigate as much as you want.
as I said to my,
Say anything else. If you want a private matter, you just...
Excuse me, let me talk, please.
And we'll catch up with me, okay?
Excuse me.
Okay, goodbye.
Excuse me, let me talk, please. Yes, hello, good afternoon. Is that the Kenmore Church of Scotland? Yes, hello. My name is Professor Pretorius. I am just off the phone with the Archbishop of Scotland, and I'm looking to assemble a team of men to accompany me into Hungary. Hello, my name is Professor Pretorius. I am looking to assemble a team of men to accompany me into Hungary on a religious pilgrimage.
Oh, I'm afraid I wouldn't be free to go there, I'm sorry.
No, I will give you some details about it. Basically, we're going into Hungary by benefit of the Archbishop of Scotland. Basically, I'm going to assemble a team of priests and adventurers to go out to Hungary to battle a very, very evil threat that is in our midst. So basically, I'm looking to assemble some men. Have you ever heard of the vampire Nosferatu? Hello? Yes? Well, it appears that he has come back to feast on our kind again. So I'm basically looking to assemble some men so that we, can stamp out this evil threat for good.
Yes, I
you asking of me?
I'm looking to assemble some men. I'm calling around all the religious places in Scotland. I'm to look for volunteers to accompany me on this great pilgrimage.
Well, I would only ask for volunteers if you can give me some information in writing so I can take my time and look at it and assess it. Okay. So you'd have to. I couldn't make a public intimation on just the basis of this phone call. I would need something in writing. Okay?
Oh no! I can definitely give you it in writing, and I can also.
Send me something in writing, then I'll consider it. Okay.
I can also send you some documents that are purported to be about 200 years old, foretelling of this evil threat. I can send you all of that. I mean, I have spent my life tracking down this foe, and I'm looking to. I battled him before and I stamped him out, but he has come back. So now I'm getting old and frail, and I really need men to accompany me. We must stamp this evil out straight away.
Okay. Well, you send me something in by the post, and
I shall do.
Right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye. Hello?
Ah, yes, hello. Is that the small shoe co?
Yeah, it is.
Yes, hello. I'm looking to get a job in a shoe shop, and I'm wondering if perhaps you have some vacancies.
We have no vacancy at the moment. So
I like shoes. I've spent my life studying shoes. I'm quite fond of them. What kinds of shoes do you have?
we do ladies' shoes.
Ladies' shoes. I like ladies' shoes. What kinds of ladies' shoes do you have? Do you have ones with heels?
Yep. A heel, without a heel.
How large do the heels go up to?
3.5 inch.
3.5 inches. That's lovely. Now, would it go against me getting a job in a shoe shop? The fact that I have been diagnosed as having a foot fetish. Do you think that would go against me?
No, we
No?
don't have a vacancy at the moment, alright?
So I could actually get a job in another shoe shop,
You can try it.
even with a foot fetish.
Yeah,
Yes.
alright?
I mean, what kind of shoes are you wearing at the moment? Hello?
Good afternoon, Judy's Glasgow Hotel. I'm just speaking. How can I help?
Ah, yes, hello. I was staying in your hotel last night. I've actually called to complain. I came to stay at the hotel because I'm in Glasgow doing some business. So I thought, normal night. So I actually hired an escort for the evening, and she came and met me in my hotel room. But the little bitch has robbed me blind, and I want to sue the hotel.
She's what?
She's robbed me blind.
She's what?
She's robbed me blind. I'm blind with robbery. Daylight robbery. She was staying in the room. I did what I was doing. I paid her. I fell asleep, and the bitch has robbed me blind. So I want to sue the hotel for expenses. Hello? Hello, I was speaking to the girl on the desk there. I was staying at your hotel last night, and I actually ordered an escort to meet me in my room. She came, we did what we were doing, I fell asleep, and I woke up, and the bitch has robbed me blind, so I want to sue the hotel for expenses.
You do you, yeah?
I do, yes.
Okay then, sir. Can I get your name, please?
Sorry?
Can I get your name?
No, I really have to speak to someone in authority because I have to get this sorted out. I was staying in Glasgow on business. I had a lot of money in my room. I mean, if you ask the boy who brought the bags up to the room, I tipped him quite well, and the bitch has robbed me blind. I'm blind with robbery. So I want to sue for expenses.
Right, I'll tell you what, you're blind for robbery. So, what we're going to do is get a contact number?
Yes?
Yeah? Okay, what's the number there, bud?
And what do you plan to do?
Well, when I get the phone number, if anything happens, I can phone you.
Ah.
My smoke signals does go too far, mate, so I need to have some way of contacting you, you know?
You have to have some way of contacting me. Well, I'm actually staying in another hotel in Glasgow at the moment.
Excellent. Which hotel are you staying in there?
It's called the David Barton Hotel.
David Barton Hotel.
Yes.
And so you're not going to tell me your name. How about your room number? Can I get that? Just because if I phone the David Barton Hotel, they're going to put me through a random room. So I need
Room 12.
Room 12.
Yes, I always stay in room 12.
You always stay in room 12.
Yes.
Did you stay in room 12 with us?
Yes.
You did. You were in room 12 with us. Fantastic. You stayed last night.
Yes. But I really need to know what you're going to do about this because she's robbed me blind. I mean, if my wife finds out about this, my reputation is on the line here.
Your reputation's on the line.
It is, yes.
But what I can do, if you're not going to give me a name.
Now, I'm not going to give you a name, no, because if my name got out, there would be a scandal that would bring Britain down.
There'll be a scandal that would bring Britain down, I understand. Well, without a name, there's little I can do. You know, my hands are tied. I can't say...
Well, I need you to give me some kind of...
I need to say to the local girls, you know, listen, did you come in with Mr. X? I need to say, did you come in with so-and-so? So, can you get me your name?
I cannot give you my name. What do you mean by local girls?
So, let's see, how much was taken there?
I had over £2,000 in my back pocket. Yes.
Of course you did. Okay.
Of course I did.
Cards?
Sorry?
Any credit cards?
No, I do not carry credit cards, no.
No credit cards, no bank
No.
And a contact number there, Mr. Barton, mobile telephone?
No, I'm not giving you that either. No. I just need to know what you're going to do about this.
Well, without a contact...
Because obviously, if you're not going to do anything about it, then there's no point in me giving you any of my information, is there?
Sorry?
I said, if you're not going to do anything about it, there's no point in me giving you my information then, is there?
Well, there is some means that I can do about it, though. I'm going to have contact details, or if I get your money back, I can't do anything with it. I can't contact you in any way to tell you the circumstances.
I tell you what, you try and do what you can do. I will call you back, and then if you are successful, my good man, then I will give you all the contact details you could possibly ever want.
Okay. So
But I cannot stress it enough. I was robbed blind.
Robbed blind, fantastic.
Taken advantage of, manipulated, left to rot, robbed blind.
Can I ask one question?
Ask away.
Fantastic. Okay. You checked in 2 days ago?
2 days ago, yesterday.
Yeah, you checked in yesterday and departed today?
Yes.
Okay then, fantastic. So we can get some relevant dates. And you were definitely in room 12?
Yes.
So which floor was that, sir? Was that room 12 on the 4th floor?
That would be true, yes.
That would be true. Okay, then room 12 on the 4th floor. Okay, so without an actual room number, there's nothing I can do about that because we don't actually have a room 12. We have rooms from 100 to 436.
Well, 1-2 something then.
So 1-2 something. So it was on the 1st floor then?
It could very well be.
Could very well be.
I'm a big drinker. I don't tend to remember a lot of things that I do. Hence why I am now in this situation that I am in.
Fantastic.
Where my career is on the line.
Your career is on the line?
My career is on the line, yes.
Okay, what do you do for a living there, sir?
Does it matter what I do for a living?
General curiosity, that's all it was, general curiosity.
General curiosity. What do you do for a living then?
Well, believe it or not, I work in hotels for a living.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Okay then, sir. So, what I'm going to do is, I'll try and locate your £2,000. It was all in cash, yeah?
All of it was in cash.
All of it in cash. You know, yeah, definitely. So, all of it in cash. If I found your £2,000...
I will call back and find out how successful you are, sir.
So, when do you plan on calling back there, sir?
I will call back this evening or tomorrow morning.
You'll call back this evening or tomorrow morning?
Yes.
Okay then, sir.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Yes, hello. I have been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, and I believe that my other half is staying in your hotel. So I need you to tell me if he is actually staying there. He's a sort of short man, goes by the name Edward Hyde.
Hyde?
Yes, Edward Hyde.
George Hotel is perfectly situated for shopping. There's major stores and designer outlets on Buchanan Street, adjacent to the hotel, and a host of shops, including House of Fraser, John Lewis, Armani, Versace, You go, boss. Bag and baggage. And jigsaw, just minutes. Unfortunately, we can't give any information like that out for who's in and who's not in the hotel.
You're not allowed to give that sort of information out?
I'm afraid not, no.
No, well, technically he is part of me because I am a paranoid schizophrenic. I just need to know if he's actually in fact staying at your hotel.
No, he's not.
He's not staying there.
No.
Thank you very much, my dear. Goodbye. Ah, yes, hello. I was staying in your hotel last night. I'm actually calling to complain because I'm actually doing some business in Glasgow just now. So last night when I checked into the hotel, I actually ordered an escort to meet me in my room. So she came... Excuse me? Are you laughing?
I'm sorry, how can I help you?
Right, so she stayed in the room, we did what we were doing, I fell asleep and I woke up this morning and the bitch has robbed me blind.
How can I help you?
So, what I would like to do is sue your hotel for all charges and expenses that I have lost.
I'm sure there's a big queue in front of you with that, but you're more than welcome to. Just send anything for my attention at the Merchant Lodge here.
Maybe you're not understanding this, the bitch robbed me blind. Blind robbery, daylight robbery, whatever you want to call it. So I am going to sue for all expenses.
Sure, no problem at all. Just send it for my attention to the Merchant Lodge.
Excellent, I shall do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, goodbye.
Bye-bye. His hotel?
Ah yes, hello, my name is Father O'Leary. I was staying there with a choir boy last night and he seems to have got away with me, so I'm wondering if he's still checked into the hotel.
Hold on a minute. Hello, can I help you?
Ah yes, hello, I was staying there last night with one of my choir boys, a lovely little boy called Jim. I woke up this morning and he wasn't there, so I'm wondering if he's maybe still sort of circulating around the hotel somewhere.
I haven't seen him, no.
I mean, it was a single room, you know, one bed, you know, perfectly good evening, but I woke up this morning and the poor boy wasn't there, so I'm wondering if he's maybe running around. He still has his choir boy outfit on, as I always tell him to wear, of course.
I'm really sorry, I haven't seen anyone of that description.
I mean, we did order some champagne up to the room last night. It was, you know, our first date. So he seems to have gotten away from me, though. I don't really know where the poor boy is.
I'm really sorry, I haven't seen anyone. If you want to leave your contact number, if I find him, I'll tell him to give you a call.
No, I'll keep searching and I'll call you back.
Okay.
Okay. God bless you, child. Goodbye. Ah, yes, hello. This is quite embarrassing. I bought some lubricant at the weekend for a sort of personal purpose.
Yes,
And I was using it, and it seems to be more like superglue, and I have got my hand superglued to a very strange part of my body, and I'm wondering if you have any advice on how the hell I can get rid of that.
Right, if you hold on, I'll just put you through to the NHS helpline, see if they can help you.
Okay, thank you.
Tell you what, I'll put you through to the casualty and see if they can help you at the nurses station there.
Okay.
Hello, Annie?
Ah, yes, hello. I was just explaining to the woman before, it's very embarrassing. I bought what I thought was lubricant at the weekend for a sort of own personal use. And I now seem to be in the predicament where I have got my hand superglued to a very bizarre part of my body. And I'm wondering if you can give me any advice on how the hell I can undo this.
Okay. I could... Really, we're not supposed to give out advice over the phone.
I certainly am not walking into the hospital like this.
Yeah.
It's far too embarrassing. I just could not bring myself to do that.
Could you give me a wee minute and I will just speak to one of the doctors?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, right. There's no real miracle cure for it.
Oh,
What
dear
I would
God.
recommend is bring yourself a bath and just soak in the bath for as long as you can.
Right.
Try not to pick the glue off.
In case of ripping, yes.
Yeah, don't do that.
Well,
Loads of soap.
what if I happen to rip that particular area? Have you got any advice on how to stop the bleeding?
No, I wouldn't. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend trying to pick the glue off. Honestly, soak yourself in the bath for as long as you can.
Right. Boiling hot water.
What's that? Yeah, like just soapy water.
Yeah.
And keep, just stay in for basically as long as you can, and then
Right.
try and sort of roll the glue off if you can.
Right. Yes. Yes.
Feeling that if you do, get sort of any
What if I tear anything? Will I have to come in?
cuts on it, well, you probably would need it dressed because it's not an area that's particularly easy to keep clean.
Obviously.
So I wouldn't recommend trying to pull it off quickly or trying to pick it off because you will do some
Right.
damage to the skin, and the skin
Yes.
is quite sensitive.
Right. Yes.
So
I can
the
get
other
what you're
thing
saying.
is,
Yes.
Loads of Vaseline, and make sure it is Vaseline and soap and water.
Yes.
Nail varnish, remember, does take the glue off, but I wouldn't recommend putting that on that particular area.
Oh yeah. No, I don't recommend putting it on there either. No.
Okay.
So do you think I could sue the company that I got this lubricant off of?
I really don't understand how that would have happened.
I have no idea. No, I mean,
But you would have to take that up with the company.
I probably will. Okay, thank you very much. Okay,
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah.
Yes, hello. My good wife, I'm looking to arrange a burial for her. Well, she's not quite dead yet, but she is going to be dead in the next few days. So I'm going to need, I'm wanting to make preparations immediately for her burial. Well, she's going to be dead in the next few days because I'm going to take care of her. But I'm looking to, arrange a burial for her, and I'm wondering if you can, maybe arrange some services for me. What can you give me?
Which cemetery?
Oh, any cemetery will do. I just want her buried. I just want her done.
What about the garden?
I would love to bury her in the garden, but neighbours will suspect too much. I'm going to need it to be in a proper cemetery. She said she always wanted to be in a proper cemetery.
Get a check off the council, then you can do what you like.
Sorry?
Get permission off the council, then you can do what you like.
No, couldn't do that. No. The smell would be too bad. I'm going to have to bury her in a cemetery. But she's not dead. She's not dead.
It gets difficult then, you see, because you've got to tell people.
No. I'll just explain that she died of cancer. She's got cancer. You see, cancer. It's overtaken her full body. But she's really pissing me off. So I'm going to have to take her out. But I want to arrange a proper burial for her because it's the least I can do.
It'll cost you a lot, I mean, it costs a few pints at least.
No, I mean, I'm not looking for anything fancy. I mean, a box will do. Just a box, a mound of earth and a burial. That's all I need done.
An imported orange box.
Sorry?
An imported orange box.
That would be perfectly fine. Yes.
So go into your local greengrocers, see what you can get, and hammer it together a bit. In fact, see the electric staplers you get these days.
Yeah.
Get one of them, because that'll be great for fast.
Actually, a new idea has struck me. Do you actually offer embalming over there?
Okay, we dream of bloody
So so I could embalm the body and maybe keep her in the house for any I mean the bitch gave up on me long ago, but if I embalm her, she can hardly say no, can she?
No, she can't. Keep it up, okay. But no, get one of these chest freezers.
That would be quite good. Yeah. But embalming, when you embalm a human body, I mean, is it still, active? Can I still put her, to some good use? Smack her around a bit, use her a bit.
Only if you want to.
Oh yes, I definitely do want to. Yeah. Because that may be cheaper than actually burying her.
I'm going to coat up on a coat at the back of the door.
I could do that. Yeah. I mean, I did that with my last wife.
Yeah, but you could dangle the feet in the freezer.
Yeah.
We're cold creeping up.
Oh yeah. So you would suggest a freezer? Yes.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, put her in a freezer, right. Oh well, thank you very much. You've been a great help. Thank you.
Bye.
Hey, Cash, just speaking.
Yes, hello. My mother died quite recently, and I had her body embalmed, and I've currently got her in my home, but I'm looking to rehouse her, and I'm wondering if I could maybe transfer her to your place.
Right, can you hold on? I'll put the nurse in charge on.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Victim screaming is like a siren. What you need is a brave man. I'm coming, you can call me Simon. I am of the Belmont clan. This place fills me with mania in the heart of Transylvania. Is that a vampire killing ya? It is evil, Castlevania. Fills me with sadness. I must go now to save her. I journey to a place of madness. I am a vampire killer. This place fills me with mania in the heart of Transylvania. Is that a vampire killing ya? It is evil, Castlevania. I'm the latest in a long line of quite attractive Belmont men who must await the fated time to bring Dracula to an end. Victim screaming is like a siren. What you need is a brave man. I'm coming, you can call me Simon. I am of the Belmont clan. This place fills me with mania in the heart of Transylvania. Is that a vampire killing ya? It is evil, Castlevania.
No, this is not a prank, sir. I've taken this very, very, very personally. I did not want to remember my wife in that way. You bastard. I am calm. It's the Lynn Crematorium Cemetery.
Right, well, absolutely not me, because I haven't worked there in over the last year and a half.
Oh, I must have the wrong number. I do apologise.
Absolutely not me.
I'm sorry, I must have...
I'm a family-run business. I do all the work myself, and I certainly do not make
Oh,
that.
I must...
When my company does work for someone, we send a computer printout which the customer signs to say that they're happy with the inscription, and that is the inscription that was on the stone, and it's checked meticulously.
All right.
You are absolutely phoning the wrong person.
I am sorry. I'm very embarrassed now. I'm sorry that I called yourself. I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't know what is the company name that did the work?
I mean, I don't know the exact company name. All I have here is a number, but the handwriting is very quite bad. I do apologise. I should not have called yourself. Ah, yes. So I understand that you do web designing.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, excellent. I'm looking to have a website done to promote the business that I'm in. I'm a hitman. So I'm looking, to have a website done, that will list prices and maybe have a couple of photos on it and stuff like that, You up to that?
What business did you say it was?
I'm a hitman. So, I can have a website done, with like prices on it. You think you're up to that?
You're a what, man?
I'm a hitman.
You know, I take care of people. Hi, this is Davey. How you doing? Yeah, hi. I'm just calling up to see about your tax evasion fines that you might do. Right. Well, personally, I'm declared self-employed. Right. Yep. Right. I'm a hitman. Right. I get rid of people. Right. So I'm wondering if I'll have to pay tax from now on because I've not been paying tax on that particular job.
If you're self-employed, then you
Yeah, I'm self-employed. I'm a hitman. Name's Davey. I get rid of people. Right. So will I have to pay tax on that? No, is that am I alright not to pay tax on that?
If you have an income over a certain level, then you'll be due to pay tax.
Alright, what sort of level are we talking here? I mean, my prices are 1,000 a bullet, so, if I get rid of 5 people a week, I can make about $1,000 a week, so... What will I have to be earning to pay tax?
For this particular year that we're in at the moment, it's £4,895. Anything over that for the full year, you'll be due to pay tax.
Oh, I'd be due to pay tax, so I'll have to pay tax, so how would I go about that?
Have you registered yourself as being self-employed?
Of course not, I'm a hitman. Don't want the police after me or anything like that, I'm just calling up, because I want to do this the right way. If I'm going to be a hitman for the rest of my life and be taking people out, then I may have to pay tax, you know what I'm saying, hon?
The first thing you need to do is register yourself.
I need to register myself, darling, right? Then what do I do?
Telephone number the line you need to call.
Oh no, I think I'll have all of it. But will I have to pay tax per body?
Pardon?
Will I have to pay tax per body that I get rid of?
No, you need to pay tax on the income, not
on the income?
Of what you do.
Well, what if some wee bobag does they pay me?
Pardon?
What if some wee, juggernaut does they pay me?
So how can I help you?
Ah, yeah, hello. I called just a few minutes ago, but I think the girl got cut off from me. I was calling up regarding tax and what I'll be due to pay in my particular job that I'm in at the moment.
Okay. What you'll be due to pay on the job that you're in now?
Yes, I'm self-employed. I'm a hitman.
Self-employed, sorry?
Yeah, self-employed. Name's Davey. Take care of people. Do that for a living. So I have to pay tax on that.
You keep breaking up. I keep losing you. Sorry, you're self-employed?
I'm self-employed. I'm a hitman. Name's Davey. I take care of people. Right? So I'm wondering to know if I have to pay tax on that or not.
You have to pay tax on any profit that you make.
Oh, right. I mean, the profit doesn't go through the books or anything like that. It's normally, cash in hand, Some little weasel will call me up and say he wants to get rid of his grandmother or something, so I'll go take him out and then, I'll get paid tax, cash in hand. So I'm wondering, will I have to pay tax on that? Surely not.
You'd have to declare it as self-employed income, wouldn't you?
Oh, well, I probably would. I mean, would you declare it as that hen?
Sorry?
Would you declare it as that hen?
Would I declare it?
Aye.
Well, I'd have to, wouldn't I, because I'm a tax person.
Oh, right. So, I mean, what do I have to be earning to pay tax then? Give me some numbers that I can work with here. Hello?
Can I have your name, please?
Why?
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Fat prick. What the fuck is going on?
Please note, OCG is a fictional character. Any resemblance to persons alive, dead, or undead is purely coincidental.
So, my psychiatrist has told me I need to engage more with you commoners. So, please tell me down below. What do you think of this game? Like it? Love it? Want to crawl into bed and make passionate love to it? Ah, hello there, you beautiful bastards. As you might know by now, I'm pretty infamous. I run my own little YouTube channel focused on gaming. So there's reviews, commentary, all manner of degradation, delivered in my rich British accent, and it's bloody hilarious. I'd like to ask you to go through my channel with a fine mustache comb. And if you like what you see and hear, then please consider subscribing. I deserve it, and my ego will thank you.
Now, seriously, dear viewers, my views and subscription rate is pathetic. The homeless chap down the street from here is doing better than I am. And he eats insects.
Did you really need to put this in the middle of a live stream?
Yes. Yes, I did, Bertram. Now, if you'll excuse me, Bertram, I'm going to put something inside myself whilst we continue to play this game. So, let's talk about the characters in the game. There are 7 main playable characters in Final Fantasy X, starting with Tidus, a cheerful young teenager and a star blitzball player from Zanarkand, who seeks a way home after an encounter with Sin transported him to Spira. Now, Tidus was originally envisioned to be a plumber, as to connect to the underwater elements used in the game. This was according to Nojima. But they later made him into a blitzball athlete, helping to distinguish his character from prior Final Fantasy protagonists. Though Tidus's final outfit still incorporated elements of the original plumber outfit they had designed for him.
A plumber? Like Super Mario?
Indeed.
Well, I'm glad they changed that.
As am I, Bertram. The only place I want to see a bloody plumber is fixing my toilet when I flush one too many body parts. Or in a 70s softcore pornographic film. So, Tidus joins up with Yuna, a summoner on a journey to obtain the final Aeon and defeat Sin. Journeying with them are Kamare Ronsu, a young warrior of the Ronsu tribe, who has watched over Yuna since her childhood. Waka, a blitzball player with a stupid haircut, whose younger brother was killed by Sin. And Lulu, a stoic black mage close to Yuna and Waka.
Didn't she win the Eurovision Song Contest at some point?
She did indeed, Bertram. Now, during the journey, our little group are joined by Orin, a former warrior monk who worked with both Tidus's and Yuna's fathers to defeat Sin 10 years prior.
Did you know that Orin was originally supposed to be a silent protagonist?
I did indeed, Bertram.
Oh.
Finally, we have Riku, who is Yuna's cousin, a perky owl bedgirl, and the first friendly person Tidus meets upon arriving in Spira.
Riku is voiced by Tara Strong, who was also Harley Quinn in Arkham City, and played Lollipop Chainsaw.
You don't have to tell me that, Bertram. I am aware of Miss Strong's work. I often listen to her voice acting whilst I shower.
That's not creepy at all.
There are other characters in the game like Seymour, Brother, Sid, and Jekt.
Who's Jekt again?
Tidus's father. And somehow the poor bastard has gotten himself turned into Sin.
Oh, that's right. Now I remember.
Now, Tidus's relationship with Jekt was based on stories throughout the ages, such as the ancient Greek legends. This would eventually reveal the key of Sin's weakness and how to defeat the whale-looking bastard. Although Final Fantasy X was originally centered on the relationship between Tidus and Yuna, the addition of Jekt's character
and his feud with his son was added later in the making of the game to provide more focus on how the father and son have a bigger impact in Spinner's history rather than the romantic couple. Katase found the story between Tidus and Jet to be more moving than the story between Tidus and Yuna, and I have to disagree. He obviously didn't pay attention to the game's ending, which even now makes me cry more than that time I got my penis stuck in the fridge door.
How did you... Oh, never mind.
So, let's talk about the development of Final Fantasy X. Now, Final Fantasy X began development in 1999 and was worked on by a team of over 100 people, most of whom worked on previous games in the series. Executive producer Hironobu Sakaguchi has stated that although he had concerns about the transition from 2D to 3D backgrounds, the voice acting, and the transition to real-time storytelling, the success of the Final Fantasy series can be attributed to constantly challenging the development team to try new things.
Oh, he had good reason to be concerned about the voice acting. Most of it is terrible.
'Tis true. I have heard better acting in a commercial for thrush cream, but I'm just happy to finally have a Final Fantasy game with voice acting. Where was I? Let's see, blah, try new things. Oh, yes. Producer Yoshinori Kitase was also the chief director of Final Fantasy X, while the direction of events, maps, and battles was split up between Motomu Toriyama, Takayoshi Nakazato, and Toshiro Tsushida, respectively. And if I mispronounced any of those names, I don't care. The script for the game took approximately 3 to 4 months and was written by Tetsuya Nomura, Kazushige Nojima, Daisuke Watanabe, Toriyama, and Kitase. Coincidentally, it also took 3 to 4 months to do the voice recording afterwards.
And where did they find the quote-unquote voice actors? Wandering around the office?
Well, I can't confirm this, but I did once hear a rumor that all of the voice actors in this game were recruited from a brothel in Japan. Like I said, I can't confirm if it's true.
Have you ever visited a brothel in Japan?
Sadly not, Bertram. But I did write a martial arts film set in one. I called it Crouching Prostitute Hidden Sausage. Ha ha! That was a good script. What was I talking about before? Oh, yes. Music for Final Fantasy X was composed by Nobuo Uematsu, Masashishi Hamose, and Junya Nakano. Now, they were chosen for the soundtrack based on their ability to create music that was different from Uematsu's style, while still being able to work together. Now, the soundtrack, as well as featuring the usual instrumental tracks, also includes 3 songs with vocals.
What do you think of the music in this game, OCG?
Didn't you pay attention during my review, Bertram?
No.
Well, at least you're honest. So, what else can I tell you about the development of Final Fantasy X? Oh yes! Now apparently the game was called 1717 early in Final Fantasy X's production. Apart from being a bloody terrible title, 17, that's the number 17, 17, as in SEVEN, TEEN. Apart from being an absolutely bloody terrible title, 1717's story differed from the final version. The protagonist, who looked similar to Titus, traveled the world seeking a cure for a pandemic that killed people when they reached the age of 17. Now, this inevitable death motif was later carried over to Yuna's fate as a summoner in Final Fantasy X. Luckily, someone at Squaresoft saw sense, and the game was changed to the Final Fantasy X we know and kinda love today.
Kinda love?
Well, love is maybe too strong a word. I'd say, I like it a lot. Yes. So, let's talk about the gameplay for this game. We control Titus and move around the game world interacting with objects and people. But sadly, we cannot beat up random old people or engage in intercourse with NPCs.
And an NPC is...
a non-playable character.
Oh, and a character is...
Shut up, Bertram. Now, unlike previous games in this series, Final Fantasy X does not feature a world map, but rather a series of interconnected locations that you can later fast travel to using an airship. Map director Nakazato wanted to implement a world map concept with a more realistic approach than that of the traditional Final Fantasy game, in line with the realism of the game's 3D backgrounds, as opposed to pre-rendered backgrounds. So, combat. Like previous Final Fantasy games, this is a turn-based RPG. So in battle you control up to 3 characters, though a swapping system allows you to replace them with a character outside the active party at any time. Now each character will take it in turns to either attack the enemy, cast magic on them, or heal allies and or buff them up. Sounds boring, doesn't it?
Not really.
Granted, I used to love turn-based combat, but I've been so spoiled by the more action-centric Final Fantasy games like Final Fantasy 15, 7 Remake, and most recently, Final Fantasy 16.
You do like action.
I do.
Especially if it involves chicks with dicks.
I do. Haha. Now, limit breaks, highly damaging special attacks, make an appearance in Final Fantasy X. But this time, they are called overdrives. In this version, most of the techniques are interactive, requiring button inputs to increase their effectiveness. What's different in Final Fantasy X is the way it handles summons. This time, 1, they are called Aeons, and 2, only Yuna can use summons, and they replace the party when called upon. They have their own HP, and they will stay until the battle is won, or the enemy fucks the Aeon up. Now you get 5 Aeons as part of the game's story, with another 3 obtainable through side quests. So, what else can I tell you about the gameplay? Oh yes! Now, like previous games in the series, Final Fantasy X features numerous mini-games, including the underwater sport Blitzball, which I find about as enjoyable as burning off my pubic hair with a soldering iron. Ouch! I hate it. It's essentially football or soccer, but underwater. You pass, you tackle, you score, and not in a good way. You can upgrade your team members, blah blah blah. I'm bored talking about it already. So, let's move on and discuss the sphere grids. As with previous titles in the series, you develop and improve your characters by defeating enemies and acquiring experience points. But in this game, they are called AP.
PP?
No, not AP. Ability points.
Oh!
Now you use these ability points to move around a grid and unlock nodes to upgrade your character's stats. And you can do this for all the characters. You can also unlock spells, etc. So for example, you can turn mage characters like Yuna into physical powerhouses. Or physical powerhouses like Orin into healers. Now at the start of the game, you can choose between a standard sphere grid or an expert sphere grid.
What's the difference between the two?
Well, the expert version starts each character in the middle of the sphere grid, so they can follow it however they want. But it does have fewer nodes, which means you can't get as many stat upgrades.
So why would you choose the expert sphere grid?
I don't know. Freedom of choice? Who cares? You use it to upgrade your characters. So, Final Fantasy X is a role-playing video game, or RPG if you will, developed and published by Squaresoft in 2001. A year I remember fondly as the year I began an illicit affair with Cloud Strife.
Oh, poor Tifa.
Poor Tifa? Poor me. The man is hung like a bloody horse. My backside is in a worse state than the ruins of Zanarkand. Anyway, Final Fantasy X is the 10th main entry in the Final Fantasy series.
Oh, that means it's probably terrible.
What makes you say that?
Well, 10th entries in popular series are always terrible. Just look at Jason X or Hellraiser Judgment.
Ah, but they are movies, Bertram. We are talking about video games.
But I don't know another game series with more than 10 mainline titles.
Well, it must suck to be you, Bertram.
Well, Smarty Pants, name another 10th mainline entry in a video game series.
Fine. There's, Shut up, Bertram. Ha! Set in the fantasy world of Speeder, also known as Speeder, a setting influenced by the South Pacific, Japan, and Thailand. But sadly, unlike Thailand, this game does not feature any ladyboys or chicks with dicks, to use the scientific terminology.
Oh, you're a big fan of chicks with dicks, sir.
I am indeed, Bertram. I am indeed. So, Final Fantasy X's story revolves around a group of adventurers and their quest to defeat a rampaging monster known as Sin, also known as Sin, also known as a big whale-looking brother from another mother. Now our main character this time is Tidus, a star athlete in the fictional sport of blitzball, who finds himself in Speeder, also known as Speeder, after Sin, also known as Sin, also known as a big whale-looking brother from another mother, destroyed his home city of Xanagant. Now, shortly after arriving in Speeder, Tidus becomes a guardian to Summoner Yuna, also known as this game's love interest / Totty. And together with their friends, they vow to destroy Sin, who just so happens to be Tidus's missing father, Jacked. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / Bucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our retrospective for Final Fantasy X. So, dear viewer, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our retrospective for Final Fantasy X. If you enjoyed this little video of ours, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. If you would like to see my review for Final Fantasy X, or a full playthrough with hilarious commentary by yours truly, both of those videos are on the channel right now. So go and watch them, goddammit. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Final Fantasy X was released in 2001 for the PlayStation 2 to critical acclaim. 2 years later, there will be a direct sequel called Final Fantasy X2, and in 2013, both games would be remastered and released as Final Fantasy X/X2 HD Remaster for the PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Vita. Now that collection would release for the PlayStation 4 in 2015, Windows in 2016, and for the Nintendo Switch and Xbox One in 2019. Haha, sucks to be you, Nintendo Switch and Xbox One. Today, Final Fantasy X is regarded as one of the better Final Fantasy games. And while we wait for Final Fantasy X3, which will probably never materialize, if you haven't already, then I implore you, dear viewer, to buy download, steal, or sell your body to get your hands on Final Fantasy X. And play it, goddammit! Right, so let's talk a little bit about the setting of Final Fantasy X.
Oh, do we have to?
Yes! Final Fantasy X is set in the fictional world of Spira, also known as Spira, and it consists of 3 subcontinents surrounded by small tropical islands.
What is a subcontinent?
I'm not sure, but I think it has something to do with being incontinent.
Oh, I doubt that.
Or maybe the word is to do with a continent you would find inside a sub, or submarine, if you will.
That doesn't make any sense.
You don't make any sense, Bertram. Stop asking questions and let me get on with this section. Otherwise, we'll be here all bloody night. So, Spira, also known as Spira, features locales like Bisset, Kilika, Mihen, Macalania, and Mount Gagazet.
Is Spira a real place?
What do you think, Bertram?
Yes? No? Maybe?
This is a video game, so of course Spira is a real place. Ha ha! It is very different from the mainly European-style worlds found in previous Final Fantasy games, being much more closely modelled on Southeast Asia.
But sadly, it does not feature any of the ladyboys or chicks with dicks that you so adore.
Yes, 'tis true. But there is a variety of races, though predominantly you'll encounter humans in the game. Among them are the Albed, a technologically advanced subgroup of humans with distinctive green eyes and unique language.
Oh, I met an Albed person once.
Oh, really? You never told me about this.
Yes, it was 2 years ago in the town of South Park, and he was called Big Gay Albed.
Oh, fascinating. Now, Spira is also home to the Guado, which are less human in appearance, with elongated fingers. The main villain of this game, Seymour, is a Guado. There are other races, including the lion-like Ronso and the frog-like Hypello. We also have what the game calls the Unsent, strong-willed spirits of the dead that remain in corporeal form. In Spira, the dead who are not sent to the far plane by a summoner come to envy the living and transform into fiends, also known as monster bastards. And these monster bastards are who you encounter and fight throughout the game. There's also the usual mechanical enemies, giant insects and chocobos, who, like a prostitute, you can ride for a fee. Haha. Right, so let's quickly recap the entire story from beginning to end. Wait a minute. Have a sip of my coffee. Which tastes an awful lot like a gin and tonic. Right, let's go. So, the game begins Titus waits with his allies outside the ruins of an ancient city. He narrates the events that led to the present, spanning most of the game's storyline. The game begins proper in his home city, the high-tech metropolis of Zanarkand, where he is a renowned blitzball player and son of the famous blitzball star Jecht, an abusive father who disappeared 10 years prior. During a blitzball tournament, the city is attacked by an immense creature that Orin, a man not originally from Zanarkand, calls Sin, also known as Sin, also known as a big weird whale-looking thing. Now Sin destroys Zanarkand and takes Titus and Orin to the world of Spira, also known as Spira. Now, upon arriving in Spira, Titus is rescued by Al-Bed salvagers, with the young Riku explaining that Sin destroyed Zanarkand 1,000 years ago. After Sin attacks again, Titus is separated from the divers and drifts to the tropical island of Besaid, where he meets Waka, captain of the local blitzball team. He has a stupid haircut. Waka introduces Titus to Yuna, a young summoner about to go on a pilgrimage to obtain the final Aeon and defeat Sin. With her guardians Lulu, a mage of black magic, and Kimari, a member of the Ronso tribe. The party travels across Spira to gather Aeons, defending against attacks by Sin and its offspring, called, unsurprisingly, Sinspawn. Titus meets Orin again, who convinces Titus to become Yuna's guardian upon revealing that Jecht is Sin's true identity.
Oh my!
Yes. 10 years ago, Orin and Jecht bodyguarded Yuna's late father Braska to defeat Sin. But Jecht became a new Sin. As Yuna's party continues their pilgrimage, Titus reunites with Riku, who the party learns is Yuna's cousin. When the party arrives in the city of Guado Salam, the leader of the Guado and major clergy member, Seymour Guado, proposes to Yuna, saying that it will ease Spira's sorrow. At Macalania Temple, the group discovers a message from the spirit of Seymour's father, Lord Jiskel. He declares that he was killed by his own son. Ha ha! How Shakespearean! And that Seymour now aims to destroy Spira. The group reunites with Yuna and kills Seymour in battle. Soon afterwards, Sin attacks, separating Yuna and sending the others to the arid Bikanel Island. Now, while searching for Yuna at the island's Al-Bed settlement, Titus has an emotional breakdown when he learns that summoners die after summoning the final Aeon, leading to his desire to find a way to defeat Sin whilst keeping Yuna alive. I mean, after all, they cannot consummate their ongoing relationship if she's dead. Well, I suppose they could, but that would be kind of weird. Anyway, back to the story recap. The group finds Yuna in Bevel, the center of the clergy's power, where she is being forced to marry the unsent Seymour. They crash the wedding, after which Seymour reveals his plan to become Sin with Yuna's help. The party defeats him a second time and escapes with Yuna. the group heads towards the ruins of Zanarkand, seen in the introduction of the game. Now, shortly before arriving at Zanarkand, Titus learns that he, Jekt, and the Zanarkand that they hail from are summoned entities akin to Aeons based on the original Zanarkand and its people. Long ago, the original Zanarkand battled Bavel in a Machina war, in which the former was defeated. Zanarkand's survivors became Faith, so that they could use their memories of Zanarkand to create a new city in their image, removed from the reality of Spira. Once they reached Zanarkand, Yunalesca, the first summoner to defeat Sin, and unsent ever since, tells the group that the final Aeon is created from the faith of one close to the summoner.
My god, this is so complicated.
Shut up, Bertram. Now, after defeating Sin, the final Aeon kills the summoner and transforms into a new Sin, which has caused its cycle of rebirth to continue. The group decides against using the final Aeon due to the futile sacrifices it carries and the fact that Sin would still be reborn. Yunalesca tries to kill Titus's group, but she is defeated in battle and vanishes, ending hope of ever attaining the final Aeon. After the fight, the group learns that Yu Yebin, the deity of the Yebin religion, who was a summoner from Zanarkand before losing his humanity and mind, is behind Sin's cycle of rebirth. This leads the group to infiltrate Sin's body in order to find Yu Yebin. Now, inside Sin, the party finds, you guessed it, the unsent Seymour, who had been absorbed by Sin and intends to control it from within. Yuna defeats him for the final time before sending him to the far plane. Shortly after, the group reaches the core of Sin and finds Jekt's imprisoned spirit. Titus and Jekt come to terms with the latter's abuse, and Jekt transforms into his final Aeon form, asking the party to defeat him and end the cycle. Of course, they do so. Haha. With Sin's host defeated, Yuna summons, and the group defeats each Aeon after Yu Yebin possesses each one until finally they vanquish Yu Yebin himself.
I'm gonna say it again, this is so complicated.
Shut up, Bertram, we're almost done. Sin's cycle of rebirth ends when Yuna sends Sin and the Aeons to the far plane, and the spirits of Spira's faith are freed from their imprisonment. Orin, who had been revealed to be unsent, is sent to the far plane. Dream, Zanarkand, and Titus disappear, now that the freed faith stopped the summoning. Afterward, in a speech to the citizens of Spira, Yuna resolves to help rebuild their world now that it is free of sin. In a post-credit scene, Titus awakens underwater and drowns miserably. No, sorry, I misread that last part. In a post-credit scene, Titus awakens underwater and swims towards the ocean's surface. Ha ha! Splendid! Don't you think so, Bertram? Bertram, are you asleep again? God damn it! Now, like I have already said, our three main playable characters of Final Fantasy X2 are Yuna,
Riku, and Pain. They are all members of a spear hunter group called the Seagull Wings.
I think they're just called the Gull Wings.
Whatever. Yuna was inspired to join this little group after viewing a spear recording that appeared to show Tidus. You can see this in the Eternal Calm cutscene that takes place in between Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy X2, and is included in the Final Fantasy X I thought I said that wrong. I don't think I did. Bartram, did I say that wrong?
Say what wrong?
Never mind. Anyway, Eternal Calm cutscene that takes place in between Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy X2, and is included in the Final Fantasy X/X2 HD Remaster Collection.
That cutscene was originally included in the Japanese version of Final Fantasy X International for PlayStation 2.
You don't say.
I do say.
Anyway, Yuna and Riku are joined in their little quest by Pain, a new character for Final Fantasy X2. And she's quite a looker. I'm not usually a fan of women with short hair. I can't even watch Alien 3 without wanting to throw up. But Pain sort of pulls it off.
She pulls her hair off?
No, pulls off that particular look. It suits her.
Oh.
You really are an idiot, Bartram.
Says the man who thought the capital of the United Kingdom was Legoland.
Shut up, Bartram. I was 12 when I thought that. Anyway, apart from our main cast of playable characters, we have some returning chaps and chapettes from Final Fantasy X, including Brother, Waka, and Lulu. Speaking of Lulu, she's pregnant in this game, and I can confirm that I am not the father.
Thank you for clarifying that. I mean, I was wondering.
Don't be sarcastic, Bertram, or I'll castrate you again.
Oh, please don't. I just got the stitches out.
Now, Final Fantasy X2 introduces some new colorful characters, such as Mevin Nuge, the leader of the Progressive Youth League, Praetor Badalai, the leader of the Reformist New Yemen Party, Gipple, who leads the Machine faction. We also have the LeBlanc Syndicate, a group of spear hunters who serve as the Gullwing's rivals for much of the game. The game's main antagonist is Shuyin, the unsent spirit of a fallen soldier during the Machina War 1,000 years ago, who just so happens to look a lot like Tidus, including his equally small penis. Development for Final Fantasy X2 began in late 2001 and was a response to the success of Final Fantasy X, a game that my Uncle Roberto called, better than the making of the love.
Whatever happened to your Uncle Roberto?
He had a fatal heart attack while making of the love.
Oh.
The production team initially disliked the name X2, Probably because, like me, they thought it sounded like the second DVD in a release of X-rated scenes featuring your favorite Final Fantasy characters. But the title was eventually accepted, since the story was a direct continuation of the previous story, and thus could not be the next numbered game in the Final Fantasy series.
What was the next numbered game in the Final Fantasy series?
Well, if the last numbered entry was Final Fantasy X, that would make the next one...
Final Fantasy 12?
No. Try again.
Final Fantasy 10?
No. I already said the last one was called Final Fantasy X. What comes after 10?
Fondle time?
What?
Well, usually after 10 p.m., I retire to my room to...
No, what number comes after the You know what, Bertram? Never mind. Why do I put up with you?
Because I know where all the bodies are hidden.
Anyway, Kazushige Nojima, the previous game's writer, was also skeptical about the creation of a sequel. He was particularly averse to the happy ending, which he felt was wrong for the story.
Oh, what the hell does he know?
For once, I agree with you, Bertram. I was never a massive fan of Final Fantasy X's sad ending. So I'm glad that X2 fixes that. If you want to know what the hell I'm talking about, don't worry, I'll be recapping the story in just a moment. Or better yet, go and play the game for yourself, you lazy bastard. What was I saying? Oh, yes. The production team was 1/3 the size of its predecessor. Now, this was because the team was already familiar with the material, and a significant number of character models, enemies, and location designs would be recycled from Final Fantasy X. This meant that it only took about a year to create Final Fantasy X2.
A year? Wow! You can barely use the bathroom in that amount of time.
Don't exaggerate, Bertram. Producer Yoshinori Katase and director Motomo Toriyama explained that the objective in mind when designing Final Fantasy X2 was to make it more upbeat than its predecessor.
How do you make a Final Fantasy game more upbeat?
Simple, Bertram. You basically make the 3 lead characters an anime version of Charlie's Angels, and you add a J-pop song at the beginning. Oh, and you also allow your lead characters to change into colorful outfits mid-battle.
Oh!
Right, don't get too excited, Bertram. Sadly, we do not get to see the characters naked whilst they are changing.
Oh.
Because of the events of Final Fantasy X, this game could not feature summons, or Aeons, as they are called in Final Fantasy X. So the developers had to come up with other gameplay elements, hence the changing outfits I mentioned, and much more which I'll discuss when we talk about this game's gameplay.
That doesn't sound right.
What doesn't sound right?
Following up the word games with gameplay.
Well, what should I have said then?
How about when we talk about Final Fantasy X2's gameplay?
Fine. I'll discuss that when we talk about Final Fantasy X2's gameplay. So, what else can I tell you about the development of the game? Check notes, Oh, yes! The music was composed by Noriko Matsuida and Takahito Eguchi. And the soundtrack includes that's right, not one, but two J-pop pop songs. J-pop pop song. No, that doesn't sound right. I've been followed up. The soundtrack features not one, but two pop J-pop pop of the J songs. Songs of the pop J variety. No. A variety of pop J-pop. The soundtrack features not one, but two songs. Real emotion and 1,000 words. Both of which play during two of the best cutscenes in Final Fantasy X2.
Oh, I love those songs.
And if you start singing them, I'll castrate you again, Bertram.
Oh, please don't. I just got the stitches out.
In Final Fantasy X2, you'll explore Spira by jumping, climbing, fighting enemies, and doing side quests.
But you hate side quests.
Well, luckily for me and you, the side quests are optional.
Why am I lucky?
Because if I had to do a single side quest, I said to myself that I'd jam the controller down your throat and make you poop it out.
Oh, I am lucky. I don't remember jumping or climbing in Final Fantasy X.
That's because it was introduced in this game, Bertram.
Oh!
And it's an addition that would make its way into Final Fantasy XIII. Now, unlike Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy X2 is split into chapters, and you can visit almost every location in Spira from an early point in the game via airship.
Is an airship similar to an Uber?
Kind of. Except it flies. And it's far more impressive looking. And most of them aren't driven by a chap or chapette who could drive you into a dark alley and murder you.
That's never happened to me.
You don't bloody say. Anyway, if you do every story mission as well as most of the side quests, you can unlock a secret ending. And as much as I hate side quests, I do like me some secret endings. And Final Fantasy X2 has a particularly good one. Oh, and there's also several mini-games, including Gunner's Gauntlet, which is a shooter game, and Spear Break, which is a math-based coin game, as well as a management sim based on Blitzball, the fictional underwater sport from Final Fantasy X.
You hate the Blitzball, don't you?
More than I hate pornography without subtitles. Now, when you finish Final Fantasy X2 for the first time, you'll unlock a New Game Plus, which will let you replay the game with your completion percentage intact, but sadly your character levels are reset. Ho ho. So, let's talk about the combat. The combat in Final Fantasy X2 uses an enhanced version of the active time battle system from Final Fantasy X. To put it simply, bar fills up. When full, you can attack an enemy, or use an item, or heal/buff an ally, or rip your clothes off and do the fandango. Maybe not that last one, but someone should put it in a Final Fantasy game. Bertram, write this down. Dear Square Enix, in Final Fantasy 17, I demand a move in which our characters rip their clothes off and do the fandango. That's FANDANGO. Signed, the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer. Got it?
Got it!
Good. Now Final Fantasy X2 allows characters to change their character class mid-battle using dress spears and the garment grid. Now these dress spears are based on Final Fantasy character classes, allowing access to different abilities to alter the course of battle. Now the garment grid is a placard thing with a geometric shape connected by nodes. Basically, characters have access to dress spheres placed in the nodes. Now, depending on the properties of the garment grid, changing dress spheres in battle will grant bonuses such as increased strength, bigger breast size, added elemental effects, and characters can learn new skills for each dress sphere with the use of ability points. And ability points are earned by defeating enemies and by using items and abilities for that sphere. Understood?
No?
Well, tough. Final Fantasy X2 is a role-playing video game that was developed and published by Square for the PlayStation 2 in 2003. A year I remember fondly as the year I first fantasized about Yuna bringing me breakfast in bed whilst I am snuggled up with Lulu and her massive coconuts. Haha.
Yuna? Lulu? Those are characters from Final Fantasy X.
You don't say, Bertram.
I do say.
Idiot. Anyway, Final Fantasy X2 is a direct sequel to 2001's Final Fantasy X and tells the story of Yuna, summoner extraordinaire, as she searches for her love interest with a small penis from Final Fantasy X. She does this by participating in a ménage à trois with returning female character Riku and newcomer Pain.
What does ménage à trois mean?
I don't really know, Bertram. I don't speak Elvish, but it has something to do with 3 people, or the number 3. So I thought it was appropriate. Haha. Basically, Yuna teams up with 2 other pieces of toddy, and together they team up to search for Tidus, the love interest with the small penis I was telling you about, as well as saving Speeder from a big mechanical dinosaur-looking thing and a chap who looks a lot like Tidus. You know, the love interest with the small penis I was telling you about.
Oh, that joke is going to get old very quickly.
Well, haha, lucky for you, that's the last time I'll be making it.
Well, Final Fantasy X2 sounds very exciting.
Oh, it really is. Well, mostly. Go and watch my review for my full, unedited thoughts on the game.
Is that the review you make that really inappropriate joke about Cloud from Final Fantasy VII and a garden gnome?
Oh, haha, you'll just have to watch it and find out.
Oh, but I'd rather clip my toenails than watch one of your bloody reviews.
What did you say?
Nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / fucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our retrospective for Final Fantasy X2. So, dear viewer, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our retrospective for Final Fantasy X2. If you enjoyed this little video of ours, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then, feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Final Fantasy X2, released in 2003 for the PlayStation 2 to mostly positive reviews. The game was re-released in high definition for the PlayStation 3 and the PlayStation Vita in 2013, alongside Final Fantasy X as Final Fantasy X/X2 HD Remaster. Now, this version was later released for the PlayStation 4 in 2015, Windows in 2016, and the losers who play Nintendo Switch and Xbox One, well, they didn't get it until 2019. Ha 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 ha! Now, if you haven't already, then I implore you to buy, download, steal, or sell your body to get your hands on Final Fantasy X2. And play it, goddammit! Final Fantasy X2 takes place 2 years after Final Fantasy X, and is set in the fictional world of Spira, which is largely unchanged since Final Fantasy X, and many locations make an appearance here, including Besaid, Kilika, Mount Gagging for it, Gagazet, the ruins of Zanarkand, Josie. But luckily there's no appearance from those annoying cluster of trials from the last game, or that giant whale-looking bastard.
Sin?
Not right now, Bertram.
No. The giant whale-looking thing was called Sin, wasn't it?
Yes. I knew that's what you were talking about. Yes, it was.
For the benefit of those who might not have played Final Fantasy X, or seen your previous retrospective, why don't you tell us more about Spira and its many colorful races?
Why would people not have played Final Fantasy X or watched my previous retrospective? The only people who have an excuse not to do that are dead people, and even then, I'd still be pissed off with them if they haven't watched my...
Oh, just get on with it.
fine. Spira consists of 3 subcontinents surrounded by small tropical islands. It is very different from the mainly European-style worlds found in previous Final Fantasy games, being much more closely modelled on Southeast Asia. There is a variety of races, though predominantly you'll encounter humans in the game. Among them are the Albed, a technologically advanced subgroup of humans with distinctive green eyes and unique language.
I met an Albed person once.
Fascinating. Spira is also home to the Guado, which are less human in appearance with elongated fingers a la Freddy Krueger. There are also other races, including the lion-like Rodzu and the frog-like Hypillo. There's also the usual mechanical enemies, giant insects and chocobos. But sadly, there is a distinct lack of prostitutes, male, female, and/or undecided. Right, so let's recap the story for Final Fantasy X2. So, 2 years after Sin's defeat, Yuna, Riku, and Pain recover Yuna's stolen garment grid from the LeBlanc Syndicate in the first of several encounters in which they vie for spears. The game is punctuated by a narration of Yuna addressing Tidus, as though she is recounting the events of the game to him as they occur. Crazy bitch. Meanwhile, the Gullwings discover a spear containing images of an ancient Machina weapon called Vegnagun that was secretly buried beneath the veil. The weapon has enough power to threaten all of Spira. The Gullwings join forces with the LeBlanc Syndicate to investigate the underground areas of the city in an attempt to destroy the machine before it can be used by either side in the upcoming conflict. However, discovering a large tunnel recently dug into the floor of the weapon's chamber, they realize that Vegnagun has apparently moved to the far plane, located deep below ground. Disagreements between Spira's factions are exasperated, that's it. Spira's factions are exasperated by the disappearance of their leaders, Baralai, Nuj, and Gipal. In the underground areas of the Vel, the Gullwings discover the missing faction leaders discussing Vegnagun and learn that the machine's artificial intelligence allows it to detect hostility and respond by fleeing. Pain had once been comrades with all 3 men during an operation in the Den of Woe. 2 years earlier, their squad explored the cave, but a vengeful spirit drove them to kill one another. The 4 were the only survivors. The spirit, Shuin, a soldier from the Machina War that led to the creation of Vegnagun, possessed Nuj and later forced him to shoot his comrades. Under Bevel, Shuyin possesses Baralai and follows Vegnagun to the far plane. Nuj and Gopal pursue, asking Yuna to keep things under control on the surface. Yuna falls into the far plane and meets Shuyin, who mistakes her for a woman named Len, which isn't usually a woman's name, but in this game it is. A woman named Len, whose memories are recorded in the songstress dress spear. 1,000 years ago, Shuyan was a famous blitzball player in the high-tech metropolis of Zanarkand, and Len's lover. Deciding to save Len, who had been conscripted into the Macking war between Zanarkand and Bevel, he infiltrated Bevel to hijack their secret weapon, Vegnagun. Len begged him to stop, and Shuyan yielded. But a group of Bevel soldiers arrived a moment later and fucked the couple right up. Basically, they executed them. They executed the couple. In the present, Shuyan's spirit expresses anger that the people have still not understood the pain of war, and plans to use Vegnagun to destroy all of Spira in retribution. The Go-Wings organize a concert to which everyone in Spira is invited, supporters of the Youth League and New Yevon alike. The songstress Dresssphere displays the scene of Shuyan and Len's last moments to all the concert goers, opening their eyes to the unproductive nature of their disagreements. Although the factional fighting had ceased, Shuyan's plan proceeds. Joining forces with the LeBlanc Syndicate again, the Go-Wings make their way to the far plane and find Gipple and Nuge already battling Vegnagun. Once the group destroys Vegnagun, Yuna masquerades as Len to convince Shuyan to let go. But Shuyan eventually sees through her and attacks. The Go-Wings defeat him, and Len's spirit appears to soothe him as they depart together. By fulfilling certain conditions, the ancient spirits known as Faith agree to restore Tidus to life and reunite him with Yuna. The end.
Why did you sing that?
I have absolutely no idea. Anyway, that's the story for Final Fantasy X2. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / Bucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our review for Final Fantasy X2 HD Remaster. So, dear viewer, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. Final Fantasy X2, which sounds like the second collection of hot scenes featuring your favorite Final Fantasy characters, was released in 2003. A year I remember fondly as the year I made a collection of hot scenes featuring your favorite Final Fantasy characters and released it to the public via the black market.
Oh, who do you think is the most attractive Final Fantasy character?
Probably Cloud, but only in the remake, and only when he's dressed up as a girl. Ooh la la, ha ha! Anyway, Final Fantasy X2 is a direct sequel to Final Fantasy X, which sounds like the first collection of hot scenes featuring your favorite Final Fantasy characters. But how does Final Fantasy X2 compare to Final Fantasy X? Well, let's review the bloody game and find out. So, story. Yuna, the summoner Totty from Final Fantasy X, searches for Tidus, the hero Totty from the previous game, all the while trying to stop a new threat to Spira. To do this, she,
apparently, starts a band and teams up with Riku, the Al-Bed bit of toddy from the last game, and a new character, Pain, who is, you guessed it, also a bit of toddy.
But nothing like Cloud dressed as a girl, am I right?
You don't know how right you are, sir.
Isn't this game aimed at girls who don't usually play games like Final Fantasy?
Oh, no worries there, Bertram. I am wearing women's underwear, so I'm allowed to play this game.
Oh!
And I should have said before, dear viewers, but this is the HD remaster of Final Fantasy X2 I am masturbating to. I mean, reviewing today. Ha ha! So, gameplay. This is once again a turn-based RPG. But what's different this time is you can change your character's class mid-battle. So, for example, you can go from a warrior to a berserker to a pawn star, all within the same battle. And depending on what class you have equipped, will determine what attacks you can use. Ha ha!
Oh, sounds complicated.
Did you know, Bertram, that this game inspired Avril Lavigne to write the song Complicated?
Really?
No, not really. Final Fantasy X2 also has a mission-type structure and some very, very light platforming and puzzle solving. There's also some rather catchy musical numbers, including an amazing one that just so happens to play over my favourite part of the game. A big FMV cutscene that links Yuna's love story with someone else's. You know what part I'm talking about if you played the game before. Speaking of which, yes, I recommend this game. It's a little light on story, but it's very good. And very funny at times. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha!
What's wrong with you?
Oh, sorry, Bertram, I was just thinking about one of the funny bits in the game. Not to mention all the toddy I was talking about earlier.
Oh, but sadly no Cloud dressed as a girl.
It's all right, Bertram. He's coming round for dinner later. Ha ha! Tonight's the night, Bertram. I can feel it in my penis. Anyway, Final Fantasy X2 is splendid. And if you're a Final Fantasy X fan or a Final Fantasy fan in general, well, you've probably already played it, but if you dismissed this as a girly game back when it was released, maybe give it a try. Your erection and or wetness will thank you. Ha ha! So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. My review for Final Fantasy X2. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Final Fantasy XII has 6 main playable characters. Now, most of the time you play as Vaughn, an energetic orphan who dreams of becoming a sky pirate.
Oh, I had a dream about my mother breastfeeding me.
That's nice. Anyway, we also play as Princess Ash, the future Queen of Dalmasca, who lost her father and husband in the Arcadian invasion. But fear not, dear viewer, I can confirm that they consummated the marriage before his violent death.
How do you know? Were you there?
Yes.
Oh.
Don't worry, Bertram. I got the whole thing on video. We'll watch it later. Haha. Maybe you can make those hot dog things I enjoy. Next, we have Bosch, a disgraced knight of Dalmasca, charged with treason for slaying the king. Naughty, naughty. Baltier, a gentlemanly sky pirate. Fran, Baltier's partner and a Vieira exile, whose knowledge extends to legends and myths. And last and most definitely least, we have Penello, Van's childhood friend. Now, occasionally, you'll be joined by guests who fight alongside your party, but like a stubborn prostitute in a chicken costume, you have no say in what they do.
What?
You'll be joined by Vossler, a Dalmascan knight and member of the Resistance, and occasionally Larsa, a charismatic seeker of peace. He is also the younger brother of this game's main villain, Vane, a military genius. He's not Final Fantasy's best villain, but he does make for an epic multi-phase boss fight at the end of the game. Speaking of villains, like my own family, there's quite a few evil bastards to be found here. We've already mentioned Vane, but we also have the sinister Judge Magisters, upholders of Arcadian law, who protect House Solidor and do everything that Vane asks.
What if he asked him to wipe his touche after he uses the toilet?
Then they would have to do it.
What if he asked him to prepare for him a meal of turkey with a side of macaroni and 1,234 Brussels sprouts?
Then they would have to do it.
What if he asked him to say that Redfall is 2023's Game of the Year?
Oh, I don't think you convince anyone to do that. Now, alongside Vane and the judges, we also have Dr. Sid, a prominent researcher who is obsessed with nethicite, a form of magicite that blows things up and stuff. The man is also quite insane. Apparently, this happened because he played the first hour of Dirge of Cerberus Final Fantasy VII, and then neglected to play the rest of the game. Oh, we'll be talking about that game on the channel very soon, dear viewers, so you can look forward to that. Now, other characters you'll encounter on your journey through Final Fantasy XII to kick Vane's ass and prevent an all-out war include Emperor Gramis, an old man who goes and gets himself murdered.
Oh, I did that once.
No, you didn't. We also have Marquis Halim Ondor I, the game's narrator and owner of a funny accent. We also have Redis, a sky pirate and former judge. Alcid Margrace, a prince who sounds an awful lot like Antonio Banderas. And Vena, who is a ghost, demon, supernatural thing that controls the villains of Final Fantasy XII.
Oh, I do like Antonio Banderas.
Ha! Who doesn't? Development for Final Fantasy XII took 5 years and began in December 2000 and was headed by Final Fantasy Tactics Director Yasumi Matsuno and Final Fantasy IX Director Hiroyuki Ito.
What do you think of Final Fantasy Tactics? People love it!
Yes, people also love Skyrim, and you know what I think about that.
That you would rather wipe your backside with barbed wire than play Skyrim again?
You got it. And sadly, I feel the same way about Final Fantasy Tactics. But luckily, we're not here to discuss Final Fantasy Tactics. What was I talking about? Oh yes, Final Fantasy XII's development. Now, Matsuno provided the original concept and plot for the game, but was forced to bow out a year before release due to health concerns.
Oh, what was wrong with him?
His penis randomly exploded one morning.
Really?
No, not really. So, as a result of that, the development team and a new duo stepped forward to direct the game. Ito and Hiroshi Minagawa, while Akitoshi Kawazu of Saga series fame became the game's executive producer. Series creator Hironobu Sakaguchi was disappointed by Matsuno's departure and declined to play the game beyond its introduction.
Oh, that's not very nice.
I know. I could never play a Final Fantasy game's intro and then just stop. That would make me go insane.
Aren't you already insane?
Yes, but that's because I played the first hour of Final Fantasy XII Revenant Wings before my penis randomly exploded, taking my Nintendo DS and Final Fantasy XII Revenant Wings with it.
Oh!
Anyway, after Matsuno's departure, Miwa Shoda wrote a storyline for the game premised on the basis of the cutscenes and world setting that had already been finished. Scenario writer Daisuke Watanabe then fleshed out Shoda's plot into a script. Now, this script was then translated into English by Alexander O. Smith, who had previously worked on Vagrant Story and Final Fantasy X. What else can I tell you about the development? Oh yes! Now, at the beginning of the game's development, it was decided to move away from the random encounters that plagued Final Fantasy games for years.
You really don't like random encounters, do you?
Can't stand them. Which is why, when a prostitute randomly approaches me when I walk down the street, I have the desire to hold the R2 and L2 buttons to escape. So instead of random encounters, the developers developed the Active Dimension Battle System, or ADBS, if you will.
ADBS? Is that similar to ADHD?
No! So shut up, ASAP. The ADBS allows the player to move seamlessly from battle to exploration. This also led to the creation of the Gambit system, which we will discuss in more detail later. At the early stages of development, a two-player mode was considered for the game, along with an idea that you could recruit NPCs to join in mob hunts.
Mob hunts? Who do you hunt down? The best? Michael Myers? The Freeman?
No, just monsters.
Oh.
Now that and the two-player idea were dropped early though, due to limitations with the PlayStation 2 hardware.
Oh. The option to play the game in co-op would have been amazing.
Well, luckily you can do that in Final Fantasy 11 and 14.
Oh, maybe we can play Final Fantasy 14 after we finish this little retrospective.
Come now, Bertram. You know I hate playing with commoners online.
Oh, I told you this before. You can't catch a disease off them playing a game online. It's not like you're in the room with them.
Don't lie to me, Bertram. You know full well that I caught a cold off that 19-year-old bastard I played Diablo 3 with back in 2017.
That was your nephew. And you were in the same room. In the same bed.
Moving on. Now, the music for Final Fantasy XII was composed by Hitoshi Sakamoto, with Hayato Matsuo and Masaharu Iwata creating 7 and 2 tracks respectively. Nobuo Uematsu, the composer responsible for the best Final Fantasy soundtracks, including 6, 7, 8, and 9, sadly only contributed the ending song, Kiss Me Goodbye.
Oh, at least it's a lovely song.
'Tis that. So, what else do we need to discuss? Oh yes, the game's art style. The art team for Final Fantasy XII, led by art directors Hideo Minaba and Isamu Kamikourari, and Isamu Kamiko... My apologies for butchering these names. Led by art directors Hideo Minaba and a chap called Isamu, visited Turkey in development, and it greatly inspired the game's Mediterranean-style setting. You'll also find styles and decoration reminiscent of India, and, bizarrely, New York City in the game.
Oh, what elements were inspired by New York City?
The Spider-Man and King Kong cameos, of course.
Oh, there's cameos from Spider-Man and King Kong in Final Fantasy XII?
No, because that would be fucking ridiculous. I don't know what elements were taken from New York. I'm just reading what it says here. The buildings, maybe the ships. I have no bloody idea. Let's just move on, otherwise we'll still be here next week. So, let's talk a little about the character designs. Again, we'll talk about this more later, but the decision to make this game's characters look similar to those in Vagrant Story seems deliberate.
Oh, I love that game.
As do I, Bertram. Now, Bosch was the first character designed for Final Fantasy XII, and the developers considered him the hero of the story at the time. Though, Vaughn and Penelo were added last and became the heroes in the final version of the plot. The developers were motivated by the commercial failure of Vagrant Story, which featured a strong man in his prime as the protagonist, and switched the focus to a younger protagonist in this as a result. Now, Van's early designs were described as effeminate, but with the casting of Koei Takeda as his voice and motion capture actor, Van became less feminine and more active, upbeat, bright, and in the throes of puberty. Now, comments were made about the similarity between character designer Akihiko Yoshida's creations and those of Tetsuya Nomura, another Square Enix character designer.
Isn't Tetsuya Nomura the chap who delivered our lunch this afternoon?
He is indeed. He's also the mastermind behind the Kingdom Hearts games and my favorite Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy 15.
Oh, you do love Final Fantasy 15.
If it was allowed, I would court then marry that game. And I'd never cheat on it either. Well, maybe with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but shh. That'll be our little secret, Bertram. You know, I don't think I can be bothered talking about the gameplay for this game, so instead of doing that, how about we talk about the healing properties of heroin?
I don't think that's a good idea.
No, probably not. What about the importance of washing your tinky?
No, I would just go with the gameplay.
Oh, okay then, spoil sport. You'll explore Ivalice on foot, by chocobo, or by airship. As you move through the open world, you'll fight enemies, and through doing this, you'll level up and earn license points. You can then use these license points on your character's license board. Now, the license board is an array of panels that contain licenses, which allow a character to perform certain actions, to use a magic, technique, or certain piece of equipment. The character must obtain its corresponding license by spending the required amount of LP, license points. Now, license points are earned in battle along with experience points. Like the sphere grid in Final Fantasy X, all characters may obtain all licenses on the board, but each quickening and Esper license may only be activated by a single character.
What's an Esper?
Oh, sorry. Espers are this game's version of summons. So, after defeating an Esper in combat, the player will be able to summon it to the battlefield. Similar to Final Fantasy X, the summoned creatures become active participants in battle, as opposed to the one-and-done cinematic attacks seen in previous games in the series. Unlike Final Fantasy X, however, the summoner remains an active member in the fight, able to attack and cast support magic, instead of leaving the party or standing idle twiddling their thumbs while the summoned creature fights. An Esper will leave the battle if either the summoner or itself is knocked out, its time limit expires, or it executes its special attack. You can't control Espers directly. They act dependent on certain hidden gambits.
What are gambits?
Oh, sorry. The gambit system is something new introduced in Final Fantasy XII. It essentially allows the player to program each character to perform certain commands in battle in response to specified conditions. Using gambits, the player may set reactions to different stimuli for each character.
Oh, I like that word, stimuli. Sorry. Continue.
Yes. Each gambit consists of 3 parts: a target, an action, and a priority. The target specifies which ally or foe to act on, and the condition for applying the action. So, for example, the target, ally, HP less than 70%, causes the character to target any ally whose hit points have fallen below 70%. Understood?
Not really.
Now, the action is the command to be performed on the target. The priority determines which gambit to perform when multiple gambits are triggered. Understand?
No.
It's okay, Bertram. Neither do I. In a nutshell, it's just a fancy way to control how your party functions in battle. I think. Now, what else can I tell you about the combat? Oh, yes. Though you only control one party member in battle, your compatriots are controlled by the game's AI, you can change to any party member at pretty much any time during the battle, and if, God forbid, your 3 party members die or collapse from exhaustion after eating too many Twinkies, you can swap in your other 3 party members to replace them.
Has anyone ever collapsed from eating too many Twinkies?
I got no bloody idea. Just sounded funny in my head. I don't even know what the hell a Twinkie is. Ha ha! Oh, did I explain what quickenings are?
No, I don't think so.
Well, quickenings are basically Final Fantasy XII's version of limit breaks.
Oh!
So you explore, get into fights, use quickenings and attacks and abilities to fuck your enemies up. And upon finishing the battle, you earn experience points, skill, and loot that you can sell at shops to buy new weapons, accessories, and breast enlargements. Maybe not that last one. Final Fantasy XII is a role-playing video game that was developed and published by Square Enix in 2006. A year I remember fondly as the year I followed Solid Snake home from a party and caught him playing with his liquid snake.
Oh!
Don't you oh me, Bertram. I got you playing with your revolver ocelot last night.
You did?
I did. Anyway, that's enough of these Metal Gear Solid puns. We're not here to discuss those games, though we will eventually. We are here to discuss Final Fantasy XII, which is, you guessed it, the 12th main entry in the Final Fantasy series of games.
How many Final Fantasy games are there in total?
Let me just access that part of my brain where that information is stored.
Do you need a spoon?
No, thank you. I have a knife right here. Okie dokie. Including console, mobile, handheld, and remasters/remakes, there is over 100 Final Fantasy games.
Oh, that's a lot.
Oh, that's nothing. I've got ideas in my head for 123 video games.
Oh, I'm surprised there's enough room in your head for that many ideas.
My head is like Mary Poppins' bag. Wow, we've had references to Metal Gear Solid and now Mary Poppins. This is a Final Fantasy video, isn't it?
I think so.
So, Final Fantasy 12's story takes us to Ivalice, where the empires of Arcadia and Rosaria are waging an endless war. Dalmasca, a small kingdom, is caught between the warring nations. When Dalmasca is annexed, that means fucked up. When Dalmasca is annexed by Arcadia, its princess, Ash, creates a resistance movement. During the struggle, she meets Van, a young adventurer who dreams of becoming a sky pirate in command of an airship. They are quickly joined by a band of allies, and together they rally against the tyranny of the Arcadian Empire.
Oh, that sounds exciting.
It really is. Well, mostly. Go and watch my review for my full, unedited thoughts on the game.
Is that the review you make that really inappropriate joke about Zidane from Final Fantasy IX and a banana?
Well, you just have to watch it and find out.
Oh, but I'd rather play with my revolver ocelot than watch it.
What did you say?
Nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / Bucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our retrospective for Final Fantasy 12. So, dear viewer, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our retrospective for Final Fantasy 12. If you enjoyed this little video of ours, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. Please remember there's already a review and a full playthrough for Final Fantasy 12 on the channel, so go and watch them right bloody now. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Final Fantasy 12 released in 2006 for the PlayStation 2 to critical acclaim. It would be followed by a direct sequel called Remnant of Wings or some such bollocks, and that was released for the Nintendo DS in 2007. And in 2017, we would get Final Fantasy 12, The Zodiac Age, a high-definition remaster of the exclusive Japanese International Zodiac Job System version of Final Fantasy 12 for the PlayStation 4. The remaster was largely developed by Virtuos, who previously developed the Final Fantasy X/X2 HD remaster. Final Fantasy 12 The Zodiac Age would release for PC in 2018 and for the Nintendo Switch and Xbox One in 2019. Ha ha! sucks to be you, Nintendo and Xbox fanboys. Now, if you haven't already, then I implore you to buy, download, steal, or sell your body to get your hands on Final Fantasy XII. And play it, goddammit! Final Fantasy XII is set within the land of Ivalice, during an age when magic was commonplace and airships dominated the skies.
When was this?
Last Tuesday.
Oh.
Ivalice is divided into 3 incontinents.
I think you mean continents.
Yes. Ivalice is divided into 3 continents, those being Odalia, Valendia, and Caerwan. Odalia is where the Rosarian Empire makes its home. Valendia is the home of Imperial Arcadia, where lush highlands dot the landscape. Central to the story of Final Fantasy XII is Dalmasca, a small kingdom located in the middle of the Gautian Peninsula of Odalia. And you'll spend the whole game going through all of these continents, exploring dungeons and fighting enemies.
Oh, the world in this game is huge.
So is your mother. What's your point, Bertram?
No point. I was just observing.
Well, why don't you observe the kitchen as you fetch me a coffee?
Yes, dickhead.
What was that?
I said, yes, sir.
So, like I already said, the design of Ivalice was heavily influenced by Mediterranean countries. And this is reflected in the game's architecture.
What does architecture mean?
You know, the cities, the buildings, the pubs, the whorehouses, the toilets. All of this is architecture.
Oh!
So, the story for Final Fantasy XII is as follows. In Dalmasca's capital city of Rabanastra, Princess Ashelia of Dalmasca and Prince Wrestler of Nabradia have just wed, as the Arcadian Empire invades the 2 countries. Wrestler is killed in the war. The city of Nabudis is destroyed in a single explosion, and the Dalmascan king Ramingnas is assassinated moments after signing a treaty of surrender. Marquis Ondor announces that the assassin was Dalmascan Captain Bosch, who has been sentenced to death, and that Princess Ash has committed suicide.
Oh my!
Yes. 2 years later, Van, a Rabanastra street urchin, ignores his friend Penello's objections and infiltrates the palace during a dinner celebrating the appointment of Arcadian Prince Vane Solidor as counsel. In the treasury, he finds a piece of magicite, a powerful magical crystal. He is discovered by Baltier and Fran, a pair of sky pirates looking for the same magicite. The 3 escape as Dalmascan resistance forces assault the palace, and in the sewers they meet the resistance leader, Amalia, before being captured by Arcadian forces. In the dungeons, they meet Bosch, who was imprisoned but not killed, and who states his evil twin brother Gabrath was the one to kill the king.
Oh, it's like a soap opera.
Indeed. So, the 4 then escape together back to Rabanastra. There, they discover Penelo has been kidnapped and taken to the floating city of Bujaba. In Bujaba, they meet Lamont, a curious boy who is Bane's younger brother Lassa in disguise. And by in disguise, he is wearing a pair of glasses and a false mustache.
Oh, really?
No, not really. Though I wish he was wearing a pair of glasses and a false mustache. Would have been very amusing. Now, after they rescue Penelo, Bash confronts the Marquis over his lies. But the party is captured and detained aboard the Arcadian airship Leviathan, headed by Judge Geese. On the Leviathan, the party is reunited with Amalia, who is revealed to actually be Princess Ash. Now, Geese takes the Magicite, which is revealed to be a Royal Dalmascan artifact, de-affected Magicite. The party escapes, but as Ash had planned to use the Magicite as proof that she was the princess, the group journeys to collect another of the pieces of Nethicite, the Dawn Shard. They are again captured by Geese when he tries to use the Dawn Shard in the Leviathan rather than the manufactured, that means artificially made, Magicite it normally uses. His entire airship fleet is destroyed in a mirror of the destruction of Nabadis, and the party flees again. They encounter Lassa, who seeks a peace treaty between Dalmasca and the Empire. The group and Lassa go to Mount Bur-Omeses to seek the Grand Kiltius Anastasis, Evilice's religious leader, and beg his approval of Ash as Queen of Dalmasca. There, they also meet Al Cid Magrace, who is in talks with Lassa to avert a war between Rosaria and Arcadia. Their plans are curtailed when Anastasis is killed by Arcadia, and soon afterwards the Arcadian Emperor Gramis dies and Vane ascends the throne. The party journeys to Arcadia, where they discover Dr. Cid, the creator of manufactured Magicite, who directs them to go to Girovegan to find the source of Nethicite. In Girovegan, Ash encounters the makers of Nethicite, the immortal Orcuria, who pull the strings of history. They give her the treaty blades to cut new pieces from the Suncrist, the source of all Nethicite and its power. She learns that Venat, one of the Orcuria, has defected to put the reins of history back in the hands of man, manipulating Vane in his quest to conquer Iblis and leading Cid to create manufactured Magicite to reduce the relative power of the Orcuria. Ash and the party journey to the Suncrist, where she decides not to take her revenge by following the Orcuria's wishes, but instead destroys the Suncrist. The party defeats Grabronth, who reveals that he killed King Raminas and destroys the crystal. Al Cid tells them that the Dalmascan resistance led by Ondor is about to fight Arcadia in Rabanasta. But the Arcadian forces now include the Sky Fortress Bahamut. They infiltrate the Bahamut and find Lassa failing to dissuade his brother Vane from his plans for war. They defeat Vayne and Vanar, and Ash and Larsa announce the end of the conflict to the battlefield. Larsa becomes the Arcadian Emperor, and Ash the Queen of Dalmasca. Bash replaces his brother Gabranth as Larsa's protector. Then and Penelo fly an airship to meet Voltaire and Fran for another adventure. Understood, Bertram?
No, not really. Quite a complicated plot.
Yes, 'tis that. I played the game hundreds of times, and I still don't have a bloody clue what's going on. There are 6 main playable characters in Final Fantasy XIII. Our main protagonist this time is Lightning, a former soldier and sister of Serah, who we'll talk about in a moment. Toriyama wanted Lightning to be a new type of female character, with an athletic body and a less feminine nature than some of the previous female characters in the series.
Less feminine? What does that mean?
Basically, it means she doesn't walk around with her bazookas on show for every Tom, Dick, and Harry to leer at.
Oh!
Toriyama told character designer Tetsuya Nomura to make Lightning strong and beautiful, and she was intended to be reminiscent of Final Fantasy VII's Cloud Strife. Next we have Snow Villiers, voiced by the fantastic Troy Baker. Snow is Serah's fiancé and leader of Nora, a paramilitary group. We also have Vanille, the game's narrator, and an exile who was later revealed to be a lessee from Pulse. Saz Catsroy, a civilian pilot and father to a young boy Dash. Hope Estime, a young boy. And finally Fang, a lessee from Pulse, who is working with the Sanctum's cavalry branch. Now, Fang was initially conceived to be a male character, but her gender was changed to coincide with the updated character designs during the latter part of development. Other characters you'll encounter during Final Fantasy XIII are our main villain, Gallanth Daisley, the ruler of the Sanctum. Sid Raids, a Sanctum Brigadier General in the cavalry who does not trust the government. And last but not least, we have Serah Farron, Lightning's younger sister and Snow's fiancée. Now, we'll talk a lot more about Serah in our retrospective for Final Fantasy XIII too. Now, before we get into the development of Final Fantasy XIII, just let me make you aware, dear viewer, that I am most definitely going to butcher the pronunciation of some of the names here. My apologies in advance. And number 2, 99.8% of the facts I'm about to share with you are most likely true. The other 0.2% are complete and utter bollocks and are made up by yours truly. Haha, enjoy. Development for Final Fantasy XIII began in February 2004, shortly after the release of Final Fantasy X2 International and Last Mission in Japan.
What the hell is Final Fantasy X2 International plus Last Mission?
Basically, an enhanced version of Final Fantasy X2 with extra content.
Oh!
Do you remember Final Fantasy X2?
Is that the Final Fantasy game with the J-pop songs?
It is.
Didn't I catch you singing along with it?
You did.
I never did figure out why you had no clothes on while you were doing it.
Because I was in the shower.
What? You're supposed to take your clothes off in the shower?
Shut up, Bertram. Jesus. Take your clothes off the shower, bloody idiot. The team for Final Fantasy XIII included several developers who had worked on previous installments in the series, including director Motomo Toriyama, who had worked on Final Fantasy X and X-2. Producer Yoshinori Kitase, who had worked on 5 through 8 and was the producer for 10 and 10-2. Main character designer Tetsuya Nomura once again returned after having designed the characters for 7, 8, 10, and 10-2. And Battle System Director Toshiro Tsushida reprised his role from Final Fantasy X. Now, the music was composed by Masashi Hamazu, who previously worked on Final Fantasy X and was the main composer for Dirge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy XIII was the first main series Final Fantasy game to not include any compositions by original series composer Nobuo Uematsu, although Uematsu was originally announced to compose the main theme of the game. This role was taken over by Hamazu after Uematsu signed on to compose the soundtrack for Final Fantasy XIV.
Oh, I love Final Fantasy XIV.
No one cares what you love, Bertram.
That's not true. Someone once said I was the best thing about this channel.
And, who said that? Your mother?
Yes?
Ha! I rest my case. Final Fantasy XIII was conceived to be the ultimate single-player RPG. Being the first Final Fantasy game for the PlayStation 3, the development team's internal goal was for the game to have the same gameplay and craftsmanship impact that Final Fantasy 7 and 10 had as the first games of the series on their respective consoles.
And did it?
I think so. Final Fantasy XIII for me was a fantastic evolution of the series, and I only wish more people agreed with my sentiments.
Oh, no one ever agrees with you. Well, maybe except for crazy people.
You are too kind, Bertram.
I was insulting you.
I know that! I was being sarcastic, you moron!
Oh!
Anyway, let's discuss the development of Final Fantasy XIII in detail. Early in development, it was referred to internally at Square Enix by the codename Colors World. Between 2004 and 2005, Motomo Toriyama and Kazushige Nojima conceived ideas for the plot. Nojima thought up the crystal mythology that became the basis for the Fabula Nova Crystallis series, including concepts such as the Fal Sea and La Sea.
What the hell is the Fabula Nova Crystallis series?
Well, in a nutshell, it is 7 Final Fantasy games that basically share the same mythology. So we have 13, its 2 sequels, Final Fantasy Type 0, Final Fantasy 15, and 2 mobile games. Understood?
Understood. Please, continue.
What the hell was I even talking about before? Oh, yes. Toriyama created a story based on this mythology. In March 2006, lead scenario writer Daisuke Watanabe joined the Final Fantasy XIII team. Toriyama gave him a rough outline of the first 8 chapters, which included several cornerstone scenes that needed to be kept, like when party members were separated or reunited or went to the toilet together holding hands. He told Watanabe what he wanted to express with the scenario and asked him to flesh out the story and to strengthen how the points in his outline connected. For example, Toriyama would write, "Lightning touches herself provocatively," or "Vanille swallows a chocolate bar without taking it out of the wrapper," or "Snow and Hope reconcile." Watanabe then had to decide how the scenes with this reconciliation would play out, then write the scenario that way. To emphasize what the story was trying to express, Watanabe adjusted the personalities Toriyama had given to each character. For example, Toriyama wrote that Lightning was a reliable and calm leader type, but Watanabe would change that to more accurately show the confusion and unease after the protagonist transform into Lassie.
What the hell is a Lassie?
We'll get to that. Are you going to keep interrupting me during this, Bertram? If you are, I might have to ask you to leave the room.
So you can masturbate?
Yes. I mean, no. So you don't distract me. This video is going to be long enough already without me having to explain every single little thing to you.
Oh, okie dokie.
Okie dokie, you're going to leave the room, or okie dokie, you're going to stop interrupting me.
Okie dokie, what was the question again?
Oh, never mind. Just sit there and be quiet. Damn it, I forgot what I was saying. Oh yes. Toriyama has said that one of the storytelling challenges he faced writing Final Fantasy XIII was dealing with the despair of the characters and the many points at which they are seemingly cornered. He mentioned the scene where Zaz tries to commit suicide as one such example, although Toriyama felt it was almost a little too dark. He wanted to include something like it in the game.
Didn't someone try to commit suicide in another Final Fantasy game?
Well remembered, Bertram. Celeste in Final Fantasy VI tried to commit suicide when she lost her favorite vibrator. Or some such nonsense. Now, to contrast the darker elements in Final Fantasy XIII's story, Toriyama added plenty of light-hearted elements like Zaz's Chocobo chick.
Oh, so cute.
Thank you, Bertram.
I meant the Chocobo chick.
Oh, I know that. Now, originally, Final Fantasy XIII was intended to be released on the PlayStation 2, but in May 2005, after the positive reception to the tech demo of Final Fantasy VII, the team moved the game to the PlayStation 3.
What tech demo?
Basically, they remade the opening of Final Fantasy VII. You know, to show off the power of the PlayStation 3.
Oh!
It was very good, and got me very excited for a potential Final Fantasy VII remake. I had an erection and everything. But sadly, we wouldn't get that remake until 2020. But boy oh boy was it worth the wait. Love that bloody game. Anyway, back to Final Fantasy XIII. The game was developed using the new Crystal Tools engine, a 7th generation multi-platform game engine created by Square Enix for its next generation games. Square Enix believed that developing a new engine would speed up development time later in the project. Ha ha! But little did they know that it actually had the opposite effect.
Oh, morons!
Pot, kettle, black. Ha! Anyway, Final Fantasy XIII was first shown at the 2006 E3 convention. The trailer shown was an artistic concept that did not represent the final concept for the game, since at the time there was no playable form of the game. Announced alongside the game was Final Fantasy Versus 13, later retitled as Final Fantasy 15, and the PlayStation Portable game Final Fantasy Type 0, originally titled Final Fantasy Agito 13. Now, these would be the first games in the Fabula Nova Crystallis Final Fantasy series that I've already spoken about.
Do you think we'll ever get to go to E3?
Well, considering that E3 is pretty much as dead as Kevin Spacey's career at this point, no, I don't think we'll ever go to E3.
Oh!
It's okay, Bertram. We'll take over YouTube one day, so you can just look forward to that.
Oh, yay!
Yes, haha. Like a lot of games, Final Fantasy XIII has a wealth of cut content. Art director Isamu can't say his surname revealed that many locations such as Lightning's home were left out of the final version of the game due to concerns about the game's length. Can't say his surname said the content they cut was, in itself, enough to make another game. Another example of cuts is that Final Fantasy XIII, unlike previous titles in the series, includes no explorable town areas. Toriyama said in an interview that the team was unable to make them as graphically appealing as the rest of the game and chose to eliminate them. Toriyama also said that he intended to have a piece of downloadable content available for the game that would include a new area, weapons, and quests, but was forced to cut it as well due to quality concerns so late in the project and difficulties with developing Final Fantasy XIII for not just the PlayStation 3, but the bloody Xbox 360 as well.
Oh, don't say it like that. You love the Xbox, really?
I suppose. So, instead of talking about the gameplay for Final Fantasy XIII, I thought instead I would talk about a hermit I found living in my garden shed.
Really?
No, not really. We're actually going to talk about the gameplay for Final Fantasy XIII. So, like all the other Final Fantasy games, you'll run through the world getting into fights, upgrading characters, buying weapons, upgrading weapons, taking regular toilet breaks, blah blah blah-diddy blah.
Like Final Fantasy XII, enemies are visible at all times and can be approached or avoided by the player. When the player's character touches an enemy, the screen transitions from the regular map to a separate battle screen, similar to those used in previous Final Fantasy games. Now, the battles in this game are a variation of the traditional active time battle system, first featured in Final Fantasy IV. Unlike previous games in the series, the player only controls the lead character, while the remaining two characters are controlled by the game's artificial intelligence. During battle, the player selects an action from the menu such as attack, magic, item, and each action requires a specific number of slots on the ATB bar, which refills in real time to a set maximum number. This total size gradually increases throughout the game from 2 to 6. The paradigm system allows the player to program paradigms, surprisingly, in which the active party members have a specific role in combat, roughly akin to the job system of previous games. The player can only choose from a limited stock of paradigms set up outside of battle, limiting the possible combinations of roles available. This is the only way of directing AI-controlled party members. The roles consist of Commando, dealing physical damage, Ravager, using elemental magic, Medic, a role which can heal and remove negative status ailments, Synergist, which uses magic to strengthen allies by giving positive statuses, Saboteur, which uses magic to weaken enemies by inflicting negative statuses, and Sentinel, which has protective abilities and may take on enemy focus. In addition to a health bar, each enemy has a stagger bar, or chain bonus, indicating with a percentage starting at 100 the strength of attacks dealt by the player. When the chain bonus reaches an amount specific to the kind of enemy, they are staggered. Stagger increases damage massively by providing an instant boost to the chain bonus, and may launch the enemy into the air, and or make the enemy shit their pants. Now, stagger is increased by a large amount by magic-based attacks, but will fall unless sustained by physical attacks. So in a nutshell, have one of your commandos attacking, at the same time have a Ravager attacking, and that should build up the stagger bar. See? Each leader, or controlled character, can summon a specific Eidolon into battle. Now, these summoned creatures include series staples Odin, Shiva, Alexander, and Bahamut, alongside some newcomers. Now, when summoned, the Eidolon stays in combat, while the characters accompanying the summoner leave the party. While an Eidolon is summoned, the player can trigger a feature called Gestalt Mode, in which the Eidolon transforms into a different form, just like the Transformers, and performs different attacks while the summoning character rides them. And not in the dirty way. Get your mind out of the gutter. But how do you upgrade your characters in this game? I'm so glad you asked, dear viewer.
I didn't hear anything.
Shut up, Bertram. The Crystarium is a leveling system consisting of 6 crystals and resembles the sphere grid from Final Fantasy X. Each crystal in the Crystarium represents one of the 6 roles and is divided into 10 levels. Now each level contains various nodes that supply bonuses to health, strength, or magic, or provide new abilities and accessory slots. These nodes are connected by a semi-linear path. The player may advance down the path by acquiring Crystarium points, which are awarded after defeating enemies. Basically, they're experience points. They're just not called experience points because you have to change the name of everything in every single new Final Fantasy game. So in one Final Fantasy game it's called experience points, now it's called Crystarium points, or something's called a summon, but it's actually called an Eidolon in this. You understand. Now, the full Crystarium is not available to the player at the beginning of the game. At specific points in the game's plot, usually after boss fights, the player gains access to new crystals or levels. Understood?
No.
I wasn't asking you. I was asking that chap standing outside our window.
Oh!
Understood? Yeah?
Who the hell is that?
I don't know, Bertram. I think he's a peeping Tom.
Oh!
Final Fantasy XIII is a role-playing video game developed and published by Square Enix for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 in 2010.
Didn't it release in Japan in 2009?
Oh, fine. Final Fantasy XIII is a role-playing video game developed and published by Square Enix for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 in 2009. A year I remember fondly as the year I wandered into Square Enix headquarters and demanded that they remake Chrono Trigger for the PlayStation 3 and put myself in charge of the whole production.
And what did they say?
Well, I didn't have my hearing aid in that day, but I think I heard something about my anus and a cactus.
Oh my!
Yes, so rude. Anyway, I'm still holding out.
For a hero? Ha ha!
No. That we'll get a Chrono Trigger remake someday.
Oh.
But we're not here to talk about Chrono Trigger. We're here to talk about one of my all-time favorite Final Fantasy games, Final Fantasy XIII. So, Final Fantasy XIII takes place in the fictional floating world of Cocoon, whose government, the Sanctum, is ordering a purge of civilians who have supposedly come into contact with Pulse, the much-feared world below. Our main character this time is Lightning, also known as the most badass woman since Ellen Ripley caught Sarah Connor trying to steal her vibrator and declared, "Get away from her, you bitch!" Lightning is on a quest to save her sister, who has been recently branded by one of those Pulse bastards. Lightning is soon joined by a band of allies, and together they also become marked by the same Pulse creature bastard, and thus our story begins.
I didn't understand a word of what you just said.
That's because you are stupid, Bertram.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / Bucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our retrospective for Final Fantasy XIII. So, dear viewer, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our retrospective for Final Fantasy XIII. If you enjoyed this little video of ours, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then, feel free to give me a thumbs down. Please don't forget that there's a full review and a full playthrough with commentary by yours truly for this game on the channel, so go and watch them. But remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Final Fantasy XIII released to mostly positive reviews in 2010.
2009 in Japan.
2009 in Japan. It would be followed by 2 sequels, one in 2011 and another in 2013. Final Fantasy XIII is one of my favourite games in the series, so if you haven't already, then I implore you to buy, download, steal, or sell your grandmother to get your hands on Final Fantasy XIII. And play it, goddammit! Final Fantasy XIII is set on the world of Grand Pulse.
Grand Pulse?
No, not Grand Pulse, Gran Pulse. Someone at Square Enix forgot the D. You'll be glad to hear he was fired and then drank himself to death in a Final Fantasy themed tea house in Tokyo.
Is that true?
Sure, why not? Central to Final Fantasy XIII's story is Cocoon, a massive artificial sphere that floats above Pulse's surface and is ruled by the Sanctum, a theocratic government.
What does theocratic mean?
I don't know. Evil? Bad? Who cares? The 2 worlds are controlled by Foul Sea, mechanical beings with godlike power. The Cocoon Foul Sea are responsible for keeping Cocoon floating, as well as providing light and water to the people that live inside. Each Foul Sea handles a specific task. The Foul Sea have the capability of marking the humans that live in Pulse and Cocoon as their servants. These servants, called l'Cie, are branded with a symbol representing either Pulse or Cocoon, and are given a focus, a task to complete. If the l'Cie complete their task in time, they are transformed to crystal, and according to legend, gain eternal life. Otherwise, they become mindless monsters called Seath. The l'Cie are not explicitly told their focus, but are instead given visions that they must interpret.
What's your focus, OCG?
To get through this retrospective without throwing you out of the window. Again. Anyway, several hundred years before the events of Final Fantasy XIII, a battle known as the War of Transgression took place between Pulse and Cocoon. During the battle, l'Cie from Pulse attacked and ripped a large hole in Cocoon. Eventually, the l'Cie completed their focus and were turned to crystal.
The hull was patched with material lifted from Pulse, and Cocoon's citizens have since lived in fear of another invasion. This fear is used by the Sanctum to remain in power. The Sanctum oversees two military branches, the Guardian Corps, responsible for keeping order on Cocoon, and the Public Security and Intelligence Command, also known as SICOM. The special forces in charge of dealing with any threat related to Pulse. The Foul Sea have given the humans advanced technology, including flying airships and mechanical creatures, and a form of magic also exists. This magic is normally only accessible to Lassie, Foul Sea, and various monsters in Cocoon and Pulse, though distilled chemical forms can be used by normal humans through the use of mana drives. And before you ask, Bertram, no, I don't know what a mana drive is.
Actually, I was just going to ask if I can go to the toilet.
Oh, well, yes, of course. Just ignore the dead body in the bath.
Okie dokie. Wait, what?
Unlike previous games in the series, which were more inspired by Asian locations and culture, Final Fantasy XIII was intended by the art team to be reminiscent of the United States. Pulse was based on landscape photographs the team took from across the country, and Cocoon was intended to be a melting pot of different ethnicities. The setting was also given a science fiction aesthetic to make it stand out more from other entries in the series. So here's a recap of the whole story for Final Fantasy XIII, which may or may not be plagiarized from Wikipedia. In Cocoon, the citizens of the town of Bodom are being evicted or purged after coming in contact with something from Pulse. Over the course of the game, the player is shown flashbacks of the events of the previous 13 days, which began when a foul sea from Pulse was discovered near Bodom. Lightning's sister Sarah had found the foul sea from Pulse and had been changed into a lassie by it. Lightning and Zaz derail a purge train bound for Pulse in an attempt to save Sarah, as Snow leads his resistance group Nora to rescue the Purge exiles. Several of them are killed. Heading to the Foul Sea, Anima to save Sarah, Snow is joined by two of the exiles, Hope and Vanille. The two parties meet at the Foul Sea and find Sarah just as she turns to crystal. Anima then brands them as Lassie, and they are cast out into a different part of Cocoon. During this transformation, the newly crested Lassie all have the same vision, a monster called Ragnarok. Arguing over the ambiguous nature of the dreamed focus, the party finds Sarah in her crystallized form. Snow remains with her as the others leave. Snow meets Sid and Fang, two members of the cavalry, after he is captured and detained aboard the airship Lindblom. Meanwhile, the others flee from SICOM before getting separated by an airstrike. Hope and Lightning travel to Palom Polum, while Zaz and Vanille travel to Nautilus. In Lightning's scenario, she unintentionally supports Hope's goal of killing Snow to avenge his mother's death. In Vanille's scenario, Saz discusses how his son Dash was turned into a lessee by a cocoon fal'C and was taken by Psycom to discover his focus. In Palambulum, Lightning attempts to dissuade Hope from going through with his revenge and meets Snow and Fang. Fang reveals that she and Vanille were lessee from Pulse, who were turned into crystals. They were turned back into humans 13 days earlier, sparking the purge. Hope attempts to murder Snow, but after being rescued during an airstrike, he decides not to go through with it. The four then flee the city with Sid's aid. In Nautilus, Vanille reveals herself to Zaz as a lessee from Pulse, and indirectly is the reason that Dash was turned into a lessee. Zaz and Vanille are then captured and detained on board the airship Palamecia. On the Palamecia, the other members of the party reunite with Vanille and Zaz before they confront Galanth Daisley, the Sanctum's Primarch, who is the Cocoon fal'C ruler, Bartandalis, in disguise. Bartandalis tells the party that their focus is to transform into the beast Ragnarok and slay the sleeping fal'C Orphan, who keeps Cocoon afloat above Pulse. Slaying Orphan will result in the destruction of Cocoon. The party flees and learns from Sid that the fal'C believe that Cocoon's destruction will summon the Maker, the creator of the worlds. The fal'C cannot harm Orphan themselves. Vanille and Fang revealed to the party that they were involved in the War of Transgression centuries earlier, and that their focus then had been the same: to transform into Ragnarok and attempt to destroy Orphan. The party flies away to Pulse and journeys to Oerba, Vanille and Fang's hometown, where they hope to learn how to remove the lessee marks. The town is deserted, and they find no living people on the surface. The party is unsuccessful in removing their marks, and Bartandalis confronts them again. The party learns that Bartandalis has made Sid the new Primarch to create chaos in Cocoon, to force the cavalry to attack Sid and Orphan in a coup d'etat. The party infiltrates Cocoon and heads towards Orphan, but soon discover that the cavalry have been turned into Seath. The party defeats Bartandalis, but Orphan awakens and merges with Bartandalis, then compels Fang to finish her focus as Ragnarok, while the others are seemingly transformed into Seath. The party reappears in human form, preventing Fang from transforming. The party then defeats Orphan and escapes Cocoon, which is now falling towards Pulse. As the rest of the party turns to Crystal for completing their focus, Vanille and Fang remain on Cocoon and transform into Ragnarok together to prevent a collision between Cocoon and Pulse. The rest of the party awaken from their crystallization on Pulse and find their lessee brands gone. Lightning, Hope, Snow, and Zaz reunite with Sarah and Dash. Here endeth the story. Unlike previous Final Fantasy games, Final Fantasy 13-2 has only 2 playable characters. We have Sarah, our pink-haired heroine. In the last game, she was positively useless, but no longer. She has graduated to a bow-slinging, time-traveling bitch from hell.
Well, she's from Grand Pulse, but you know what I mean. Our other playable character is the brooding ray of sunshine, Noel Christ. In his spare time, he likes to dissect girls.
Is that true?
Sure, why not? Haha. Coming from a time period where he's the last man standing, solitude is his second nature. And yet, his courage is unwavering as a blind man's gaze.
What?
You know, because they don't move their eyes due to the blindness.
I don't think that's accurate.
Silence, Bertram. I'll decide what is and isn't accurate. Thank you very much. Haha. Noel's mysterious past unravels beautifully as he fights alongside Sarah, showing massive restraint not to take that pink-haired cutie in his arms and not make passionate love to her. Though they are not playable, we can't forget our trusty Moogle companion Mog. He handily transforms into Sarah's nifty bow, and you can throw him to pick up shit that's just out of reach.
Oh, he's so cute.
He is that. Who else do we have? Oh yes, Caius Ballard, our purple-haired villain / diva. His motive is as dastardly as his fashion sense. He wants to destroy time itself to, save a girl or some such bollocks. He's evil. If you see him, kick his ass. Next up, we have that girl Caius is trying to save. Yule. Dreadful name. Tragic character. And last, but most certainly not least, we have Lightning. She's a time-traveling badass, a warrior, and a sex symbol rolled into one. Sadly, unlike Final Fantasy XIII, she has less screen time here than the Invisible Man in a porno.
Ah!
That's a good one, isn't it? Development for Final Fantasy XIII-2 began in early 2010 and lasted for around a year and a half.
Oh, that's not very long.
Neither is this game, Bertram. And let's not forget they were probably able to reuse a lot of character models, locations, and asses.
I think you mean assets?
Yes. Assets. And they had help on this game. Square Enix called upon Tri-Ace to assist with the game's design, art, and programming.
Who the hell is Tri-Ace?
How the hell would I know? I presume a company that helps with game design, art, and programming.
Do you know anything?
I know that if you interrupt me one more time, I'm going to throw you out of the window. Right, I've just looked up Tri-Ace, and according to this less than reputable website, Tri-Ace is a type of pornography starring triplets. No, wait. That's something else. Tri-Ace. So, apparently, they are a Japanese game developer. Oh, they made Resonance of Fate. That game has Nolan North in it. And it's harder than the cock of Midas.
What's harder than the cock of Midas? Nolan North or Resonance of Fate?
Resonance of Fate. Well, until they tell Nolan North that they are developing Uncharted 5. Haha. So, after the less than stellar reviews for Final Fantasy XIII, the plan for Final Fantasy XIII-2 was to exceed that game in every way.
Oh, Final Fantasy XIII is 50 hours of hallways.
I don't recall asking for your opinion, Bertram. And it's not 50 hours of hallways. It's more like 40 hours.
And is Final Fantasy XIII-2 a better game?
You'll have to watch my review to get the answer to that, Bertram. In fact, you there. Yes, you, watching this retrospective. I see you touching yourself inappropriately. Have you watched my review for Final Fantasy XIII-2 yet? And why the hell not? Oh, I see. Being breastfed, you say? Aren't you 35? Oh, I see. Well, my congratulations to you and your mother. I didn't think it was legal to marry your own mother, but what do I know? Bertram said I don't know anything. Anyway, when you get a moment, go and watch my review. It's hilarious. Ha ha. Now, what was I talking about before we, oh yes, the development. So, as a response to the wankers who said that Final Fantasy XIII was too linear, didn't have enough towns and exploration, didn't have enough side quests, Final Fantasy XIII-2 says, hold my chocobo. You want towns? Here you go. You want a cornucopia of side quests? Well, I don't know what cornucopia means, but here you are. You want non-linear exploration? Take it! Right, I'll take my chocobo back now. Why is he crying? What did you do to my chocobo, you sick bastard?
But does all of that make Final Fantasy XIII-2 better than Final Fantasy XIII?
I told you, Bertram, you have to watch my review.
Oh!
Now, the developers not only wanted to make Final Fantasy XIII-2 a better game than its predecessor, they also wanted the story to be darker and more mysterious. Speaking of the story, it was originally conceived to take place 900 years after Final Fantasy XIII. God knows what that would have been about. But eventually it was decided that the plot would focus instead on time travel. Sarah, who had spent most of the last game encased in ice, was promoted in Final Fantasy XIII-2 to main character, with most of the original cast relegated to glorified cameos. But we'll talk a little more about that later. As diverse as the landscapes are, so are the gameplay options. Imagine driving a car with a clutch, brakes, an accelerator, a dead prostitute in the trunk, and then some. That's the gameplay of Final Fantasy XIII-2 for you.
I don't get it.
Basically, this game has lots of combat options.
Oh!
The usual turn-based combat of previous Final Fantasy games gets a major upgrade with the Paradigm Shift system. First introduced in Final Fantasy XIII, it is carried over to this sequel. No longer do your characters take turns hitting each other with oversized sex toys and vegetables. Though, technically, you still do that. Basically, your characters can shift between different combat roles, like the Commando, Ravager, Sentinel, Saboteur, Synergist. All of them a violent cog in a well-oiled fighting machine. And you will use that machine to kill your enemies with efficiency. Ha ha!
Nicely said, OCG.
Thank you, Bertram. So, apart from fighting enemies to the death, Final Fantasy XIII-2 also allows you to tame monsters and use them in combat. Ever wanted a pet that could rip your enemies to ribbons? Well, here you can have a whole collection of the little bastards. Tamagotchis, they are not. Trained killers, they are. Ha ha. Yet, Final Fantasy XIII-2 isn't just about tactical fights and pet management. There's also an ample serving of environmental puzzle solving, which is the game's way of breaking up all that combat you're going to be doing. For more information on the game's gameplay, including how you upgrade your characters or more information on the mini-games, then might I recommend you go and play the bloody game for yourselves. Ha ha! Final Fantasy XIII-2 is another RPG from Square Enix. But that's not all, folks. It's also a shock horror Final Fantasy game. But not only that, a direct sequel.
Oh, I think I just wet myself.
There's tissues under my bed. Not for any particular reason, of course. Sometimes I need to blow my penis. I mean nose. Sometimes I need to blow my nose during the night. Yes. Final Fantasy XIII-2 was released in 2012 for the...
It says here that it was released in 2011 in Japan.
Oh, damn it! Final Fantasy XIII-2 was released for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 in 2011. A year I remember fondly as the year I was struck by lightning.
Were you standing outside during a storm?
No, lightning actually punched me in the face.
Oh, you mean the attractive protagonist of Final Fantasy XIII, not Lightning.
Yes?
Why did she hit you?
Well, I told her that Cloud Strife looks better in a dress than she does.
Oh.
Anyway, enough about that. Final Fantasy XIII is the second game in the Fabula Nova Crystallis series of games. And before you bloody ask me what that is, Bertram, it is 7 Final Fantasy games that sort of share the same mythology about crystals or some such nonsense.
I knew that. You talked about it in the Final Fantasy XIII retrospective.
Ah, so I did. So, At the beginning of Final Fantasy 13-2, Lightning, confirmed man-beater and protagonist of the original game, has disappeared into an unknown world. So her younger and far less attractive sister, Sarah Farin, and No Christ journey through time in an attempt to find her.
Who the hell is No Christ?
Stay tuned and you'll find out, Bertram. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / Bucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our retrospective for Final Fantasy 13-2. So, dear viewer, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our retrospective for Final Fantasy 13-2. If you enjoyed this little video of ours, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. Please go and check out the full review and full game playthrough for Final Fantasy 13-2, both of which are on the channel right about now. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Final Fantasy 13-2 was released in 2013 to mostly positive reviews. Many considered it to be an improvement on Final Fantasy 13. And before you say anything, Bertram, if you want to know what I think, you can check out my review like everyone else.
Oh!
The game would be followed by a sequel 2 years later. And yes, of course, we will be talking about that game next. So, if you haven't already, then I implore you to buy, download, steal, or sell your body to get your hands on Final Fantasy 13-2 and play it, goddammit! Get on your chocobo and come on down to Grand Pulse. The D in Grand is once again absent. I have reported its disappearance to the authorities, and I will keep you updated. In Final Fantasy 13-2, we'll not only let you visit locations new and not so new, we'll let you fuck up the space-time continuum itself, revisiting those same locations across different periods. First up, we have New Bodom. When you first arrive, it's the peaceful seaside town where Sarah has settled into tranquil life as a school teacher. You can practically feel the sand between your toes, until paradoxes turn it into a monster-infested arena. Now you have monster bastards nibbling on your toes. We better move on. Next stop, the brain-freezing Brescia ruins, covered in ice and snow. What was once a buzzing city is now full of soldiers, researchers, and a giant mechanical hand? Oh dear. Better keep the hell away from that. No, actually, you have to fit that giant hand to progress, so ignore what I just said. Then we have Yashis Massif, which sounds like a made-up name, and it is. Next we have Uerba, an eerily beautiful deserted village
choked by the relentless, devouring desert sands. Oop, there's those bloody monsters nibbling on our toes again. Get the hell off me, scum of Satan! Anyway, next up we have Academia, a neon-lit metropolis of the future with modern architecture, a multi-level layout, and hovering cars that make traffic jams a thing of the past. So come on down to Grand Pulse. Complimentary hand jobs for all men aged 45 and over.
You didn't mention the Void Beyond, Valhalla, or the Historia Crotch. I mean, Crocs.
And now I don't have to. Thank you, Bertram.
You're welcome.
So let's quickly recap the plot for Final Fantasy 13-2, shall we? Now, the game opens in 3AF. And for those of you who don't know, AF stands for After Farting. The game opens in 3AF as the Pulse town Sarah lives in is attacked by monsters. A stranger named No appears to help fight the monsters and claims to be a time traveler from 700 AF. He arrived in her time via Valhalla, where he claims to have met Lightning as she guarded the throne of the weakened Etru. As part of Lightning's transfer to Valhalla, she was erased from the fall of Cocoon onwards, making everyone except Sarah forget her being with them on Grand Pulse. That's Grand Pulse, not Grand Pulse, Grand Pulse. And paradoxes have erupted throughout time, warping the timeline. Sarah joins Noel in a journey to resolve these paradoxes by removing items and monsters that are out of their original time. She hopes to find her sister, and he hopes, he being Noel hopes, to changing the bleak future he comes from. While journeying to 5 after farting, to resolve a paradox on Cocoon, they meet and help Alyssa, an Academy member and survivor of the Purge. A massacre by the Sanctum at the beginning of Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy 13. Bloody Roman numeral bastards. Travelling to the ruined city of Padra in 10 AF, they find Hope leading the academy, with Alyssa as his assistant. They also find a recording of prophecies made by one of the seeresses of Padra, who are believed to have died out centuries prior. One fragmented prophecy shows lightning in Valhalla. Padra is shrouded by an eclipse, which No says is not supposed to happen for several centuries. While Sarah and No resolve the paradox causing the eclipse, they encounter Caius Ballard, a man No knows from 700 AF, who opposes their mission, and Yule, who looks identical to a girl of the same name Noel knew in the future. After resolving the paradox, an alternative timeline appears in which there was never an eclipse. The repaired prophecy shows Caius in Valhalla
fighting lightning and the pillar supporting Cocoon collapsing. No claims that this takes place around 400 AF, devastating the human population as well as the world, creating a future where he is the last human in existence. Sarah and No move on, while Hope and Alyssa work on finding a way to prevent the pillar's collapse. In 300 AF, the pair find Snow fighting a giant paradox-fueled monster that is dissolving the crystal pillar. After resolving the paradox, which delays the fall of Cocoon until 500 AF, Snow disappears again as an anomaly from another time. The pair then go to the city of Academia on Grand Pulse in 400 AF, where they are attacked by the city's AI, which claims they were killed 200 years previously. Traveling to 200 AF, they discover a paradox whereby a man-made foul sea meant to re-levitate Cocoon turned on its creators. Resolving the paradox, Noel and Sarah travel to an alternative 400 AF Academia. In this world, the pair find Hope and Alyssa again, who had put themselves in stasis. They explain their new plan to mechanically float a new cocoon to hold humanity, which Sarah and No help with before heading to 500 AF Academia. They are betrayed by Alyssa, revealed to be a living paradox doomed to disappear in the corrected timeline, and trapped by Caius in dream worlds. Before being trapped, Sarah meets the spirit of Yule, who explains that she is the seeress of Padra, continually reincarnated throughout history, while Caius is her immortal guardian, gifted with Etro's own heart. Yule explains that every time the timeline is changed, the resulting shock kills her. Caius has been driven mad by watching her die repeatedly, and seeks to end the process by unleashing the chaos trapped in Valhalla to destroy all time. Sarah has the same power, and risks death every time she changes the future. Resolving to go on, Sarah breaks free of her dream world and frees No from his, in which he is the last living human, after his Yule dies and Caius leaves for Valhalla. After briefly encountering lightning, the pair fight Caius, first in 500 AF Academia, and then in Valhalla. As they defeat him, he claims to have killed lightning, then impales himself through the heart on Noel's blade, killing the weakened Etro. When the pair return to Academia in 500 AF, where Vanille and Fang have been rescued from the collapsing pillar, and the new cocoon named Buenavalise has risen, Sarah dies in front of No and Hope from the shock of the future changing. A black cloud erupts from the sky as the chaos that Etro was keeping trapped breaks free. Lightning is then shown in crystal stasis on the throne of Etro's temple. If the player completes all optional parts of the game, they are shown an additional scene in which Caius is on the throne, declaring that the goddess is gone for good, and that Yule and he can begin a new life freed from their curse. So, That's the plot of Final Fantasy 13 too. Isn't it bloody complicated?
Please note, OCG is a fictional character. Any resemblance to persons alive, dead, or undead is purely coincidental.
So, my psychiatrist has told me I need to engage more with you commoners. So, please tell me down below, what do you think of this game? Like it? Love it? Want to crawl into bed and make passionate love to it? Dear viewers, thank you for tolerating, loving this live stream. It's great to have each and every single one of you here to stroke my ego. Now, go ahead and subscribe. Hit that like button and then share this video. Go on, do it. Do it. No, don't go and get a coffee. Get back here. Yes, you. I can see you going to get a coffee in the middle of this live stream. Did I say you could go and get a coffee? No, I did not. Get back here. Right. Now hit the subscribe thing. Yes, there you go. Now like the video. Well done. Gold star for you. Right, let's get back to the live stream, shall we? Oh, did you hear, Bertram? Apparently Barney the dinosaur is now a raging drug addict.
Oh my! You take drugs, don't you, OCG?
I don't think an omeprazole and the occasional drop of heroin in my coffee classes as taking drugs.
Don't you also take Viagra?
Yes, I do. But not for the reasons you might think. You have seen my mutant of a wife after all.
Then why do you take Viagra?
Well, you see, ever since this bloody pandemic started, I have been so paranoid to open doors with my hands. So, instead, I pop a Viagra and let my Colonel Mustard do the work for me.
You open doors with your erection?
Well, you don't have to put it so graphically.
What if you have to pull the door open?
Ah, well, no fear there. My Colonel Mustard is very flexible. Sturdy, too.
Oh my!
Quite. I must say, Bertram, this game we're playing is as pretty as a picture.
Any picture in particular?
A picture of my Aunt Violet showering, touching herself in secret places.
What?
A picture of Rip Torn eating a toasted bagel with mayonnaise leaking out of the sides. Ha ha.
I think Rip Torn is dead.
Oh, ha ha, even better.
What?
Nothing. Do you know who else is pretty as a picture, Bertram? Lena Headley, who you might remember as Cersei from Game of Thrones. Did you know, Bertram, that her son in that show was played by Peter Dinklage?
I think he was her brother.
Bollocks! No man could be that small. He was clearly playing a child, wasn't he?
I'm afraid not.
Good Lord. Good Lord. Whatever next? An all-female version of Ghostbusters?
That's already been done. Back in 2016, in fact.
Oh, good Lord. Good Lord. Let's move on before I say good Lord again.
You just did.
Shut up, Bertram.
Did I tell you I had to hide in a toilet last night to get away from some of our fans, Bertram?
Oh, I used to do that.
You used to do what?
Hide in toilets.
Oh, because you were being pursued by our fans?
No. I used to play a lot of hide and seek with my drunk Uncle Rupert.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, if he found me, he would tickle my belly button and stick his finger up my...
Yes, that's nice, Bertram. Moving on. Get me a coffee, Bertram.
We don't have any coffee.
Okay, then get me a Coca-Cola.
We don't have any Coca-Cola.
Okay, a glass of water will do.
Again.
Then what the hell do we have?
A 6-month-old bottle of gin with remnants of a cheese toasty at the bottom.
I do so enjoy a glass of gin with my lunch. Well, I suppose that'll have to do.
Are you sure?
Yes. Desperate times, desperate measures, and all that bollocks.
What's this game about?
Well, it's the age-old story of good versus evil, right versus wrong, Xbox versus PlayStation.
I prefer Xbox myself.
And that's why I hate you, Bertram. Well, that, and you always use all the bloody toilet paper up. Last night, I had to wipe my arse with a toothbrush. A toothbrush! And it was my bloody toothbrush. I didn't realize until this morning.
Oh, yuck!
It was yuck. Very bloody yuck. The most yuckiest yucky thing I've ever done in my yucking life. Oh. It's so cold. Oh yes. That was a good one. Yes. Oh. So cold. Oh, that's so good.
What are we laughing at?
This game, Bertram. It's bloody hilarious.
Is it?
Yes. Pay attention, man. Pay attention. Yes. Oh, it's so good. So good. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
I don't think this is supposed to be funny.
Shut up, Bertram. I'll tell you what's supposed to be funny and what's not supposed to be funny, and this is supposed to be funny.
I think you've lost it, OCG.
Oh, Bertram, you know as well as I do. I lost it years ago. It's so cold. Right, that's quite enough of that. Right, let's address the elephant in the room. Hello, elephant. How are you? Didn't you hear me? I said, how are you?
I think he's a mute.
Oh, where the hell did he come from?
I thought you invited him.
Well, I thought you invited him. Oh well, I guess that's another mystery we'll never solve. Like, who left the penis imprint in the tub of margarine? So, is this game any good? Well, you'll have to ask my 26 pairs of soiled underpants. In fact, I'll do it for you, dear viewers. So, 26 pairs of soiled underpants. Is this game any good? Uh-huh. Yes. Oh, you don't say. Uh-huh. Oh. Is that right? Right. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Oh. Oh, I see. Yes. Then he... but then... And they... Oh. Yep. They confirm that this game is indeed very good.
Did you notice I got my hair cut?
No.
Oh, you never notice anything.
I resent that. I am very observant.
Really? Did you notice that you forgot to put your clothes on today?
What? Oh, yes. So I did. Ha ha. Well, then just sit there like a turkey, Bertram. Get me a robe.
Oh, right.
I was wondering why I got some funny looks when I took my nephew to school this morning. Oh, I avoided the trailers and gameplay for this game, much like I avoid a violent-looking fat woman at an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Why have you not watched the trailers and gameplay, OCG?
Well, so I could avoid spoilers, Bertram.
Oh, so you don't know that your character dies, roughly?
Finish that sentence and I will castrate you with a plastic spoon, Bertram.
Did you know I was pregnant once, OCG?
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was. No, actually, I wasn't.
Because that would be impossible?
No, because I had a rubber glove over my pee-pee when we, did the deed.
I see. Moving swiftly on.
OCG, I know you're gaming, but have you seen my underpads?
Have you checked the washing machine, Bertram?
Oh, no, I didn't. OCG, they're not in the washing machine.
Well, have you checked the laundry basket then?
Oh, I never thought to look there. OCG, they're not in the laundry basket.
Have you looked under the bed then?
OCG, they're not under the bed.
God damn it, Bertram, why must you interrupt me when my favorite program is on?
You're watching a program and playing this game at the same time? That's amazing.
Yes, Bertram, I've always been known for my knack for multitasking.
What is this program that you're watching?
It's a nature documentary.
Oh, I love nature documentaries. Wait a minute. I don't recognize that animal. What's it called?
That, Bertram, is called the modern day gamer.
Oh, turn up the program. I want to hear what he's saying.
Okay, let me just twiddle with this knob here. And voila! Here we can see a gamer of the modern day. Look how he plays with his PlayStation 5. No, wait. It's an Xbox. See how he's sitting much too close to the television. See how his jaw is agape. See that he's drooling from the corners of his mouth. Let's go in closer and see what this gamer for the modern day is playing. Oh, he's apparently playing a game that has some Japanese women in it. And these Japanese women have massive knockers. I can fully understand why this gamer for the modern age has his jaw agape and drool coming out of the corners of his mouth. Let's attempt to ask this gamer for the modern age a question. I say there, gamer for the modern age. What exactly are you doing?
I'm gaming, ain't I?
I see. And what is it that you're playing, Mr. Gamer, for the modern age?
Playing a video game.
I see. And how is the video game that you're playing in this, the modern age?
It's alright, I guess.
I see. I shall leave you to your gaming. Look now, dear viewer, how this gamer for the modern age hasn't even looked at me when I walk away from him. It is obvious he is far too engrossed in the game that he's playing. Look now, dear viewer, how this gamer for the modern age is scratching his nuts through the fabric of his shorts. Now, I believe that this gamer for the modern age is reaching for a beverage. What is this beverage? Let's go in and have a closer look. Ah, I can see it's a can of Monster that's now being gulped down by this gamer for the modern age. Now, I think having quenched his thirst on that delicious can of Monster, the gamer for the modern age will require some sustenance. Let's see what he will choose to sustain himself upon. Is that a bag of Watsits I can see? Yes, it is. The bag of Watsits is being carefully ripped apart by the gamer for the modern age. See how he has emptied the contents of the packet of Watsits into a bowl. And for those of you who don't know what a bowl is, it's something rather similar to a bowl. Now, the modern gamer is picking up several Watsits at the same time. This shows a miraculous use of the ligaments in his fingers. But then again, we must remind ourselves that this gamer for the modern age is an expert when it comes to using the ligaments in his fingers. Because after all, he must clutch a gaming controller at all times. And no doubt, being a gamer for the modern age, he is a compulsive masturbator. Join me next week when we shall be taking a look at another gamer for the modern age. I must say, Bertram, not only is this program educational, it's also damn entertaining.
Yeah, he used the word masturbate. Ha ha!
You're very mature, Bertram. Have I ever told you that?
What?
Nothing. Never mind.
let's get back to the game, shall we? You know, Bertram, this game excites me more than watching Ava Green get her kit off in that awful sequel to 300.
Who is Ava Green?
Who is Ava Green? Don't you know?
No, which is why I asked, who is Ava Green?
She is the future Mrs. OCG.
Oh, are you going to ask her to marry you?
Yes, something like that. I am most definitely not going to kidnap her and take her to my secret lair under the Paris Opera House, where I will brainwash her with organ music until she loves me. No!
You're weird.
I'm not weird. I'm sick. There's a difference. I watched that movie, The Notebook, last night. Do you know, I haven't cried that much since my wife introduced me to bloody yoga.
Oh, yoga? Ouch. She must really hate you.
Oh, she does, Bertram. She does. I think it has something to do with the fact I tried to murder her on our wedding night.
Oh my!
Yes, she said I could have at least waited until after we consummated the marriage before trying to kill her.
Oh, women.
Amen, brother. I can't believe I just said that. Did you know, Bertram, that I was spit roasted once?
What? Really?
Oh, yes. Back in my university days. Good times.
Oh, how kinky.
Kinky? Oh, no. Haha. It wasn't that kind of spit roast. You see, myself and a few of my fellow students were on an expedition in the jungles of Peru when we were suddenly kidnapped and almost roasted alive by a group of natives. That's where the spit roast came into play.
Oh. However, did you escape?
Ha! Escape is my middle name, Bertram.
I thought your middle name was Buttercup.
Touché. Basically, we were rescued by someone with a whip.
Indiana Jones?
No. A dominatrix, I think.
Oh.
Speaking of dominatrixes... Dominatrixi? What the hell is the plural for dominatrix? Oh, never mind. You'll never guess who I met in my favorite brothel in town.
The Pope?
No. I don't think you'd find the Pope there. There isn't any children. No, I met Harry Potter.
Oh, I love Harry Potter.
Indeed. I can see your erection from here.
I don't love him that much.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it has suddenly occurred to me that I've left my wife in the oven. While I attend to that, my manservant here will take over the stream and entertain you with some jokes. Bertram, if you would.
Oh, jokes. My girlfriend and I made love. She asks, what just happened? And I say, you just got boned. Boned? Bones? Because I'm a skeleton? Huh? Oh. I was once walking round a boatyard and some idiot took me and hung me from the mast of a ship like a bloody flag. I think he was a pirate. You know, because I'm a skeleton. Skull and crossbow. I was very fond of my mother. I loved every bone in her body. You know, bone? Because I'm a skeleton? My cousin never stopped eating. He weighed a skeleton. Skeleton? Ton? You know, because he's a skeleton, you know. When skeletons make love, do they say, "Who's your bone daddy?" You know, instead of "Who's your daddy," they say, "Who's your bone daddy?" You know, because I'm a skeleton. Let's try, I'm very fond of my mother. I loved every bone in... Yes, I know I've told this one, but it's different. Listen. I'm very fond of my mother. I love every bone in her body, especially mine. What? Nothing? Really? What's fat, ugly, and has no sense of humor? OCG.
What was that?
Nothing.
So, what do I think of this game? Well, the same thing I thought about that pornographic version of Toy Story I watched last night.
I think that was just the normal version of Toy Story 3 you were watching.
Bullshit! There's a character called Woody, which is obviously an erection reference. There was a character called Buzz, which is the sound a vibrator makes. And don't even get me started on the name Bo Peep. I'm surprised her perverted boyfriend Peeping Tom didn't make an appearance. But he was probably busy masturbating whilst watching Andy getting handy.
Well, that's my childhood ruined.
Oh, don't worry, Bertram. I'm sure I've ruined it for every person watching this stream. So, Bertram, as you know, I love Disney movies, Disney shows, and Disney video games.
Oh, don't remind me. Your collection of Disney memorabilia takes up 3 rooms. I stood on your Little Mermaid-shaped vibrator in the shower this morning. We eat venison every night because you say it reminds you of Bambi's mother, and you keep a bloody hunchback in the basement because it reminds you of your favorite Disney film. You don't love Disney. You're obsessed with it.
But you have to admit, nothing beats snuggling up to watch The Lion King after a long day of gaming.
Oh, if only you didn't try to slip your hand inside my underpants every single time we snuggled up. But yes, I have to agree, sir. The magic of Disney is timeless.
Did I ever tell you that I was once punched by Captain Hook at Disney World?
No. How did that happen, sir?
Oh, it's a long story, Bertram. Let's just say Captain Hook didn't like it when I told him that the only reason he didn't like Peter Pan is because he wanted to adopt him.
Oh, sir, only you could get into a fight with a Disney character.
That's not true. I once witnessed Walt Disney himself knocking 7 shades of shit out of Mickey Mouse.
Oh my!
Yes, Walt Disney was a prick.
Let's talk about something more uplifting, like your crush on Aladdin.
Bertram, I do not have a crush on Aladdin. I merely appreciate his dashing good looks and charming personality.
If you say so. And I bet you've never pretended to be Princess Jasmine while singing A Whole New World either.
That was one time. Maybe 2 times. Damn it, Bertram! Why do you have to embarrass me like this in front of our dear viewers? But you have to admit, that song is a classic.
Yes, sir. And just like Disney, it's something that will always be cherished.
Exactly, Bertram. Right, enough of this Disney wankery. Let's get back to playing the game. Oh, Cousin Duncan was telling me this morning, Bertram, that in the last 4 years, he has had 22 jobs. 22? That's less than I've had in my awful life.
Didn't you once cut the toenails of the royal family?
I did. Once. I haven't thrown up that much since I watched 2 Girls, 1 Cup.
Who had the grossest toenails?
Probably Philip. But that's because I cut his nails after the bastard had been dead for 3 weeks.
Oh my! Why do you have a copy of the Goblet of Fire next to your bed, OCG?
Because I like Harry Potter, Bertram.
Oh, I also like Harry Potter.
Does he like you back? Have you kissed yet? How big is his magic wand?
I don't like him that much.
Oh, did I ever tell you that I sat on a broomstick once, Bertram?
No.
I spent 6 weeks in the hospital.
What?
You see, I didn't realize that you're supposed to sit on the broomstick horizontally. I sat on it vertically.
So it went up your...
It was practically sticking out of my mouth.
Oh my!
Yes, quite.
Why didn't you ask me to play this game with you?
Well, 1, because this isn't a co-op game, I think. And 2, because you had too much housework to do. Speaking of which, why haven't you flushed the toilet yet?
Well, I thought you could flush the toilet yourself after using it.
Ha! Well, then you thought wrong, didn't you? You know my hands are too weak to flush the toilet.
But they're okay to hold a controller?
Yes.
Well, then you can flush your own damn toilet. You're lucky you have a toilet. I have to poo in a cardboard box.
You know how I feel about other people sitting on my toilet. It makes me anxious. Not to even mention the germs. Where are you going? Bertram? Bertram? Oh. Damn it. Bertram, while I'm playing this, can you get those toilets cleaned? I found a grey pubic hair on my toilet seat last night, and I've no bloody idea where it came from.
Well, if I had to guess, I'd say it came from your crotch.
But it was grey.
Well, you have a very old crotch.
Oh, so I do. Ha ha!
Oh, I like chickens. Do you like chickens, OCG?
Oh, yes. I've had love affairs with many a cock.
A chicken tried to kill me once.
Oh, how so?
Well, it was 2018. It was dinner time. I was enjoying a roast chicken when suddenly I started to choke.
Oh,
another chicken tried to strangle you from behind in retaliation for the fact you were eating his gay lover?
No. I was choking on a chicken bone.
Oh, I see. I think the chicken has to be alive for it to be considered attempted murder, Bertram.
Oh!
I'm glad you survived, though. Mostly. Anyway, Bertram, I meant to ask you before we started, but, have you seen a particularly delicious-looking donut?
I saw one at a Krispy Kreme once.
No. Have you seen a particularly delicious-looking donut here? In the kitchen, perchance?
No, I don't believe so. What does this particularly delicious-looking donut look like?
Well, it looks like a particularly delicious donut. And it's mine.
Oh, have you known it for long?
No. We just met this morning, actually. I was on my usual morning stroll when I glanced it in a window, calling to me like a prostitute in Amsterdam. I knew then that I must have it.
The prostitute or the particularly delicious-looking donut?
The particularly delicious-looking donut, of course.
Oh, and now the particularly delicious-looking donut has gone missing?
I didn't say that. I was just asking if you had seen the particularly delicious-looking donut.
Oh!
Well, have you?
Have I what?
Have you seen a particularly delicious-looking donut?
I saw one at a Krispy Kreme once.
No. Have you seen a particularly delicious-looking donut here? In the kitchen, perchance?
In our kitchen?
No. In Hannibal Lecter's kitchen. Of course in our kitchen.
What does it look like?
The particularly delicious-looking donut or Hannibal Lecter's kitchen?
The particularly delicious-looking donut. Although now, I'm very curious what Hannibal Lecter's kitchen looks like.
Well, it's beautiful.
What's beautiful? The particularly delicious-looking donut or Hannibal Lecter's kitchen?
The particularly delicious-looking donut, of course. Did you know, Bertram, that my brother, Edwin, met Hannibal Lecter on a dating site once?
Oh, really? What one?
Meat grinder, I believe.
Oh!
Anyway, back to the subject at hand. Have you seen the particularly delicious-looking donut?
The beautiful one?
Yes.
The one that was in our kitchen?
Yes.
The one that is more inviting than a prostitute in Amsterdam?
Yes.
No. No, I have not.
Damn it! Well, the mystery continues, I suppose.
Do we have any snacks?
You're always thinking with your bloody stomach, Bertram.
That's not possible. You can't think with your stomach. Unless your brain is in your stomach, which it is not.
I know. It's an expression, Bertram.
You didn't answer my question. Do we have any snacks?
I might have half a Milky Bar in my underpants.
Why is it in your underpants?
It comforts me.
Okay. Can I have some?
Fine. Just, reach in and take it.
What?
Well,
I'm a little busy here playing this damn game. So if you want chocolate, you'll have to reach into my underpants and take it.
Okay.
A little to the left. No, the other left. Right, move your hand 90 degrees.
Got it.
Bully for you. Now, eat your chocolate and let me get on with playing this game. You know, my brother's child is coming to stay with us this weekend, so this game might keep the little bastard busy.
That's not very nice.
What? Oh, ha ha. No, the little bastard is actually his name.
I didn't know your brother had children.
Oh, yes. He adopted this one on his recent trip to Transylvania.
Oh, I see. Isn't that where he married that ugly woman with the monobrow?
Indeed. My father always said, never, ever trust a woman with a monobrow.
Why?
He was stabbed to death by a woman with a monobrow. I don't know why she didn't use a knife like a normal person. I don't know if I told you, but I've been playing those From Software games recently.
Oh, and how are they?
Hard. And not the good kind of hard, you know. The kind where you want to put your sausage into the moistest donut you have to hand. But the bad hard. The kind of hard where you want to snap off your sausage and use it as a weapon to smack the game developers.
I'm not sure I understood any of that.
Well, 'tis probably for the best. Take Dark Souls, for example. That game is harder than RoboCop getting a lap dance from the bloody Terminator.
You don't do well with hard games.
And whatever gave you that impression, Bertram?
The fact that before you started playing these From Software games, you owned 6 PlayStation 5 controllers. All of the windows in your gaming room had actual windows, and you had a full head of hair, OCG. Now, there are 3 controllers in bits, 2 that have been set on fire, and 1 that has been forcibly rammed up my backside.
Well, I did warn you about trying to give me advice during boss fights.
Also, every window in the gaming room has been smashed, and you now look like you're cosplaying as Professor X.
Oh, it'll grow back.
True, but the windows won't.
It was too hot in here anyway. On the plus side, none of those games have particularly interesting stories. So, I was playing John Carpenter films in the background.
I've never heard of that genre.
But that's because John Carpenter is a person, Bertram. Nay, the man is a god.
I've never heard of this god.
Halloween. The Fog. Memoirs of an Invisible Man. Granted, no one has probably heard of Memoirs of an Invisible Man.
I have.
And who the fuck are you?
I'm your next door neighbor. My name is...
Oh no, you have rendered him unconscious.
Oh, just throw him in the basement with the others. Now, Bertram.
Okay, but eventually people are going to start asking questions. Have you ever been to New York, OCG?
No. Have you?
Oh, yes. I took my girlfriend to New York.
I never knew you had a girlfriend, Bertram. I didn't think you had the lung capacity to inflate a blow-up doll. Ha ha! What's your girlfriend's name? Made in China? Ha ha!
Yes. How did you know?
Oh, that's a lovely name.
OCG, I just noticed this, but, why are you naked?
Well, because, apparently, as I have been sitting here playing this game, the invisible man climbed in through a window in the study, somehow snuck up behind me, and relieved me of my clothes.
Without you noticing?
Not only was he invisible, he was also a magician.
Oh, that makes sense. OCG, can Made in China spend the night on Saturday?
I suppose. I'll get out the bicycle pump. Ha ha ha!
She's not a sex doll.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bertram. I apologize.
She is what is called a real doll. She's very realistic and has a vibrating lady garden and everything.
I retract my apology.
What are you doing, OCG?
I am writing a strongly worded letter to the developers of a game I played last night. I believe they are called Angry Game Studio, which is a hell of a coincidence because I am very angry as I write this letter.
I don't know if anyone told you, OCG, but it's 2022, not 1822. People don't write letters anymore. They just leave foul-mouthed tweets on Twitter, or send foul-mouthed emails. There's a lot of foul-mouthage.
Shut up, Bertram. I need to concentrate on this letter.
What does the letter say?
Well, in a nutshell, I tell the developers of their game that they are not game developers. They are thieves and bastards. But mostly, they are thieves.
What did they steal?
Oh, nothing much. Just everything from our own video game, Reuben Crowley and Bertram Butler, ass to mouth. I'll read the letter to you when I'm done.
Okay. Done yet?
No.
Okay. Done yet?
No.
Okay. Done yet?
No. Actually, yes.
Oh, yay! So go on, read it.
Now, bear in mind this is a work in progress.
What's that drawing at the bottom of the page?
Oh, that's my score for their game.
It looks like two very hairy bollocks.
Exactly. Dear Angry Video Game Studio, my name is Reuben Buttercup Crowley.
Your middle name is Buttercup?
Shut up, Bertram. But you can call me the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer. I am writing this letter to tell you that you are a pack of thieves and bastards. But you are mostly thieves.
Then there's an exclamation point here.
Oh!
Your game is nothing but a derivative piece of monkey excrement. Everything about your game has been ripped off from superior work. My work. There is one glaring difference between our two games, however. I have a magnificent lead character who is based off of yours truly. Whereas in your game, you have an ugly chap with a porn star mustache.
His mustache does porn?
No. Porn stars have his mustache.
Why do they have his mustache? Can't they grow their own?
Shut up, Bertram. Now let's skip ahead a bit. Blah, 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 blah. Yes. So, your game is derivative. Ugly, old-fashioned, but at least it is shorter than Peter Bloody Dinklage. Any longer, and I might have been forced to kill myself with the only thing I had to hand. A dildo. Don't ask, Bertram. Just don't ask. If you disagree with anything I have said, Anger Studio or whatever your name is, then I invite you to kiss my... And then I have drawn an arse.
Oh, that's a very realistic arse.
Thank you, Bertram. Get me a coffee, please. All of this complaining is making me thirsty.
But we don't have any coffee.
Fine, then go and get me a gin and tonic.
But we don't have any gin. Or tonic.
Blast! And what do we have?
We have this funny liquid that comes out of the tap.
Do you mean water?
Yes, that.
Then get me a glass of water.
We don't have any glasses.
Blast! Then just put it in a bowl. Let me guess. We haven't got any bowls.
Yes. How did you know?
Call it a lucky guess.
OCG, there's a weird noise coming from the toilet.
We've been over this before, Bertram. When the excrement leaves your body, sometimes it can cause a splash in the toilet water. Now, of course, this depends on the size of said excrement, of course.
No, not that. It sounded like a woman shouting, "Help me!"
Oh, maybe the toilet is haunted.
Oh, don't say that.
Keep quiet, Bertram. I am trying to play a game here. Tell me, how long have you been here? Well?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were talking to me.
I'm not talking to you, Bertram. I'm talking to this brick wall over here.
Oh!
Speak, brick wall, speak! He's not very talkative today.
Do you often have conversations with the brick wall?
Oh, yes, yes. We talk about everything from quantum physics to the latest episode of South Park.
Oh, wow. Excuse me a moment. Hello? Dr. Baxter? Bertram here. I think OCG has lost it. He's talking to a brick wall.
Who are you talking to, Bertram?
The toaster?
Well, you tell that bastard that he owes me money.
Will do. Please come quickly, Doctor.
Damn brick wall. I haven't met a worse conversationalist since my third wife.
She was hard to have a conversation with?
Bloody impossible. I eventually gave up and flushed her down the toilet.
Oh, that's what the noise is.
Oh, yes. She must be lodged in a pipe.
Why did you want to flush her down the toilet in the first place?
Well, she stole the last wagon wheel.
Isn't that a little extreme?
You know how much I love wagon wheels, Bertram.
True, true.
You know, this game came out just before my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
But it's a little late now, Bertram.
Oh, did you do anything nice for it?
As far as I can remember, I took an overdose of pizza, birthday cake, red wine, and binge-watched every single video on our channel. Ha! I am bloody hilarious, Bertram. Did you know that?
I did. Please note, OCG is a fictional character. Any resemblance to persons alive, dead, or undead is purely coincidental.
So, my psychiatrist has told me I need to engage more with you commoners. So, please tell me down below. What do you think of this game? Like it? Love it? Want to crawl into bed and make passionate love to it? So, ladies and gentlemen's toilets, thank you for watching my stream. 'Tis fabulous, isn't it? And aren't I the most handsome man you've ever seen? I mean, I know you can't see me in this stream, but bollocks. And aren't I the funniest YouTuber you have ever come across? I beg your pardon. What? Speak up. Well, that's just rude. Are you hearing this, Bertram? Bertram. Wake up, Bertram. Good help is so hard to find these days. You know, I think Bertram was a village idiot in a past life. Anyway, thank you for watching this stream. Please feel free to continue to watch my stream and laugh at my jokes. All of my jokes. They're very amusing. Oh my God! What the hell do you think you're doing?
I'm not doing anything.
I'm not talking to you, Bertram. Talking to him. Or her. Yes, you there. You watching this stream. No, not you, the other one. The other one that's watching this stream. That's right, you. I'm talking to you. Don't think I can't see you. I might be concentrating on this game, but I can assure you I have cameras everywhere. So I can see what you're doing there. Your hand in your trousers. Get them out at once. Do it. No, not just one hand. Take both of them out. That's right. Good. Right, now you just watch the stream and behave, okay?
I'm confused.
Well, Bertram, it's quite simple. I just caught one of our viewers masturbating.
Oh!
Yes. Disgusting habits. Nope, don't put your hands back in. That's right, you pick up that soda or soft drink or whatever the hell you want to call it. You just use your hands to pick that up. Oh, I meant to tell you, Bertram, but my old fencing instructor Stan died this morning.
Oh, poor Stan.
Poor Stan? There was nothing poor about him. He had enough money to buy Wakanda and put a prostitute on every street corner. We don't mourn people who are more famous than we are, Bertram.
What about people less famous than us?
Oh no. If you're less famous than us, then you're definitely not worth our attention.
So who can we mourn?
Each other, Bertram. And of course, when I say each other, I mean me. you can mourn me when I go, Bertram.
Oh, I'll have a party when that happens.
What was that?
Nothing. I'm watching Two Girls, One Cup. It's gross.
You know, I recorded my own version of that back in 2007. But my version was called One Tosser, One Teacup.
You don't say.
I do say. You know, I'm so glad we're playing this and not that garbage I was playing yesterday. What the hell was it called again? Ass to Mouth or something. Anyway, I put off playing it for a very long time. And I wish I just played the bloody thing because I found it about as enjoyable as ramming a garden gnome into my urethra.
But OCG, didn't Ass to Mouth or whatever it is called get amazing reviews?
Well, viewer with the stupid voice, that game does indeed have amazing reviews, but those reviewers are lying to you. I, on the other hand, am not lying to you when I say that I would rather stick needles into my groin than play that bloody game again. The combat was too hard. The bloody boss fights were too hard. The lack of gratuitous lovemaking scenes did not make me hard. So, Ass to Mouth was an experience I'd care not to repeat in this life or the next. Unless, of course, someone's asking me to do it for real. In that case, I would be like, hell yes, I'll do that to you, attractive actor. Let's move on. Right, let's get this game finished quickly. I have an appointment with my psychiatrist today, and he told me if I was late, he would murder my wife. Which, ordinarily I wouldn't mind, but she promised to make me macaroni and cheese for dinner tonight. And as you know, or should know, I love macaroni and cheese.
Do you ever think our streams have too much silly comedy in them?
Silly comedy? I can't say I've ever thought about it.
Shouldn't you just play the game and keep the comedy stuff to a minimum?
But if I did that, wouldn't I have to cut you out of the streams?
Why?
Because the only reason you exist is for comedy purposes. I mean, take your voice, for instance. It's ridiculous. No one actually talks like that. So clearly, you are here for comic relief.
What about your voice?
Well, what about it?
Is it not equally as ridiculous and annoying?
I never said your voice was annoying.
Oh.
Bertram, do you think my voice is annoying?
Maybe just a little.
Oh, by the way, I watched one of those murder mystery movie things last night, Bertram.
Oh, how was it?
Complicated. Frankly, it left me more dazed and confused than that time I saw a woman with 3 breasts, 5 ball sacks, and a chin larger than the Great Wall of China. I do enjoy a good murder mystery. You know, I was actually involved with a murder mystery myself once.
Oh, really?
Well, I was suspected of committing a murder, but it wasn't me. It turned out to be a midget in a bowler hat with a body odor problem. Don't look now, Bertram. But that chap from next door is looking through our window again.
What chap from next door?
You know, the one with the lazy eye and the hunchback.
Derek?
No, the other one. The one that's even uglier than he is.
Malcolm?
No, the other one. I think they all live together.
They're a trio of very ugly people. So who's the third member of that trio?
Toby?
Yes, Toby, that's it. Yes, I think he's looking through our window. I think he's looking for you, Bertram.
Why would he be looking for me?
Well, because you are romantically entangled, are you not?
Well, not at this exact moment, we're not.
No, I don't mean right now, because obviously we're streaming this game right now, but are you not usually attached by the penis? I mean, you know, attached in a romantic sense. You not usually hang out together.
I guess so.
Yes, so you're boyfriend and boyfriend, no?
Well, I've never really thought of it that way.
Well, maybe it's time that you do start thinking of it that way, Bertram. This could be your opportunity to fly the coop, so to speak. If you and this... what was his name again? Toby. If you and this Toby decide to get married or, God forbid, have children, you could leave this place and, I'd be completely alone. I'd have no one. And that would make me very sad. No, actually, Bertram, I actually think you and Toby should, break up. I think you should break up right now. Go on over to that window and you tell that ugly mother thumper that, tell him you found someone else. Tell him I'm your boyfriend if you want. I mean, you don't have to. There's no obligation to tell him that. But I mean, if you really want to, you can tell him that. I mean, I don't really mind either way. I mean, you can do what you want. But,
oh, that isn't Toby at the window. That's Malcolm.
Oh. Oh well, never mind what I just said then. Let's get on with the game. You know, I've been looking forward to playing this, Bertram. I bathed, I changed my underpants, something I never do. I lit some candles, I opened a bottle of wine.
A crate of wine?
A crate of wine. All we need is some scantily clad prostitutes, and this will be a proper party.
Wouldn't they distract from the game, though?
Oh, I never really thought of that. Yes, probably for the best that there's no prostitutes here. Right, I think it's time for a poem. Lady Demetresque, with the marvellous breasts, how I long to shag you where you rest. I will spill my milk upon your chest. As a lover, you're the best. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. It's not Shakespeare, I admit, but I think it sums up my feelings quite nicely.
It was most, romantic, sir.
Thank you, Bertram. I agree. I agree.
Where do you think Lady Demetresque buys her clothes?
Never mind that, Bertram. I want to know where she buys her tampons. And what size. Do tampons come in very fucking large size?
I don't know.
Well, find out, damn it. What am I paying you for?
You don't pay me.
Oh, that's right. Ha ha ha. But still, I want to know, Bertram. I have to know.
Oh, I'll see what I can do.
You know, Bertram, I do love me a bit of hacking and slashing.
Oh, is that why you have a I Heart Jack the Ripper t-shirt?
It is indeed, Bertram.
Oh, I meant to tell you, but when I last washed that t-shirt, it came out pink. Don't kill me.
Why would I kill you, Bertram? Pink just so happens to be my favorite color.
Oh, really?
No, not really. I am absolutely going to cut your bollocks off with a spoon when we finish this game.
Oh, no.
You always know I like a game when I have an erection for the duration of playing it. Ha ha.
How long have you had this particular erection?
10 hours and counting. Which either means I love this game, or there's something wrong with me.
Oh, there's plenty wrong with you.
Shut up, Bertram. So, Bertram, this game is from...
A series that you love?
A series that I love.
And you also loved this game.
And I also loved this game. Wait a minute. What are you doing, Bertram? Why are you reading from my scripts?
Well, I noticed that you didn't give me a lot to say outside of, oh my, or oh. So I thought I would give myself more to do.
You want more to do? Get me a bloody coffee. What do you think I pay you for?
But...
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That brings an end to tonight's sex show. I mean, live stream. Damn it, I always say that. If you enjoyed this live stream, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then, feel free to give me a thumbs down. Don't forget to hit that bloody like, subscribe, bell button thingy. Feel free to share this video with everyone you know. But remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
And we are done. Right, time to get naked and reenact the ending of Thelma and Louise. Get the car, Bertram.
But don't they die at the end?
Yes. What's your point?
Oh, this is going to hurt.